Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Became a Spartan Soldier. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This galaxy was special, populated by many different races on its worlds, demons, angels, the fallen, and others. Humanity had disappeared hundreds of thousands of years ago, or so the histories told across the realms after the Great War of the Factions shaped its millennial record. Fate was capricious and never gave what one wanted. The heir of House Gremory raged at that thought when she was told that her arranged engagement to the heir of Clan Phoenix had been brought forward far earlier than planned, and she was not pleased. Rias stormed toward her chamber, insisting that she would not marry him and demanding why more had to be done for anyone to listen. Her father, Zeoticus Gremory, reminded her that this marriage was not a simple whim but part of larger responsibilities. Rias cut the discussion off, declaring she no longer wanted to hear about it, and slammed her door as she entered. Zeoticus halted at the door calling for his daughter. Venelana, his wife, appeared behind him and urged him not to make their daughter's life more burdensome than it already was. Zeoticus said nothing in reply, only reflected for a moment before turning and following Rias down the corridor to her room as a father who only wanted the best for his child. Inside, Rias lay face down on her bed, muffling a scream into her pillow to release the anger she carried. After letting out a breathless cry, she sat up and demanded of the pillow why anyone still thought marrying that man was best for her. From within her body, the draconic voice of the red celestial dragon sealed inside her spoke, reminding her calmly that her parents wanted what was best for her. Rias replied that she knew, and acknowledged the dragon Drake. She listed what she had done, stopping Kokobeel, confronting Loki, thwarting Chaos Brigader, and preventing a second war between the factions. She had believed that the council would reconsider and allow her to decide her own future simply because she had become the Red Dragon Emperor of this era. Drake cautioned her not to blame her parents. Their leaders and councils tended to assume that his power could be inherited whenever his bearer was a demon, a fallen, or an angel, but the nature of a Longinus did not work that way. He emitted a soft green light from the arm where his presence manifested and explained how those in authority misunderstood the inheritance of that power. Rias looked out the window at the peaceful, starry sky and confessed that sometimes she wished for a simple life, or to meet someone who would change everything she saw. She asked the dragon what the species was called in which he had once also been reborn. Drake answered that they were humans and that they were not as different as many claimed. Simple, short-lived lives without powers, yet prone to conflict. He remembered one human bearer who had spoken of wanting to reach the stars, to pass through them and discover what lay beyond. Rias asked if it was possible to reach the stars and see what lay beyond the sun. Drake said that the human had wondered the same, though he had known he would not live to see that dream fulfilled. Rias then wondered aloud if life might exist somewhere out beyond their known worlds. The question hung in the air between them. Far beyond the galaxy where the demons held their world, a UNSC Savannah-class ship named Katyusha fled at full move from a Covenant destroyer, using every remaining plasma secondary cannon to keep the pursuer at bay. The humans aboard had stolen crucial information the Covenant could not afford to lose, and the fragile frigate fought desperately for its escape as its slipspace engines warmed for the jump. A Spartan aboard the Katyusha, the ship's leader, demanded to know how much longer until the jump. The ship's AI informed them that 3 minutes remained. Noble 4 warned that they would be torn apart before then, and the leader ordered all remaining fire to be brought to bear. The frigate's few remaining guns opened up on the massive Covenant cruiser that closed on them with every passing second. Things worsened when several boarding pods smashed into the hull, sending shock through the ship. The leader called out that they were being boarded. Inside the corridors, Noble 2 fought alongside Noble 3 against multiple enemy boarding parties, noting that there were too many attackers as he fired his magnum. Sanghaili zealots had boarded to recover the stolen data. One of the elites charged in with a raised plasma rifle and closed with a crewman at a table. In the scuffle, the crewman was struck and fell, and the 2 remaining elites raised their weapons, only to be stopped by 2 close-range shotgun blasts. Reinforcements in the form of Spartans 4 and 6 entered to support their leader. 6 asked if everyone was all right, and the leader thanked them before asking again how much longer until the jump. Reported that the slipspace engines were ready and then hesitated before stating their destination, aware that the enemy was now inside the ship. The leader ordered a random course set as far from the remaining colonies as possible and demanded speed. Within the Sangaili warship, the commanders detected the Katyusha's engines come to life. An adjutant reported that the human ship was preparing to jump. The Sangaili commander ordered pursuit, saying they could not allow the humans to escape with what they had taken. Another officer cautioned that their smaller ship might not be able to follow through the slipspace rupture if the humans escaped, which enraged the commander into slamming his fist on his chair and directing tracking of the boarding pods instead, to prevent the humans from fleeing for long. From space, the tiny frigate continued to trade fire in vain while its few crew did all they could to repel the intruders. The slipspace engines finished their spin-up and then opened the portal. At last the Katyusha slipped into slipspace and began its jump. Swallowed by the hole, they leaped into the unknown while the Covenant remained behind, preparing to follow them. In BGMI territory, Rias walked along a broad path in one of her family's great gardens, watching her reflection in the water as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Aquino appeared at her side and asked what was wrong. Rias recognized her friend's reflection in the pond and told Aquino it was nothing, simply the same worry as always. Aquino reminded her that her engagement had been shortened again. Rias dismissed it as nonsense and muttered that they would never understand how much she resisted marrying that man. At that moment, as if summoned by her words, a rippling hole of spatial energy opened in the sky above from the direction of the underworld. Through it the damaged frigate Katyusha emerged, smoke pouring from its right side and upper decks, descending on a collision course. Aquino pointed out the ship and wondered aloud what it could be. From the main BGMI mansion, family members and many servants poured out as the presence of the vessel filled the sky. Zecticus reacted when he saw the ship with his wife and attendants. A crimson-haired youth a little younger than him appeared behind Zecticus. Surzek stepped onto the balcony to see what had drawn their attention. Other pillars and clans Baal, Citri and several others also turned their gazes skyward, all asking the same question about what was happening. Rias told Aquino she did not think the other factions were involved. She had only turned to answer when the frigate erupted in a massive explosion. The ship's bridge detonated and a chain of secondary blasts consumed the vessel, sending a towering fireball and thick smoke into the sky. When the flames subsided and the columns of smoke drifted away, nothing of the ship remained visible. As night began to reclaim the world, a pelican transport appeared over the mountains in their territory, the same approach vector the unknown ship had taken. The small drop craft tried to gain altitude, but its right engine smoked. Aquino shouted to Rias as the pelican passed closer and much faster than the first wreck. Rias called Draig and took refuge behind the Welsh dragon's armor. From that vantage, she saw the pelican slam into the deep forest of their clan with a thunderous impact. The ship skidded along the ground, leaving a trail of wreckage. Rias unfurled her bat-like wings and flew toward the crash site. Not alone, her brother and parents followed. From inside the dragon carrier, Draig observed dryly that whoever had been in the craft had not been very fortunate. Rias hoped someone might have survived. At the crash site, the hull was smashed by the impact. The cockpit glass was broken, not solely from the crash but evidently forced open. Draig pointed out someone crawling away toward the trees. Approaching cautiously, they found a figure in unfamiliar armor, barely able to move. The Spartan lay on the grass and turned his face up to the starry sky, apparently unconscious. Draig detected no magical signature from the man and suggested the armor might be masking it. Rias gently checked the yellow visor for a release and removed the helmet without the man noticing. Beneath the visor was a young brown-haired man, about Rias's age, with a face marked by old and recent scars. His heartbeat was steady and normal, though Draig noted the absence of any arc of magic around him. Rias reflected that only humans lacked such power and wondered if he might be one. On the left side of his chest plate she saw partially worn inscription characters that read B312 when she squinted. Rias's brother, parents and several servants arrived at the crash. Aquino called for her, followed by their parents, while the elder brother hung back watching the wreckage and the settling ash. The human in the armor suddenly opened his eyes and fixed Rias with a hard, dangerous look. Rias greeted him, and he answered by surveying the sky. From his vantage he could see 3 phantom ships releasing troops nearby. The Spartan identified the attackers as Covenant. Without hesitation and according to his training, the Spartan reacted with a violent defensive move, seizing Rias by the arms and driving his knee into her to fend off perceived threat. Rias was sent flying against a tree and landed hard but alive, stunned by the force. She was surprised that someone could strike with such power. Hearing the impact, Rias's parents realized their daughter was in immediate danger. Not far away, unseen elsewhere on the ground, voices began to shout for them to stop. Zecticus shouted as he drew a glowing magic circle with his hand pointed at the human. He ignored the Gremmery servant who reached for his helmet, unaware that a cloaked elite was approaching from behind. Venelana felt a bad premonition and noticed something translucent moving toward her husband without his knowledge. Venelana called out Zecticus's name in warning. When he turned, he saw what his wife had seen, a cloaked figure revealing an energy blade as it materialized. The servants were slow to react and could not save their lord in time. Rhea stood and cried out that she saw the blade, and Cerzex also shouted in alarm. A burst of gunfire forced the elite back and disrupted its camouflage, revealing the almost reptilian form beneath. The Spartan drew a magnum and emptied a full magazine into the enemy, reloaded, and fired a second magazine in a blur. Rias watched the Spartan. He snapped his helmet back on before firing again. When he reloaded a third time, their eyes met briefly, and she had the strange impression she could make out his face beneath the visor. From the trees, a larger Covenant force prepared to attack after seeing their comrade fall, but the eldest son of the Gremmery detected them and, using his magic, pointed and wiped them out with a single, sweeping strike. Venelana hurried to her husband's side and asked if he was all right. One of the servants wondered aloud what kind of creatures they were, asking if they were orcs. Cerzex moved closer and answered that they were not. Before anyone could say more, 3 streams of plasma rained down from the sky. 3 phantom ships opened fire with their plasma turrets while additional phantoms appeared overhead. The eldest son of the Gremmery shouted for everyone to take cover and cast a vast magical shield that buckled under the heavy bombardment but held them from immediate harm. Rias covered her face with her arms against the plasma and called out, asking what was happening. She flexed her arms, ready to join the fight. She declared that whoever attacked her family would be their enemy. Several elites and Covenant troops aimed their weapons at the wielder of the Red Dragon, while others surged at the clan members. They underestimated the Security. Plasma bolts fell away from her armor on impact, and a single strike from her was enough to send attackers flying. Once the attackers saw how easily she dispatched their comrades, they concentrated their fire on Rias. Plasma and needle-like rounds rained down, and a brute lobbed a grenade at her feet while she still sheltered from the onslaught. Draig called a warning. The grenade detonated but only briefly disoriented Rias. Lightning descended upon the Covenant forces as Aquino, from the air, brought thunder and bolts with her power as a goddess of lightning. The spectacle stunned the troops. A jackal sniper among the trees took aim at the dark-haired priestess after she had scorched the attackers, but blades erupted from the ground and cut him down. One of Rias's personal servants, Kiba Yudo, had come to her aid. Rias called out to her servants as they fought alongside her. Silent and armed with a gravity hammer, a brute rushed from behind with the intent to kill her. His war cry sounded as he swung the hammer toward her head, but the Spartan who had attacked earlier reappeared and leapt in. He drove a knife toward the brute's neck to hold him, forcing the brute to abandon his hammer. The hammer fell nearby the Security. The Spartan then drew his assault rifle and fired at the enemies pouring from the trees, taking them down one by one with rapid, precise shots. When the brute tried to break free, the Spartan wrestled him and with a swift, decisive strike he neutralized the brute and ended the threat. A Gremmery servant watched in disbelief as Cerzex observed the warrior's skill, as if he recognized the type of enemy and respected the tactics. Having cleared the ground forces, the Spartan turned his attention to the phantom ships. He produced a rocket launcher from his back and fired, destroying one phantom with a single missile. The remaining ships opened fire, and in the chaos he cursed under his breath as their return fire bore down on him. He tried to reload, but before he could, 3 energy shots blasted through the Covenant ships, destroying them. Instantly, Rias had used her dragon shot from a bracer on her left arm. With no enemies remaining in sight, the Spartan lowered his weapon in a gesture of peace. He did not seem to view the demons as opponents since they had helped. Rias greeted him, but her brother Cerzex abruptly intervened, commanding her with authority. A new energy blade deployed nearby, drawing the attention of the demons. The Spartan had been struck from behind by a remaining cloaked Sangaili who had waited for a chance. The elite had impaled the Spartan and lifted him roughly by the head, holding him up like a puppet for everyone to see. Rias reacted in anger at the sight. The elite spoke in his native tongue and demanded the map, promising a quick death otherwise. Silently and without hesitation, the Spartan produced a knife from his right thigh and used it against the Sangaili's neck. The Sangaili, hurt, flung the Spartan aside like a rock. The elite shouted that the Spartan would die for his actions, but Cerzex acted swiftly and unleashed a red magic circle that incinerated the elite in a flash, ending the threat without causing widespread harm. At last the Spartan fell to his knees on the grass, managing to support himself briefly with his arms. The wound to his chest left him in intense pain, and he struggled to remain upright as the severity of the injury took its toll. As he was about to fall to the ground, Rias supported his head and body with the strength her balance breaker provided. Rias urged him to hold on after Drake reported that his vitality was dropping. The Spartan, with little breath, noted that his blood was red. Those were his last words before he lost consciousness. 1 month earlier, Spartan Beta 312 had been reassigned to Noble Team by order of the Master Chief because of the dark times humanity faced. Aboard a Pelican, he traveled through space to Noble's frigate, hidden behind a nebula near a moon in the Kirk system. In the hangar, the only soldier who met him was the team's 3rd member. That soldier guided him to the bridge where the rest of the team was receiving a briefing from the chief. The chief informed them that Grey Team had confirmed the Covenant had found a new Forerunner artifact containing a map to the Guardians that their leader sought. Grey Team had tried to steal the file but had been discovered. Noble Team's leader declared they would retrieve the map. Sierra 117 explained that the Covenant was trying to decipher the map at an outpost in the ruins of Harvest and ordered a raid to destroy the facility. Noble Team agreed to the mission. The chief added that Grey Team had identified one of the Didact's inquisitors, Telvatum, as supervising the decoding. The chief ordered that if they had the opportunity, they should kill him, blaming him for destroying 11 colonies. Noble One vowed to kill him if he had Telvatum in his sights. The Master Chief warned them not to risk Spartans unnecessarily. When the communication ended, the leader turned to the new member. Noble 5 noted that he was the new number 6. Noble 4 looked at his companion and asked if she had read the new Spartans file. The brunette with a mechanical right arm replied that she had read only the parts that hadn't been damaged. The new Spartan introduced himself with respect as Spartan Beta 312 Issei Haidu. Takashi Komuro introduced himself as the leader of Noble Team and named the others: Kora as Noble 2, Tatsuya as Noble 3, Kenichi and Akatsuki as 4 and 5, and Dot as the team's AI. With engines engaged, they left the nebula and set course for Harvest. The commander ordered Dot to take them near Harvest and to activate a psi emitter to avoid detection. Dot confirmed the order. They jumped to slipspace for the long journey ahead. The commander read Issei's file aloud and expressed condolences for the loss of his previous team, and the Spartans shared their own grief over Earth's fall. Noble 3 emphasized that they covered, moved, and worked as a team. Noble 5 welcomed him. For a long month they infiltrated, with great difficulty, what had once been a UNSC planet. They secured the files but were discovered during a failed attempt to eliminate the Inquisitor. Returning to their frigate, they attempted to jump when the engine was struck by a plasma cannon from the Inquisitor's ship, forcing an emergency escape into unknown space. As the frigate burned in the sky, residents of the Gremory clan watched the blaze while the team fled. While running through the ship, Takashi asked how long until the ship would explode. Replied that the explosion had been delayed to 10 minutes, enough time to reach the hangars. Takashi, Kenichi and Issei ran down the corridors, engaging Covenant forces in fast-paced, stylized combat and neutralizing threats without graphic detail. When they reached the hangar, the rest of the team was entrenched behind crates and cover, holding a defensive line against the attackers. Korra called out when the others arrived. The commander asked what their transport would be with 6 minutes remaining. Noble 2 explained that each member would take a separate pelican because the Covenant knew the map existed but not who carried it. Separating would hide the carrier. With Dot's assistance, Takashi took the map and uploaded the AI into his helmet. He prepared to split from the group. Noble Team's leader gave the signal known as March to War, the Spartan communication song used as a coded call to regroup if separated. They readied their weapons and rushed out. They each boarded pelicans under heavy plasma fire in dynamic, anime-style action. Takashi and Kenichi launched first, followed by Akatsuki, then Tatsuya and Issei. Korra's pelican remained under intense fire. The Sangaili leader of the remaining Covenant squad ordered reinforcements and deployed a beacon that, across light years, was received by a Covenant ship assigned to recover the artifact. That ship made a slip-space jump to the planet. Korra feared she could not escape. Issei turned his pelican back to cover her, holding his craft steady and using its guns to keep Covenant forces at bay long enough for her pelican to lift clear of the hangar. Once Korra was free, she urged him to go. As she executed a turn to gain speed, the frigate's chain explosion reached them. A chain reaction struck Issei's pelican and severely damaged one of its main engines. Issei transmitted a mayday and reported the engine failure. Korra called out his designation. Noble leader ordered him to put as much distance as possible between himself and the battle. From that point, Issei's pelican crashed. A Covenant ship reached the planet's atmosphere undetected and deployed phantoms to recover the Spartan at his crash site. He had been gravely wounded by an elite's energy sword during the rescue of the so-called Security. An hour later, above the demon-inhabited planet, the Covenant ship Covenant sailed through orbit while its leader watched the world from his seat. The elite asked where they were. The navigator answered that they were in Sector Caprinu, a galaxy explored but never colonized by either their forces or by humans. Inside the Gremory mansion, the Spartan B-312 had been carried into the clan's medical hall and laid on a bed by the crimson-haired woman who had saved him earlier. In an adjacent room, his eldest brother, the most important demon king of their world, inspected the belongings that had been confiscated from the stranger. Surzex asked Graphia Lucifage, who stood with the retinue, whether that was all they had recovered. Graphia, the silver-haired queen in the retinue, confirmed that it was all they had been able to retrieve. The Spartans' items were arranged on a table like an exhibit: combat knives, an assault rifle, a rocket launcher, his helmet, and the metal identification tag that had hung at his neck. Surzex asked if anyone had claimed responsibility for the incident. Graphia said that, so far, no faction had stepped forward. Surzex then inquired about Cow's brigade, but there was no answer regarding them. Rias, who accompanied them, ignored her brother and the woman he had married. She approached the table silently and picked up the metal tag, reading the letters and numbers that mostly meant nothing to her as Security. She then lifted the Spartan's helmet, curious about the intense yellow tint of its visor and how it might affect vision. Without realizing it, she pressed a button that activated the helmet's frequency channels. A strange, eerie tune began playing loudly March to War. Surzex noticed and told Rias to put it down. Rias apologized, returned the items after finding the control to silence the sound, and wondered how the man could have survived being struck through the chest with an energy blade she did not recognize. At that moment in the medical hall, the Spartan rose to his feet because no one was watching him. Realizing his gear had been taken, he moved to the door where 2 soldiers stood guard. They turned and were surprised to see him awake. The Spartan struck the guard on the left with a punch and then kicked the other guard in the face. Seeing no other sentries in the corridor, he dragged both bodies back into the medical room. He found their bat-like wing attachments on the armor curious and noted the unfamiliar design as he let go of the wing tips. He exited into the hallway and moved cautiously, observing the mansion's decorations as he ventured deeper into the estate. Back in the room with Rias and Serzex, they argued about the warrior's origin. Serzex was incredulous at the suggestion that he could be human, saying that humans had disappeared during the war and had not been as bold as this one in his memory. Rias interjected that she had seen him. After Asia healed him, there had been no detectable magic or known aura. Graphia offered that he might be some new kind of weapon. Asia, the small healer and a member of Rias Gremry's retinue, walked the halls with the others unaware that they were on a collision course with the Spartan. Aquino walked to Asia's right, Kiba was nearby, and Kaneko trailed behind, eating a pastry that she refused to put down. Asia told them that he had not caused trouble but that it surprised her his pulse had not stopped despite being struck in the chest. Kiba moved to stand protectively in front of the young women. They heard something heavy halt before them. When they looked more closely, they saw the armored stranger with slightly disheveled brown hair standing about 2 meters away, expression calm as he met their eyes. Unlike the two guards before, these youths did not have bat-like wing attachments. The Spartan quietly asked if they were humans and then requested to know where he was and which colony this was, explaining that, to his knowledge, all UNSC and independent colonies had been destroyed by the Covenant. He noticed Kiba's hand at his sword and understood that an attack might be coming. Asia wondered aloud why the man had awakened so soon after being treated. She expected he should have been resting and allowing his body to recover for several hours, not minutes. Kiba instructed Aquino and Asia to inform Lucifer. Aquino asked what he would do. Kiba said he would immobilize the stranger. Kaneko sprang at the Spartan and launched a strike to his face, but he easily blocked her moves with his hand, stopping each punch and kick. Kiba, whose given name was Yuto, drew his sword. The Spartan kept his fists raised and used the armored plating of his right arm to block Kiba's strike. A second blow came and was blocked again, but this time the impact split Kiba's sword in two. The force of the collision sent him reeling and left him momentarily off balance. Issei saw that the paint on his armor had barely chipped from the sword blows, and Kiba found that impressive. Issei told Kiba that he should not have done that. Kiba answered by summoning a new sword from the ground through a magic circle and asked who he was. The Spartan replied that his identity was classified while keeping his guard up. Nearby, Rias and her brother were discussing matters in a room when Aquino and Asia burst in to warn them about what was happening. Aquino and Asia reported that the warrior had awakened earlier and that Kiba was involved. Suddenly, the white-haired catgirl Kaneko crashed through the wall across 3 rooms and landed behind Demon King Lucifer, exhausted and injured. The others called out to her, and Serzex, trying to hide his concern, looked through the hole he had created and saw the Spartan standing on the other side of the breach, in the house belonging to his parents. The Spartan thought this was bad when the Demon King looked at him. Just as he was about to flee, a different magic circle sprang up beneath his feet and made his body feel unbearably heavy, far beyond what his training had prepared him for. Issei struggled to force his arms and legs to keep him from collapsing. He barely turned his head and saw the crimson-haired demon lord accompanied by a large group of soldiers and servants who had surrounded him. 5 minutes later, in the main hall of the Gremry mansion, the Spartan had been brought before the 4 most notable members of the clan while more of the soldiers stood guard. He was escorted with his hands held behind him by magical manacles that prevented movement. Kaneko moved behind him and tried to make him kneel with a kick to the back of his left leg but hesitated when the blow had no effect. Serzex, with a simple gesture, forced the Spartan to his knees as if gravity itself were pulling him down. The Spartan noticed his belongings laid out on a table behind the crimson-haired figure like evidence. The Spartan demanded to know who they were and what planet he was on, and Serzex ordered him to be quiet, stating that they would ask the questions. Serzex demanded to know who he was and what faction he belonged to. The Spartan said he did not understand what they meant by faction. Rias intervened and asked what species he was. The Spartan answered that he was human, like them, and a murmur spread through the room at that simple declaration. Venelana reacted with surprise and said that humans were supposed to have disappeared millennia ago. The Spartan remembered the soldiers he had incapacitated earlier and thought that perhaps they were not human at all, wondering privately if they were experiments of the Didact. Spartan insisted on the Spartan's name. The Spartan replied again that the information was classified. The demons found his evasiveness strange, as if he did not belong to any known faction. Then a green emerald magic circle appeared beneath the super soldier, and a pale yellow aura briefly surrounded him. Spartan's tone hardened as he said he would ask again who the Spartan was. Under the compulsion of the enchantment, the Spartan tried to resist but could not. He revealed that his name was Issei and, against his wishes, admitted that he was a Spartan. He stated that he belonged to Beta Company, third generation, identification number. Once compelled by the enchantment, he explained that he had been reassigned to a noble team by UNSC orders after he alone had survived his previous unit, Team Ghost. His mission had been an infiltration on the ancient colony named Harvest. For a month they had moved without detection through Covenant territory until they reached a Forerunner base where, under orders of their leader the Didact, they were attempting to decipher an ancient map that showed the locations of hidden Promethean machines left by that race. Their inquisitor, Telvatum, known to Spartans as Rider, had overseen the decoding. They stole the map when they had the chance but were discovered and escaped to their assigned frigate, the Katyusha, trying to deliver the map to their superiors. If they returned it to UNSC command in time, they might prevent billions from dying and end the war. The demons listened with varying degrees of disbelief and incomprehension. The Spartan described a war against the Covenant, a foe the demons did not recognize. He said the conflict had raged for 50 years across more than 50 worlds, causing unimaginable loss and the destruction of entire cities and planets. He spoke of innocents killed, of cities glassed by powerful weapons, and of a campaign of extermination. Some in the room were incredulous, others found the scale impossible to imagine, but Rias showed empathy for the suffering he described. On the rocky ridge at the edge of BGMI territory, the 5 remaining members of Noble Team watched the mansion from above. After regrouping and evading the Covenant groups that had chased them, they had tracked the signal of their new teammate to the BGMI estate. Noble 4, Kenichi, noted what he saw. Noble 2, Korra, described the mansion as an imposing 19th-century house on a distant world. The leader turned to their AI and asked where they had been brought. Dot replied that the course had been set at random as ordered and that the only available data identified the sector as Caprinu, a remote galaxy far from nearby systems where UNSC colonies or insurgents had settled. The planet had been named Xerus. Kenichi reported that, for some reason, the Earth Union had chosen to refrain from colonizing the sector, and he strapped his shotgun to the back of his armor as he finished conveying the information to his commander. Akatsuki Aosuwa, Noble 5, asked whether they should abandon Issei, pointing out that he was part of their team. Kenichi answered that saving what remained of humanity was more important than saving a single member, and he reminded them why they had been turned into Spartans. Akatsuki argued that it was useless to try to save humanity if they could not save each other. Takashi, Noble 1, raised his voice to stop them and then produced a small chip that stored and at the same time, the stolen map. He explained that the only way back was to steal a Covenant ship capable of slipspace jumps. Tatsuya, Noble 3, asked what made him think such a ship was nearby. Issei pointed out that the number of phantoms and spirits deployed for the sweep meant the Covenant had committed significant resources, which implied a ship with slipspace capability was orbiting Xerus. Korra protested that they had no vehicle to reach that ship. Takashi replied that they had rescued Issei because he had activated an open march to war signal that the Covenant could detect. They had used it to triangulate the Covenant origin, so the orbiting ship should have detected the same signal. Without wasting more time, they began descending the mountain toward BGMI territory, thinking about the Covenant ship orbiting Xerus. On board the Covenant vessel, the command debated their next move against the Spartans and how to recover the stolen files. The lieutenant suggested calling the Inquisitor fleet, and an elite responded with sarcasm about admitting they could not handle a few demons alone. The second-in-command noted that the Spartans had eliminated more than 60% of the troops sent to the planet's surface to trap them. The senior elite insisted their current reinforcements were nothing compared to what they would now send. He had a new plan that he believed would bring him glory before the Didact. They had triangulated the source of the open signal, which was spreading across frequencies like a song. Orders were given to ready fresh troops and prepare the ship for orbital descent so they could personally hunt those demons. The tale the Spartan had told during interrogation had been chilling and depressing, more than anyone had imagined. After the questioning, he had been thrown into a cell within BGMI territory. Because of his strength, 2 of Rias's servants were assigned as extra guards. A new day had dawned. Zecticus walked the halls of the manor with his son after ordering the human thrown into the dungeon. He observed that they would not let the man go. Cerzex replied that they could not risk more of those things coming. Lucifer argued that keeping the prisoner would yield the same result, while Cerzex said he wanted answers first, where humanity had been all this time and what those creatures were that the human had brought with him. He spoke from curiosity and concern for his people. Rias came running up behind them, breathless. Cerzex asked what was wrong. She asked what they intended to do with the prisoner and pressed him with concern about the danger to his people. Cerzex deflected, saying he had been present at the interrogation and had heard everything, and that he would release the prisoner after a few more questions. Rias insisted they should help humans, reminding them that the people were in danger. Cerzex countered that their species had disappeared during the Great War and now had reappeared seemingly unbidden in their world with dangerous creatures. Rias demanded to know how they could ignore that, worrying that even if he were released, the creatures might follow him or he might not even be able to leave, since he had emerged from something erupting in the sky. Before the argument could escalate further, Graphia entered the corridor with news for Lucifer. The council required his presence. Cerzex sighed, understood that the council would ask questions about the previous night, and told Rias to stay away from the prisoner. Rias decided she would not obey that order and descended to the dungeons in search of the soldier who had fought alongside them against the Covenant forces. In the cell block she found Kiba and Kaneko standing guard. They were the 2 servants who had tried to face the soldier and ended up against the concrete walls. The cell was enclosed not by bars but by a spell that confined a space roughly 2 meters by 2.5. Inside, the super soldier sat in a corner with his left hand resting on his leg and his head supported by his hand. He looked calm, eyes closed but not asleep. Rias asked Kiba if he had caused any trouble since being placed there. Yuto answered that he had remained quiet and had not given trouble like before. Rias stood there, thinking about the hundreds of questions that had arisen since he had claimed to be human. She would not wait for her brother's permission to meet them. Rias asked to be left alone, and one of the servants objected that Lord Lucifer's orders still stood. Rias reassured him that she knew what her brother had said and that she would answer to him, smiling broadly. Obeying their mistress, the 2 servants withdrew. Alone, Rias looked at the Spartan, who maintained the same impassive expression despite having heard and understood everything. Rias greeted him, and when he did not react she noted that he could not be sleeping and told him not to pretend. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes. Rias introduced herself as Rias BGMI and observed that he was a human. After her brother had probed him with magic, the Spartan remained silent, simply staring. Rias urged him to speak. Issei made it clear that if she wanted to learn about him she would have to use the same method as before, and he gave her his name, Issei Hayu. Spartan Beta. Rias explained that his actions earlier had been the reason for the magical inquiry, since he had attacked her servants, but she was willing to let it go and asked him to tell her more. Issei, almost mocking, asked why she spoke of humans as if they were something new to her and whether this was the first time she had ever seen one. Rias answered yes, which puzzled Issei, but his training kept him composed. He told her that humans had disappeared after the Great War of the Factions. When Rias asked what he meant by the faction war, Issei described it as the greatest conflict between the magical world's angels, demons, and the fallen warring for supremacy after God had been killed by 2 celestial dragons. Rias interrupted, incredulous, since in her homeland such beings were nothing more than bedtime tales parents told their children. In response, she revealed a pair of black, bat-like wings. Issei stood open-mouthed in astonishment, then rose to get a closer look, wondering to himself where Dot had brought them. Rias was about to continue their conversation when an authoritative voice came from the hand of the beast she carried, which surprised Issei even more. At the same moment her father arrived. He had told her to stay away from Issei, but she had come down to learn more. Her father, seeing visitors, ordered her to return upstairs with him. Although she wanted to stay and press Issei for answers, she obeyed and left the Spartan behind with many unanswered questions. Meanwhile, the council meeting among the demon leaders was underway. Sirzex had gathered the most important members to resolve a deadlock from the previous meeting and to address the true reason for the assembly. One of the counselors shifted the topic and reported that an anomaly had been recorded in their world the day before. Using a magic circle, the counselor projected a recording of the event. A strange creature had appeared in the sky, encased in fire, emerging through a spatial rift before bursting apart in a flash of light. The counselor emphasized that they needed to determine who had sent the creature and what its purpose had been. Speculation and paranoia spread quickly. One member asked if any faction had intended to attack them, and another questioned why the nearest clan had not reported the incident earlier. Sirzex stood and warned against leaping to conspiratorial conclusions, saying he had already asked the other factions and none had claimed responsibility. They had denied any knowledge of the event. One counselor suggested that the angels might be behind it, given the long history of tension since the Longinus of the celestial dragons had come into their possession. Tension rose among the members while 3 of the elder mages took deep breaths and Sirzex worked to calm the growing unrest. Back upstairs, Rias's father led her to a room where someone she least wanted to see was waiting. Razor stood there, accepting a cup of tea brought by Graphia while he waited for Rias, and his presence immediately irritated her. Razor reminded her that he was her fiancé and that he could visit her from time to time. He set the cup aside, approached her, and placed a hand on her waist as if claiming her. Rias reacted with visible anger and struck him in the stomach. They had been betrothed for several years by the council because of their magical attributes. The girl had done everything she could to have that decision reconsidered and overturned, but none of her plans had worked so far. The only thing that kept her composed was the occasional taunt she directed at Razor whenever he tried to dominate Rias. Razor, the phoenix, fell to his knees from the pain and shortness of breath caused by such a blow. Razor demanded to know why she had come this time. Rias explained that she had heard something strange had happened yesterday in his territory and had come to ask whether it was true or only a rumor. Razor asked what she had heard. Rias related the rumor that a burning machine had appeared from the sky through a portal and exploded over her lands, and that when night fell there had been flashlight-like lights in the sky above her home. Razor expressed surprise at the quality of that information. Rias said she could not speak freely about it. Her orders would not allow it. When Razor suggested that the orders came from her brother, Rias replied that it had not been the angels and that she would tell him, but he must not tell anyone else. Rias looked at Razor with a serious expression. Outside the mansion, 2 of Rias's servants sat by the fountain at the grand house's entrance. Asia held her small dragon familiar asleep in her arms, while beside her sat Aquino, Rias's chief companion. Aquino noted how cute the little dragon looked when it slept. Asia admitted the dragon liked to be carried that way, then asked Aquino about the armored man from yesterday. Aquino reminded her that he had been thrown into a cell by Lucifer's order and that Kaneko and Kiba had been assigned as guards, which was why they were not with the others. Asia wondered aloud about how his wounds must be, which Aquino heard. Aquino teased Asia lightly, and Asia flushed, insisting it was not what Aquino feared. Asia explained that she had been surprised at how quickly he had recovered. Rias had said he had been wounded by a sword and should have been unconscious for days. It was astonishing that he had survived and regained strength so soon. Aquino agreed that everyone had been impressed by his rapid recovery. Despite the sacred gear's capacity to heal serious injuries, it seemed remarkable that the pain had faded so quickly. Just when everything seemed calm, a great shadow began to fall over the grounds. At first they thought it was a cloud blocking the sun, but when they looked up and heard a faint metallic hum from above, their fear grew. A heavy destroyer-class ship of the Covenant, the Glorious Land, descended close to the surface of the world called Xeris. Its arrival was more striking than the burning frigate that had appeared the previous day, and not just the Gremory household witnessed it, a large portion of the demon population watched as well, men, women, and children of all ages. Rias noticed the strange shadow over her home and how all her servants were staring. Rias and Razor left the house and, standing together, watched the immense ship hovering motionless above them. The presence of such an entity reached the ears of the council when a soldier burst in to report the news to the archmages. The soldier bowed before the 4 archmages and then explained what he had seen. Sirzex ordered him to stand, and the soldier led them to the site. Minutes later, outside the council building, demons watched the massive Covenant starship suspended in the air at a distance, all questioning what it was and what it intended. Razor asked what the ship could be. Rhea suggested that perhaps someone would know, but she soon focused on her servants as Asia and Aquino rose from the fountain, drawing her attention. Rhea called to Asia and Aquino, and both turned to answer their mistress. Inside the destroyer's bridge, the command crew watched through cameras trained on the location that had emitted a signal from Issei's helmet. An officer confirmed that the signal had originated from this site. An ensign observed that it was a human settlement, noting surprise since they had believed there were no human worlds remaining. The captain reasoned that these must be survivors who had fled when their planets were purified, and he declared that, since they were here, this planet would be purified as well. Rias had already ordered all of her household servants inside when she realized the ship had come for the Spartan they had sheltered in their home. As she prepared to leave, Draig warned her that something approached from behind. Rias turned and saw 5 Banshee fighters diving toward her, each firing bursts from their plasma cannons. Razor reacted immediately upon seeing his mistress targeted. The attack did not only strike the Gremory mansion, small communities of the household servants were also being targeted. From the council chamber, Sirzex could hear reports of the assault on his clan and could not hide his concern. The same soldier who had reported earlier stood before Lucifer to relay the situation. Lucifer ordered the militias mobilized, vowing that whoever these attackers were, they would be defeated. In the Gremory dungeons, the Spartan who remained under Kaneko and Kiba's watch heard the Banshee bombardment through the walls and felt the building tremble from the impacts above. Kaneko asked what was happening upstairs. Kiba answered that they were under attack and suggested the attackers had likely been tracking them. Issei, the Spartan, edged toward the limits of his cell and strained to look down the corridor toward the exit. Kiba, the Crimson Princess's fierce swordsman, demanded to know what he meant. Issei warned that the attackers were marking the surface with banshees first and that phantoms and spirits would soon be deploying troops nearby. The only way to prevent them from being killed would be to get him out of the cell. Kiba refused to free him and ordered Kaneko to keep watch until he returned. Draig answered with a sharp boost, supplying the energy Rias needed. Her balance breaker armor channeled that power into a dragon-like blast from her chest that struck at the approaching banshees, which had swelled from 5 to 50 in an instant. She aimed a concentrated shot at the destroyer, but the ship's energy shield absorbed the impact. Draig observed that the ship possessed its own protective field, and Rias noted that the banshees also carried shields, though weaker than the cruisers. A burst of plasma fell toward Rias from the right as a banshee attacked. She raised her arms to shield her face and did not immediately see Razor cut down an atmospheric fighter with a massive flare. Razor's phoenix flames produced an explosion that halted the plasma barrage. Rias snapped at him mentally that she would not just stand idle, and she bluntly insisted she had the situation under control. From above she watched her home. The servants had erected a magical barrier around the house for protection while the small garrison of soldiers fired tridents at the banshees and at phantoms and spirits descending to the ground. Ground troops were being freed to search for the Spartan and recover the stolen map. A soldier shouted that enemy infantry had been spotted, and a sergeant barked orders to prepare for combat. On the attacker's side, a junior commander of the elites directed an enormous squad of over 100 mixed troops in the assault. He ordered his captains to show no mercy and activated 2 energy swords. One of the officers ordered the troops to kill, and the wave of attackers pressed forward, their cries sowing fear among the house guards. One defender noted that there were too many of them. The idea of fleeing crossed their minds, but abandoning their posts would mean severe punishment from Mahu Lucifer. They did not realize the frontal assault was only a distraction. The magical barrier around the house would repel the plasma fire, but it would not prevent a covert infiltration by a zealot squad descending from a camouflaged phantom. Rias, with her balance breaker, positioned herself to lead the defense. She told the defenders to hold their positions and that they could win. The sight of the security at the front lifted their spirits. Rias unleashed a massive flame attack while hovering with her phoenix wings spread. The blast struck gas tanks carried by Ungwi units, triggering dramatic explosions and cries of pain. The attack devastated many of the lighter enemy units, but the elites, protected by their stronger shields, pushed on intact. The jackals used circular shields to avoid the worst of the flames. Ungwi and brute units were neutralized by the blast. As the remaining enemy forces returned fire, the defenders replied with their tridents. The elites, better trained and more efficient than the demon soldiers, pressed the assault relentlessly, and several attackers were forced out of the fight by precise strikes or concentrated plasma. Rias cursed and begged Drake for more power. The red dragon responded with another boost. Propelled by small thrusters on her armor, Rias charged the horde of elites and aimed straight for their leader. She called Ascalon, the god-blessed sword she wielded as the security, and lunged for a decisive move. The elite leader intercepted by crossing his two swords in an X to counter, blocking her strike and stopping her advance. He answered with a swift riposte that surprised Rias and spun her aside with a driving kick. Two elites closed in from the flanks with sabers. One was overwhelmed by Ascalon and removed from the fight, while the other was cut out of the engagement by a clever diagonal strike. The leader railed against those who attacked his family and matched Rias blow for blow, halting Ascalon again. The leader spoke in his own tongue, questioning whether she was the new weapon they had created. Rias, not understanding his language, countered and broke through his defense. While Rias kept most of the elites occupied, Razor faced assaults from banshees in the air and jackals on the ground. The opposing units were formidable, and the jackals' hand shields made them difficult foes. Inside the house, Venelana watched her daughter leading the defense and felt a mother's worry. Aquino and several servants approached Lord Gremory and asked for permission to go support Rias. Unseen by them, 5 camouflaged zealots had crept through the hall searching for the map and the Spartans who had stolen it. As the conversation continued, 4 of the zealots began to circle the Gremory family and their attendants, waiting to strike at close range. Asia noticed a translucent shadow approaching the matriarch and called out to Venelana. The matriarch's husband recognized the figure and raised his weapon defensively. Asia formed a magic circle with an open palm and used it to hurl one zealot against the wall. The 4 remaining zealots shed their camouflage and attacked. Some servants retreated behind protective magic circles while others used those shields to counterattack. Several attackers were driven back by concentrated plasma fire or struck by energy swords and rendered unable to continue. Asia urged Aquino to stay down while she returned fire and maintained the defense. Kiba, halfway down the corridor, noticed the strange translucent form of the 5th zealot. Yuto Kiba drew his blade and demanded to know who the intruder was. The zealot did not speak. Instead, he unleashed an energy sword while still camouflaged. Remembering how he had underestimated a Spartan earlier, Yuto invoked a second sword and prepared to meet the threat. Deducing the form of his enemy, the clash of swords rang out from where the Gremory knight had appeared. Kaneko, holding her position, could hear the hum of plasma through her Nikomata senses and, combined with the sound of metal on metal, instinctively went on alert. Issei also listened and quickly pieced together the situation. Issei whispered that Zealot should listen and told Kaneko to get him out. Kaneko refused in the way she always did. Issei explained that they were coming for him, that the march to war signal meant they would slaughter everyone in the area until they found him, perhaps even the whole planet, and that the only way to stop it was to take him away. Kaneko hesitated as the shots and sword clashes drew nearer from above the mansion. Issei implored her to take him, insisting that if she did not, they would all die. Kaneko resisted, torn by doubt. The zealots were advancing. From the sounds, their allies were outmatched by the enemy. She wondered whether she could stand against them or if only Issei could. The zealots fought Zecticus to protect their family and servants. Kiba engaged another elite and pushed toward the Spartan cell without realizing the Spartan was inside. Of the 5 zealots, 4 were confronting the patriarch of the Gremory family, and the 5th faced Rias's knight. One of Zecticus's combatants, using active camouflage, slipped away from the battle while his partner continued fighting. Issei kept shouting to be taken out of his prison. Kaneko remained frozen, listening to the fight above and understanding that failing to act could doom their world. Frustration boiled over. She cried out that she did not know what was happening up there and that there was nothing she could do. Her words cut off as a camouflaged assailant moved behind her, gripped her neck, and lifted her off the ground. Her heart raced. No one had ever managed to lift or strangle her like that. Issei demanded that the assailant release her. The elite asked sharply where the map was. Kaneko answered that the map was far from the didact's hands. The zealot responded that, then, her life was also out of reach and tightened his grip. Kaneko struggled to free herself, but the zealot's strength overcame her. Issei fought desperately to break the barrier of his prison, his armor beginning to scorch under the strain. A sudden, devastating strike silenced Kaneko and she fell still. Yuto arrived wounded in his right arm, having fought the zealot confronting him, and rushed to Kaneko's side. The elite withdrew his camouflage, revealing himself to the blonde swordsman, who glared at the killer with hatred. The zealot repeated his demand for the map. Yuto vowed to kill him and drew his sword, but the zealot struck and pinned him against the wall, shattering the boy's blades and hitting him hard in the side with an energy blade so that Yuto was left gasping. The zealot sneered that all humans were the same, talkative and instantly defeated in combat, and prepared to finish Yuto when, unexpectedly, Issei managed to break free from his cell. Kiba stared in disbelief as Issei pressed his body against the magical barrier and, through sheer will, broke the spell. Issei emerged from the cell and charged. The zealot lunged at the Spartan with his sword, and Issei, diverting the blade, drove a small knife into the elite's throat until the hilt struck. In shock from the sudden wound, the zealot's sword was taken from him and Issei ended the threat with a swift, decisive strike. Yuto, badly hurt, could barely speak. He admitted that it was difficult to defeat one foe, let alone two. Issei looked at Kaneko's fallen body with remorse and said that he had fought Covenant forces since he was 10. When asked what he was, Issei answered that he was a Spartan. The word resonated with Kiba. Issei was no longer merely a prisoner but a kind of hero they needed in that moment. Kiba, wounded and panting, said he still heard fighting both inside and outside the mansion and that although Issei should not have to, they needed his help. Issei asked where his gear was. Kiba told him to follow the left corridor and count 10 doors. The 10th would be the Gremory trophy room. Kiba then dragged himself toward Kaneko. Issei moved cautiously in the direction Kiba had given and left the injured man behind. The boy crawled to Kaneko and leaned close to her face. She coughed weakly, a small trace of blood at her lips, and her energy was low. Issei breathed a sigh of relief to find her still alive. Kaneko managed, painfully, to joke that being like a cat gave her 7 lives. Yuto, grimacing from his injuries, noted that she now had only 2 left. Kaneko asked if Issei had freed the Spartan. Kiba reported that Issei had escaped on his own, pressing through the barrier with sheer will. When asked where Issei had gone, Kiba said simply that he had gone to save them. Unnoticed, a second group of zealots infiltrated the other side of the house, fighting the Gremory servants and soldiers. Hearing the plasma fire, Issei did not hesitate. The only way to help was to recover the equipment that had been taken from him. He counted doors as he went 7, 8, 9, 10 and entered the trophy room. Helmets, weapons, and other trophies lined the walls. He ignored what was not his and retrieved his gear, his helmet, pistols, rifles, knives, and grenades. The sounds of plasma fire moved closer. The leader of the second zealot team had triangulated the signal from Noble 6's helmet and believed he had Issei's location narrowed down, not realizing he and 2 of his soldiers were walking into a trap. They opened the door, and their march into the mansion sealed their fate. Issei carried his DMR with a grenade launcher attachment kept in secret compartments of his armor. He shouted the name Demon as he prepared to fire, then referred to his grenade as his little friend and launched it. The projectile struck, and 3 Shangilios fell in the blast. The explosion did not shake the house, but it echoed loud enough for everyone to hear. The 2 remaining attackers heard the detonation and reacted. One ran along the route his captain had taken to find the signal's origin. As he rounded the first corner, a burst of bullets struck the elite before he could defend himself. Issei fired until the elite's shield failed and the man dropped from the barrage of rounds. Issei called out the name Aldaris for his fallen young companion. Suddenly, Noble 6 emerged with a submachine gun, aimed his plasma carbine and fired once, but the shot missed. Issei responded with 7 rapid shots to the elite's head, killing him instantly. He approached the body, which was slumped against the wall, and fired 2 more rounds into the chest to be certain. Hidden behind furniture and in hallways, the Gremory servants watched the Spartan with terror. He had slain the enormous reptilian attacker and finished it off. To them, he was a killer. He moved toward where Zecticus was engaged with the remaining zealots. Outside, Zecticus's daughter continued to fight the Covenant drop forces while Razor battled the relentless banshees. Razor cursed as he lowered from the altitude he'd reached at the start of the fight and admitted that he was getting tired. He fired left and right. The banshees' fuel flares and afterburners left them largely intact, and each required multiple hits to bring down. He taunted that he had thought phoenixes never ran out of magic while firing a dragon shot burst at several brutes deployed by spirits. He conceded that his magic was not what was failing, but his physical strength was. Then he saw another squadron of banshees bearing down on him and swore in frustration. He unleashed a massive blast called Great Lotus, a concentrated shot of fire that ripped through 4 Covenant fighter craft and destroyed them, but more approached immediately. Drake, listening, pointed out that Razor was running out of energy as well. Razor begged Drake for more power, explaining that he was tired and that his family, clan, and their servants were all in danger. Drake warned that even if he transferred power, Razor would burn through it faster each time, but Razor insisted. As he pleaded, more phantom and spirit craft descended toward them. Razor heard an anguished shout and understood why it came too late. A yellow-armored elite with an energy sword was seconds from stabbing the Security because of a careless moment. Although she could kill him with Ascalon, she would also sustain injury. From a nearby low hill, Noble 3 aimed at the elite's head and fired a single precise shot from less than a meter away from the woman in the massive red armor. The shot struck true and the elite collapsed. A spray marked her armor and the enemy fell cleanly, decisively neutralized. Rias was stunned as 5 figures on a small rise near the mansion revealed themselves. The rest of the Noble team, weapons ready, regarding their foe with contempt. On the destroyer, the destruction officer reported to his captain that the demons who had stolen the map had been spotted, putting the image large on the bridge screens. The captain ordered that they be killed, saying they could not be allowed to live. The command spread to the troops on the ground, and their focus shifted. Razor and Rias did not understand the sudden change, but it was clear to the Covenant that these Spartans were now the primary threat. Phoenix wondered who these newcomers were. The Covenant ground forces charged the 5 Spartans, who held their position and assessed the shifting situation. The Noble leader knew what to do first and called the name Kenichi. Noble 4 responded that the commander did not need to say it. The Spartan with a skull painted on his helmet stepped forward, engaged his thrusters and servos, and leapt high into the air, landing at the base of the rise just as Covenant soldiers began to ascend. He descended with even greater speed and slammed into the mass of enemies, scattering soldiers in every direction and eliminating many in a single, skillful impact. Rias and Razor watched the display in awe, and it did not end there. The rest of the Noble team drew their weapons and opened fire without mercy. Though the Covenant fought back, their counterattacks proved futile and they were quickly cut down. Armed with new model Spartan lasers, Tatsuya and Korra disabled banshees and other small enemy craft with relative ease. The Security could only think the display was remarkable. Inside the house, Zecticus was exhausted and the 3 zealots pressed their attack. With great effort he managed to get behind one and drive a blade into its neck, killing it. The zealot recognized him and called out the name Spartan in shock. Before the others could press the advantage, Noble 6 activated a spherical shield by striking the ground, protecting Zecticus. The plasma volley bounced off, and a Spartan with a pistol used the opening to end one elite with every round remaining. When the shield fell, the servants aimed at Issei despite what they had witnessed and reacted accordingly. Venelana rushed to her husband, calling out her concern. Lord Gremory stepped between them and told her to stop, stating that Issei was not their enemy. He was not certain whether Issei had come on his own, been drawn by the invaders, or acted at the behest of his guards, but he owed him gratitude. It was not time to celebrate. The Covenant forces paused in the face of such an unexpected counterattack. Humanity's forces were near collapse, but the Spartans known as demons remained the last targets the Covenant needed to eliminate. Their ground forces had been reduced to less than 60%, as had their air units. From the destroyer, the commander seethed at the humiliation of the setback, but resources were dwindling and he refused to accept defeat. A subordinate on the bridge then asked the captain what they should do next. The officers shouted that they had run out of soldiers, panic rising across the bridge. An unnamed commander ordered that the troops deployed to the town be brought back to deal with the demons, each word dripping with frustration. A subordinate reported to Lucifer that the town's forces had been eliminated. A Spartan demanded more forces. Another officer admitted uncertainty and said they had lost contact with many units at the same time. Unbeknownst to most, Xerxes had personally gone to rescue his family, bringing the legions of the underworld with him. His magic alone had been enough to wipe out the remaining Covenant forces. The commander informed Lucifer that there were no enemies left. Xerxes directed that the 7th Army remain to attend to the civilians while the 2nd Army would accompany him. His officers acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Rius and Razor, fighting alongside the Spartans, crushed the remaining Covenant soldiers in a blur of coordinated strikes. Takashi shouted at the sight of Issei joining the battle and taking out several foes at once. Issei called out to the commander without lowering his guard. Rius's commander noticed and asked if he had been allowed out. Issei replied in the affirmative and fired at 5 grunts trying to flee. Rius introduced herself, forming a protective circle to cover their backs with noble poise. Takashi announced the team as noble. Razor suggested they could get to know one another later, adding that they should finish clearing the area first. Akatsuki cautioned that their ammunition was running low. Kenichi observed that their plan had gone wrong and slashed at the nearest enemies with his sword. They needed a new plan. They were pinned down when, as if answering a cry for help, reinforcements arrived. A voice from the sky announced the gate of, and the dark heavens above the Covenant destroyer, already choked with smoke, were suddenly painted red. Golden circles appeared and from them poured swords, spears, halberds, and other ancient weapons, which descended like a volley of bullets. Issei asked what was happening. The phoenix called out a name he could not place. Rius recognized the culprit, Gilgamesh Babylon, whose authority she named with quiet certainty. The ancient weapons struck the ground like a rain of projectiles. Rius raised her hands and formed a massive magical circle that shielded Razor and the Spartans from the onslaught. In the wake of that barrage, the Covenant troops were overwhelmed and neutralized by the overwhelming attack. The captain aboard the destroyer asked what had occurred, and an officer stammered a reply. Everyone on the bridge watched as a man in golden armor levitated level with the destroyer, arms crossed and wearing a look of disdain toward the ship. He spoke to no one in particular about how he had been forced to soil his weapons on strange creatures and would not do the same for this beast. A young female voice answered him from nearby. An officer announced a new enemy signal. The captain demanded to know where, and the officer replied that it was coming from inside the ship. A wave of energy began to envelop the vessel. A black and purple aura wrapped the destroyer and tore it apart into millions of invisible shards in a single expanding pulse. Tatsuya noted dryly that this had ruined their plan to escape the world. Rius reacted with surprise when her brother teleported in with the entire 2nd Army. To their home. She greeted him politely, but he did not answer, seeing the enemy eliminated in an instant had left him bemused. Xerxes asked who had done it. Lucifer heard a childlike feminine voice resonate through the area. Through a dimensional rift, the members of a feared and respected group appeared, the Cow's Brigade. Ophis, the dragon of infinity, stood among them. Gilgamesh, the first demigod of history, was present. Son Goku, the monkey god's son, arrived with Medea, the witch of betrayal, and Medusa, daughter of the original Medusa. Kuroka, who was notably anxious, was there as well. Rius named Ophis, and Ophis returned the greeting in her own way. Gilgamesh was the first to approach the Crimson Ruler. He took her hand and offered a courteous compliment, expressing that much had passed since they last met. Razor felt a pang of jealousy at the display, as did Rias's brother. Cerzex questioned the Cow's brigade about their unusual arrival. Ophis explained that they had come as soon as they saw the disturbance. Around them, the ruined bodies and scattered gear of Covenant units marked the battlefield. Kuroka asked Rias sharply where her sister was, explaining that she had detected an elite attempt on her life, one of the reasons the Cow's brigade had come. The gates of the Gremory household opened after the fighting, and both children saw their parents safe and unharmed. Servants emerged behind them, among whom Kaneko supported Kiba. Rias ran to embrace her Nikomata sister, and Issei was surprised and relieved to see the small albino alive. Ophis, the Dragon of Infinity, asked what had happened. Rias, as Crimson Ruler, said they did not know, but that some present might have answers. Feeling scrutinized, Noble raised his weapons defensively when Lucifer ordered the soldiers of the Second Army to surround them. Venelana urged caution and approached, explaining that the newcomers were not enemies and that Issei and the Spartans had fought alongside Rias. Rias's sister confirmed that they had arrived and helped. Takashi hesitated to trust strangers who had teleported into the scene and asked Issei if he trusted them. Issei said he would not be so quick to trust them. Cerzex lowered his guard enough to approach with his usual serious, mature bearing. The Spartans likewise lowered their weapons when they sensed no immediate hostility. The mage observed that, although their actions warranted celebration, there was much to learn about these arrivals. Noble warned that if the newcomers were held against their will, the world could suffer, insisting that the Covenant would send more troops. Cerzex explained that they needed to talk. Humans had gone extinct thousands of years ago and were now returning alongside the forces called the Covenant. There was gratitude toward the Spartans but also tension and many questions. They were not welcome yet could not simply leave. Cerzex intended to ask the necessary questions, and the answers would determine his reaction. Far away, the Inquisitor the Vadam reported to his lord, the Didact, from the Covenant command city. He was questioned before the other Inquisitors. The Inquisitor, seated on a Forerunner throne with his jaw resting on his left hand, accused Thelvadam of failure in front of the assembly. The Sangaili knelt before his leader while the Inquisitor demanded what he had to say in his defense. Thelvadam replied to the Didact that he had not failed as they believed, and then revealed something he had carried from the old human colony. Using his telekinetic powers, he produced a file and opened it before the gathered warriors. He made clear that the document in his hand was the true map they had found. The humans had believed they had gone unnoticed when they arrived on the planet, and the humans had been allowed to take a corrupted copy of the map, a tracker that would lead their pursuers to where the rest of humanity hid. The Didact admitted that he was surprised this time and felt a grim satisfaction at the new information. A week passed since the attack. The assembled noble team had been given shelter inside the Gremory territory within the forest, near the family mansion. They wanted to remain apart from the others, living like hermits. 5 pelicans hovered as a star above while the Spartans A-266 Tatsuya, A-239 Kenichi, S-042 Akatsuki, and B-312 Issei kept watch. B-320 managed to open a clear channel by modifying the radio of one of the pelicans to establish a long-distance link across space, and he reported the success. Commander A-256 registered the signal and hesitated, asking whether the Covenant could trace them. The commander disliked the answer but recognized that this might be their only chance to contact their allies and leave the world. He also acknowledged the risk that the Covenant might locate them and any planets in the system if the line were intercepted, and he hoped the UNSC would be the first to pick up the message. Outside, the 4 Spartans detected movement when Rias approached, attempting to slip by unnoticed. Issei, confident in their training, told her that they knew she was there and that she should come out. Rias stepped from behind the hiding tree and presented a calm, non-threatening demeanor to the Spartans. Noble 6, A-256 Takashi, asked why she persisted in staying near them. Rias answered that many in the council wanted to know when they would leave after hearing the reports. Takashi reminded her that they had agreed to leave only after contacting their people elsewhere and that none of the council would be accompanying them. Flashback. As soon as the battle against the Covenant destroyer ended, the 6 Spartans were brought before the Council of Demons by orders of Lucifer. The council, eager for answers after learning that the Spartans were human, assembled with leaders from every surviving pillar of the faction war. Murmurs and speculation filled the chamber as the 4 mages initiated the interrogation. Surzex declared that it was time for the Spartans to tell the truth about the attackers who had struck the Gremmery clan. Tatsuya resisted, insisting they had nothing to tell the council. Korra urged silence as well, suggesting it was safer not to involve themselves. Surzex, however, invoked the Nuremberg circle he had used before with Issei and warned that they would be compelled to answer. Taken off guard by the magic, the Spartans faced the circle. Issei, anticipating the move, slipped behind Takashi, removed the dot chip from the commander's helmet interface, and extracted the AI. Takashi demanded to know what he was doing, and Issei brushed it off as a stupid stunt while holding the chip. Seeing the cooperation, Surzex dispelled his conjuration. The leader of Clan Baal asked what the object was. Issei presented the chip as the source of the answers they sought and addressed it by name. When the small holographic figure of a woman in Victorian style-made attire appeared, the demons reacted with surprise. The AI introduced herself as Antidot, an artificial intelligence assigned to the noble team, and made a brief, old-fashioned bow. Beelzebub speculated that she might be an artificial life form akin to a homunculus and asked if humans practiced alchemy. Antidot clarified that alchemy had not been practiced for centuries and explained instead that she had been created from a human brain sample long ago. Surzex acknowledged her explanation but pressed for other answers. He noted that the human species disappeared from their records during the ancient faction war thousands of years ago and demanded to know where they had been. Antidot admitted ignorance of the specific wars referenced and could not find corresponding records in the council's archives. She then asked for the commander's helmet to use as a projector. Takashi removed his helmet and allowed Antidot to interface with it. She projected holographic images that explained the origins and history of humanity. The AI showed the planet Earth and explained that it was where humanity began and from where they had spread. Surzex asked what was meant by expansion, and the AI responded that one of humanity's fundamental instincts was internal conflict. Countless wars had been fought among nations, clans, and tribes. The projection displayed images of ancient cultures and civilizations locked in conflict, armies clashing, fortified positions, and long campaigns between rival powers. Antidot continued through history, showing the 2 world wars, trench battles, armored assaults, maritime conflicts in the Pacific, and desert campaigns in North Africa. The projections conveyed the terrible destructive power humanity had developed, including massive nuclear detonations, and noted that those weapons had brought catastrophic consequences for the species. The council watched with concern at the display of human military capability. Despite the technological and martial devastation, Antidot concluded with the observation that after the ruins and loss of life, humanity turned toward the stars. The wounds carved into the earth would take many decades to heal, and the human population grew each day until it became impossible for the world of their birth to recover. They decided to unite to find new worlds where they could be reborn. That displayed images of the first starships entering slipspace and of their arrivals at planets where new civilizations were built. Rias had always dreamed of crossing the stars and marveled to see that humanity had done so. That explained that in the search for new worlds they encountered a new species. A short film showed a UNSC convoy battlecruisers Barry, Glaves, and Ingham leading a fleet of 92 ships meeting an unknown enemy. For a long time humans believed they were alone in space, and when they thought it might be the dawn of a new era, it became the start of a nightmare. Of the 92 warships that encountered them that first time, only 1 returned. That recounted how 3 devastating shots from Covenant cruisers, cloaked above the human ships, destroyed each vessel with a single concentrated blast. That revealed graphic data on the enemy and said they called themselves the Covenant. That reported that the Covenant were a union of different species serving a forerunner, the last known being of a race far older than humanity's home world and ancient beyond ordinary comprehension. showing an image of the Covenant leader unveiled the true interest in Lucifer. Serzex leaned forward and whispered that he recognized him. Only Seraphal Leviathan, dressed as a magical girl, heard the whisper and looked at Serzex with surprise. Continued the history. At first humanity had underestimated this new enemy. Harvest was the first example. A fleet of over 200 enemy ships obliterated the planet in 48 hours, leaving no survivors. The footage of the smoking planet unsettled everyone. This enemy was more terrible than they had imagined. Humanity had weapons capable of inflicting great damage, but they were limited and slow to produce. Planet after planet fell. Then a secret project was revealed, Project Spartan I. 8 images appeared of the first 8 prototype subjects. They were Spartans with code names instead of numbers, all wearing standard Mjolnir armor. That identified them as Archer, who carried a sniper rifle, Lancer, armed with a shotgun, Saber with an assault rifle, Rider wielding 2 M20 pistols, Berserker with a rocket launcher, Caster carrying a Spartan laser, and Avenger carrying a DMR. That narrated that when the planet Arcadia was about to be assaulted, the 8 were sent alone to destroy the enemy fleet without support, and they succeeded. 229 enemy ships were destroyed, marking humanity's first victory. The cost was great. Only Avenger, Archer, and Rider returned. Displayed the photos of the surviving Spartans. Rider was Avery Johnson, Archer was John Forge, Avenger was Kiritsugo Amiya. The mission had bought time, but 3 survivors would not be enough. They decided to create more Spartans. The second generation of Spartans was recruited from war orphans. 53 Spartans, members of Company Sierra, defended Arcadia when the Covenant returned, and again the Spartans held the line. That showed footage of Spartans dropping from the sky and landing as heroes, commanding hundreds of Marines and ODSTs on the ground. The Covenant continued to press attacks on other planets, and Spartans were distributed across all fronts. They were not lost, but they were too few for a decisive victory. After nearly 20 years of war, the third generation of Spartans was introduced, recruited with the same qualities as the second. Hearing that the Spartans were made from war orphans saddened the heir of the Gremory clan. That went on. 300 new Spartans, divided into companies Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, were sent on 3 suicide operations to destroy enemy installations. Fewer than 20 Spartans from each company returned. For a while humanity thought they had the advantage and that the war could be turned, but they were wrong. While they struggled to hold the outer colonies, they left their homeworld vulnerable. A fleet led by the Didact, nearly 500 Covenant ships, assaulted Earth when it was at its weakest. They tried to respond by sending 60% of their forces to different planets to slow the assault, but this only played into the Covenant's plan to spread humanity's defenses thin. If the Didact's personal fleet numbered 500 vessels, explained, the entire Covenant armada exceeded 5,000 ships of all classes. That described the Covenant firing devastating beams that shattered planets and deploying ghosts in orbit like swarms of angry wasps against cities. Evacuation ships were ambushed as they left landing fields and were attacked before they could reach orbit. The Covenant showed no mercy. That showed a scene of a ruthless Covenant elite approaching a mother and her 2 young children and attacking them. The family did not survive. The portrayal was stark and filled the room with sorrow. Rias, remembering that her own father was a member of the council, approached him and asked for a favor when the chance came. Continued that it took 3 weeks for Earth to fall and 3 months for everything humanity had built to be destroyed. All the legacies of their ancestors were lost. Teams of Spartans across worlds were ordered to evacuate as many civilians and troops as possible. In the end, fewer than 10,000 civilians survived out of the countless millions they once were, and even fewer soldiers could be saved. Humanity drifted through space for nearly 5 years, fleeing their pursuers, until they found a candidate planet for colonization, Reach. For 3 years they had been hiding there, living quietly within the planet's ecosystems to avoid attracting enemy attention. Zecticus asked why the Didact would want to exterminate them. Replied that they did not know. His unconditional hatred toward their species was incomprehensible. That added that as far as their records showed, the Didact came from an era older than theirs, perhaps older even than his own people. Zecticus then asked why. Claimed the didact was older than everything. Another council member asked what they were looking at. Serzex presented a new image, a ring floating in space with vegetation growing on its inner surface. That identified them as the halo rings and explained that the didact was desperately searching for them. That described the rings as a weapon of cataclysmic scale and said they were components of a much larger device called the Arkansas. Explained that, when separate, each halo could fire a beam capable of wiping out life across millions of galaxies. There were 7 such rings, plus an 8th at the center of the Arkansas. When united and activated together, their power multiplied, and their purpose would move from erasing life to unmaking the universe and creating a new one from the beginning. That added that the team had already destroyed 3 halos, but without destroying the Ark, the didact was building replacements to bring it online. The Ark still required a key to activate its primary system, and its location was unknown. Concluded that they needed to return to their people because the map stolen by the noble team pointed to the main key. If they found it first, they might turn the tide and prevent species like theirs from being extinguished. The revelation left everyone stunned. The Covenant was not only a formidable enemy and its leader a monster, the Spartans were wagering the survival of entire species. End of the flashback. Far from the known domains of demons, Serzex entered an inner structure he had discovered inside a cave. He was accompanied by Seraphal and the leader of the feared Cows Brigader group. Everything about the place felt strange and unfamiliar. Seraphal asked what the place was. They reached what appeared to be the center, a platform with a panel set apart from the rest of the structure. Serzex, the Gremry, began to manipulate a mechanism at the site while standing behind his friend Mahu. Serzex addressed Ophis, the infinite dragon, and asked if anything in the place seemed familiar to her. Ophis replied that Serzex was asking her because she was one of the few beings who had lived before the faction war. Serzex asked if she had ever heard of a race called the Forerunners or anything similar. Ophis said that the species the homunculus had called the didact was indeed the same name, but she had never known them. She reminded him that being infinite did not mean she had all the answers and suggested that others such as Odin or Michael, Sheba or Indra might know more. Serzex said he had found the place long ago but had told no one of its existence because he had not thought it important. Seraphal questioned why he had brought them now. Serzex explained that when he first tried to decipher the secrets of the place, he had come across something unexpected. He had accessed the system of a Forerunner computer, part of an ancient ship buried for eons beneath the ground. When he probed the ship's interface, he triggered the basic defense AI that ran the vessel. The machine announced that a tissue sample was required to continue exploring the archives. Serzex placed his hand on the panel and waited for access, but the machine rejected him and reported an unknown tissue sample. The AI declared that only a sample from the didact could unlock the battleship's archives. They heard the name didact clearly. The revelation made it increasingly apparent that their fate was entwined with the war humans fought against the Covenant in ways they had not fully realized. Reach, the planet to which humanity fled after the fall of its civilization. What remained of their people numbered fewer than 10,000. Most of the warships that had survived the extermination now rested among the overgrowth. Afraid of being found by the Covenant and their fearsome leader, the didact, small communities were built underground. They remained hidden from enemy radars thanks to an invention by Dr. Halsey, the psionic emitter simply called the Psia device that rendered them invisible to detection. On the surface, atop a hill christened Flanders Fields on Reach, Master Chief John 117 stood before a stone monument engraved with the names of those who had fallen during the invasion and the fall of Earth. He recited the names of the Spartans who had defended the human homeworld: Chow Chow A274, Jean A180, Siegfried B303, Heracles A091, George A588, Conla G401, Leonard B458, Arthur A173, Lefay B101, Saji B0323, Vale B347, and Spartan Avenger Emiya Kiritsugu. Cortana, present in his interface, reminded him of the martyrs of Earth and noted that he still felt guilt for not being there to save humanity. John answered through his thoughts that they had been chosen to protect humanity, and that they had failed. He wiped moss from the name of the Spartan Avenger and watched two Spartans from his team, Ichigo S034 and Nofumi S104, appear behind him. Ichigo asked what was happening. Nofumi informed John that Noble Team had obtained a map. John turned, focused, and asked where they were. Without speaking further, they led him through the catacombs that had been excavated when humanity made its exodus, a subterranean network designed to avoid detection by Covenant recon above. Inside the catacombs were medical stations, armories, and chambers that served as homes for surviving soldiers and civilians. One of the excavations was dedicated to the few scientists who had survived the fall and were working tirelessly to aid the Spartans. Ichigo explained that Black Team, positioned in the Osoiek Nebula, had detected a frequency hours earlier. The team had intercepted an open broadcast, encoded it, and retransmitted its location. Before the leader chosen by vote after the loss of their previous commanders, Sierra 117, a makeshift scientific team had gathered with what they had managed to salvage. John asked what the message had said. Naofumi reported that it appeared Noble Team had obtained the map of the Guardians that the Didact sought, but had been discovered and forced to make a blind slipspace jump. They had arrived in an unknown galaxy and transmitted their location. When John reviewed the coordinates, the location was unfamiliar and at the same time oddly familiar. He asked Cortana what system it was. Cortana identified it as the Caprunu system. With them as an ally was a monitor from a Halo installation. Guilty Spark explained that as the monitor of Installation 04, his task had been to protect the ring until the arrival of a reclaimer to activate the weapon should threats like the Flood appear. When the Flood had been eradicated, his duty had become simply to guard the installation. The Didact had other plans for the weapon. In keeping with his code, Guilty Spark had refused to let the Didact use the ring for purposes other than its intended one. Eventually, the remaining humans joined the effort to stop the Didact, and the installation was destroyed after the Didact's intentions with the Forerunner treasure became clear. Cortana admitted that Guilty Spark had bested her in that struggle. John asked what Spark knew about Caprunu. Spark said the Caprunu system had been used by the Forerunners to conduct experiments in attempts to create new species for control and labor, efforts that had contributed to factional wars and to attempts to suppress humans. Cortana added that nothing had been known of the system until researchers examined an ancient Forerunner structure found on the colony Bellew. Expeditions were sent, but for some reason a decision was made to keep distance from the system. Cortana showed John images of the worlds that made up Caprunu: Xeris, Braxis, Marcera, Char, Ire, Shakuras, Coral, Umoja, Tarsones, and Antigua Prime. As John studied the photos, he experienced a bad feeling he could not explain. Ichigo asked if something was wrong. John ordered the ship prepared and said they had to reach that system before the Didact did. In the Gremry territory, Noble Team had been invited by the Crimson Princess as an act of hospitality, both to thank them for their aid in a skirmish against the Covenant and to apologize for how her brother had treated the group after the conflict. Takashi stood with the clan patriarch and accepted the courtesy graciously. It had not been necessary, he indicated. Within the imposing Gremry Mansion's training grounds, Rias activated her balance breaker and accepted a challenge to test the Spartan's level of evolution. The patriarch watched as his daughter's duel was observed by household servants, members of the Cow's Brigade, and other retainers. Rias faced off against Issei, Kenichi, and Tatsuya. Kenichi and Issei attacked from both flanks with swift movements, their skill and speed leaving the audience impressed at the Spartans' agility as they evaded the Security's form. On a fourth combined attack aimed at her face, Rias sensed an opening. The voice of the dragon within her armor urged her to act. With both hands she seized the wrists of the two soldiers, stopping their knives just centimeters from their faces, and declared that she had them. A brief pause followed as the guests and combatants reset, and then the training continued. They believed they had gained the advantage. It had all been part of the trio's silent plan. Suddenly Tatsuya vaulted above his companions and flipped forward. His feet struck the armored girl in the chest, and thanks to the speed and momentum given by Noble 3, he managed to knock her down and force her to release her hold on her teammates. Rias swore and rose to her feet as quickly as she could when she saw the three regrouping to attack. Tatsuya called for dragon shot and fixed his aim before firing a laser from his hand. Issei did not hesitate. He formed a fist and slammed it into the ground, raising an energy shield that protected his companions. When the blast struck, it shattered the shield in a bright, explosive display that sent them sprawling a few meters back. The three had been defeated that round. The Gremory heiress celebrated, thanking Drake for the victory, but the triumph quickly turned uncertain. In the bustle of celebration, no one noticed that Noble 4 still held his knife poised at the balance breaker sphere on Rias's armor. The blade sank halfway into the sphere and the armor cracked under the strike. Rias's father, Zecticus, called out in disbelief that he had never seen his daughter's balance breaker broken by a mere knife and asked if the blade carried a spell. The commander answered that it was a simple combat knife made of tempered steel. The conclusion followed quickly. It must have been the Spartans' physical strength behind the throw that achieved the feat. Gilgamesh materialized then, 7 swords erupting from small golden portals above the 3 Spartans. He scolded them for daring to raise their weapons after being put to the ground. Rias stepped between them and insisted that it had only been a training fight, asking Gilgamesh to stop. Noble 2 and Noble 5 nevertheless kept their weapons ready, and the members of Chaos Brigader mirrored the threat. Razor positioned himself at Rias's side in support. Gilgamesh let his enchantment fall away and strode toward the Spartans once they had stood. Rias acknowledged the good fight, and Issei remarked that they would have won if they had not been forced to face all 3 at once. From the sidelines, Zecticus watched his daughter with pride while Takashi kept a calm eye on the situation to prevent it from escalating. Hovering nearby, admitted surprise at the fact that the balance breaker had been broken by such a simple weapon. The Spartans explained that humans like them had been enhanced to be stronger than ordinary people. They had been improved for battle. Razor and Gilgamesh watched the human with a mix of envy and confusion, unable to understand why he had won Rias's attention. Gilgamesh dismissed the idea that the human could deserve such attention. The son of the Phoenix mocked the newcomer, demanding to know why he was there. The Spartan answered that he had come to defend what was his to protect, expressing with quiet earnestness that he would not abandon what mattered to him. Gilgamesh and the Phoenix heir started a petty dispute over Rias that read as childish to everyone else. The Spartans, hidden under their helmets, found it amusing an odd sight after so long without such theatrics. Rias raised her voice and told them both to stop. She sighed, knowing the attempt to calm them would likely fail, and suggested moving the conversation elsewhere. She led a retreat, with Issei following closely. The 5 superhumans remained and became the center of attention. Aquino was the first to address the Spartans, directing a question at Noble 4 about how everything looked from above. Noble 4 replied that it all seemed beautiful and fragile at the same time, a poetic answer that fit the moment. Son Goku approached Tatsuya and inspected his long-range rifle while Tatsuya explained that with it he could take out Covenant soldiers up to 5 miles away. Goku tried to lift the weapon but was surprised by its weight. Asia noticed that Tatsuya's arm was metal and mentioned it to Korra. Tatsuya explained plainly that he had lost an arm during the war and had been given a replacement so he could continue fighting. Rias and Issei walked toward a nearby apple tree and sat under its branches. Issei was surprised that such a tree grew in this world, though humanity had transplanted many native Earth species across the colonies years earlier. Rias invited him to sit. He removed his helmet and placed it between his legs. She wondered what was going through his mind, because since his arrival he had been so serious and reserved. Issei said that he had been trained to remain silent, to obey orders, and to stay alert for irregularities. He described himself as more machine than man. The term was unfamiliar to Rias, whose world was governed by magic rather than mechanical enhancements. The Spartans and nobles shifted the conversation back to the faction war that Tatsuya had been asked to recount. Noble 6 said they had been curious about the story of the Spartans' world and its war. Tatsuya hesitated, but when asked directly, he confirmed that their world was called Xeris. He explained that they had not intended to involve other species. Their people were already in enough trouble with the Covenant to risk dragging others into their conflict. When asked whether the war would end soon, Tatsuya answered that it had begun long before he was born and would likely continue after he died. Even if that conflict finished, another would arise. He believed such cycles were the way of things and doubted it would change. Rias reflected aloud on the idea of a war meant to end all wars, daydreaming in a way that made Issei wonder what she meant. She thought that was what her people believed when the faction war began. At last, she was going to tell the story of her world. Noble 6 asked why it began. Rias explained that it began because Lucifer, a former archangel, initiated a rebellion to seize the throne. She added that the conflict swelled when the fallen angels joined the fighting. Some groups formed forbidden alliances with humans, which deepened the conflict. Gradually, other factions aligned with one of the three main sides, and the war grew larger with each passing year. Issei remarked that it sounded very similar to the Great War his people had suffered. He briefly described to Rias that their homeland had been divided among many nations that hated one another. When someone killed a prince of the old nation of Serbia, it triggered a global conflict. The war lasted only 4 years, but the consequences were immense. It did not end because everyone reconciled. It ended because there was no longer any way to finance the fighting. Rias picked up where she had left off, explaining that their faction war had also been brought to a halt by overwhelming force. Two immensely powerful dragons began to fight each other across all factions, destroying everything in their path. No one ever knew why the dragons started fighting, but their devastation exceeded that of the war itself. For a brief moment, everyone united to defeat them. God, the 4 Satans, and the leader of the fallen angels combined their forces to seal the dragons within one of the sacred gears that Rias now possessed. She raised her hand and the green light of Draig shimmered across her palm as she recounted her role in the conflict. She said that those leaders had died in the process. Without their leaders, most factions refused to continue the struggle. Still, many harbored prideful ambitions and searched for a way to reignite the war. Issei remembered the part he most wanted to know. Rias had mentioned humans disappearing during that war. Rias replied that her brother knew more about that PRD because he had lived through the conflict. According to her older brother, humans tried to avoid the fighting, but as the war broadened it became impossible. He said they built a ship capable of crossing the stars, left their world, and never returned until only a few days ago. Rias looked at Issei, and he soon averted his gaze. Issei said that, in one form or another war seemed inevitable. His people had endured 3 world wars that nearly destroyed their world before they nearly destroyed themselves. Rias said she knew. Since she had become aware of her power, she had fought to prevent such a repetition. Her family had told her how bloody the war had been, and she feared the council viewed her as a weapon to be used should a second faction war begin. Her goal was to preserve peace. Issei asked how special that sacred gear really was. Rias revealed that she held the power and spirit of the original Red Dragon Emperor. She produced the Dragon Gauntlet and explained that it contained a power capable of killing a god. Hearing that, the Spartan reflected inwardly that great power carried great responsibility. Though he deeply desired to destroy the Covenant for what it had done to humanity, he could not force another into a war that did not belong to them. Rias noted that her parents had told her the same thing. Issei made a light comment about how interesting it must be to have a dragon inside someone, and he laughed, hoping Rias would never have to endure another war. He stepped out from the shadow of the tree. Rias answered that she had fought against those who threatened the fragile peace of her world, and that she had been wounded for it. Issei, trained as a Spartan, understood that suffering and death could never be prevented entirely. His training taught him to save humanity even if it meant saving only one person on a planet, because saving one life could mean saving a world. Before sunset, the Spartans returned to their improvised base. The signal they had sent into space remained unanswered. They could transmit but not receive replies. That evening, Serzex learned that the Spartans had been invited to his home because of his sister. He was angry with her for interfering and had missed a chance to discuss the didact and the secret he knew. Instead of confronting her, he let the moment pass and waited for another opportunity. Rias, meanwhile, wanted to learn more about the human war against the Covenant and to hear Issei's memories of it. Since the Cow's Brigader was staying that night within her territory, she went to one of her companions for help. Kaneko was in the room Rias had given her, being groomed by her older sister after her near-fatal ordeal. Kuroka held Kaneko affectionately and said that as sisters they should care for one another. Rias entered without announcement and interrupted the family moment. Kaneko showed surprise at Rias's presence. Rias turned her attention to Kuroka and asked for a favor. Kuroka considered that she had been entrusted with Kaneko's care and had failed once that day, but she could not refuse while she and her companion stayed under Rias's roof. Rias explained she wanted to access Issei's memories of the war against the Covenant and led Kuroka to the others who could help retrieve those memories. Meanwhile, at the Spartan base, Akatsuki picked up her turret from the ground and said it was her night to watch over them. Another Spartan asked if she was sure about taking on that responsibility. Issei checked whether the others were sleeping while he kept. But the burly member of the team reminded him that Issei had stood guard all night yesterday and that it was his turn today. Issei let Noble 5 take the post and headed to Tatsuya's Pelican, where the other 4 team members slept huddled together on the floor without their helmets. He removed his own helmet, lay down beside the Spartan in green armor, closed his eyes and soon drifted off. Unnoticed, a small purple mist moved like a snake toward Issei, slipped past Akatsuki, and reached its target, entering his ear and disturbing the Spartan's peaceful sleep. Kuroka reported that she had managed to get into him and asked Medea to enter the human's memories as Rias had requested, so that Rias could view them. Aquino expressed concern about whether this was the right course and accompanied her mistress from her room, bringing 2 other members of their group because she did not trust leaving Rias alone with the visitors. Rias lay on her bed with her head resting on the Nicomeda's legs in a calm, comforting position and indicated that she was ready. Kuroka admitted she had doubts and warned that the memories might feel very real, but insisted they were only memories. Rias remained willing. Medea formed a magic circle in each hand and brought them to Rias's head to allow her to see what she wanted. Rias wondered what she would find inside a Spartan's memories. The skies over the Somme were filled with the booming of cannons from both sides of the river. The Germans tried to break the British and French on the ground, and above the shells a second battle took place between the so-called dogfighters of the air. Among them flew the war's legendary ace, the Red Baron. His albatross deed at 3 dove after climbing toward the sun to ambush Allied bombers attempting to strike positions below. A short burst from his machine guns hit the lead bomber, disabling its pilot and gunner and sending it spiraling down. Another day of that bloody historic battle had begun, one that would be remembered for generations. Little Issei watched the scene without taking his eyes off the screen, completely absorbed in the historical film. Issei's mother walked in from her study when she heard the loud sound from their small 55-inch TV and told Issei that the volume was too high. Issei lowered the volume with the slim, modern remote and apologized. It was a memory of when he had been innocent, before he had become a soldier for the army. Rias Gremory was standing behind the sofa where the young Issei watched the movie. Rias approached the television and examined the holographic display with interest. She thought it was similar to the Humans.style AI, and found it fascinating that demons had their own television programs too. Drake commented that human sets were not very different from demon ones and admitted that humans had even better programming in some cases. Rias felt impressed by how humans had built flying machines and used them in combat. The film's gray, destroyed landscapes depressed her, and she wondered aloud whether it depicted one of the world wars she had been told about. She was present invisibly, she could see, hear, and interact with the things around the boy, but she could not be seen. Issei's mother scolded him for not doing his homework and told him to go to the library to do proper research after noting that watching films would not be accepted as bibliography. Issei protested that his teacher, Rainer-sensei, had assigned a biographical report on 10 heroes of the First and Second World Wars and that he was currently watching The Feared Red Baron for his assignment. His mother turned off the television and insisted that the library was the right place for research. Issei pouted at the thought of going. Rias watched the boys pout and felt a curious interest in young people. She used Medea's magic to slip into the moment when Issei and his mother were in the library. She wondered how soon he would become the soldier she had glimpsed earlier, though she did not know the answer. She interacted with the library's contents without altering the memories. Everything there was holographic. None of the books were paper and binding like those she knew. She found the technology interesting and walked to the windows to observe modern cars, airborne propulsion devices, and the impressive skyscrapers that dotted the city. Dreyg, watching beside her, expressed admiration for how far humans had come and reflected on how different his own path had been. As one of the celestial dragons, his power had corrupted many of his wielders, leaving their souls lost in a limbo. Rhea said she wanted to see how those people had met their end and learn what had led to their fall. She moved through the records and began reading about heroes. Alvin York appeared in the file as a man who had refused to kill enemies and had instead captured many of them. Rhea found it surprising that some humans still believed in the God of Abraham. She leaned over to see what Issei was watching and was startled by a voice behind her. Security gave a small cry and asked what Gilgamesh was doing here. Gilgamesh replied that he had joined the immersion game because Medea and Kuroka had told him Rhea had entered a simple soldier's memories. He teased her about being reckless. Security told him that he could not charm her by calling her reckless. Gilgamesh, confident, declared that Rhea was his promised. Razor intervened with a playful flying kick at the member of the Cows Brigade, continuing a noisy love triangle. Razor and Gilgamesh's banter grew loud until Rhea struck both of them lightly on the head, warning them to behave and threatening in a joking, exaggerated way that Dreyg might swallow them if they did not calm down. The two immediately knelt and apologized, Razor embarrassed and Gilgamesh amused by seeing this side of the Gremmery heiress. Free of further disruption, Rhea turned her attention back to the human heroes Issei had selected. The Red Baron was described as the most feared pilot of the First World War, credited with shooting down 80 enemy planes while maintaining a strict code of conduct that earned even his enemies respect. Alvin York was presented as a soldier who refused to kill because of his faith and nevertheless captured hundreds of enemy soldiers. Franz Stigler appeared as the German pilot who had escorted a damaged B-17 bomber back toward England rather than press an attack that would have brought him glory at the cost of lives. He chose honor over medals. Oskar Schindler was listed as the industrialist who used his resources to save over 1,000 Jews from the Holocaust, sacrificing his wealth to protect others. Rhea absorbed the stories, moved by the different forms courage had taken and by how individuals had acted with honor, faith, or compassion in the midst of war. She continued to watch Issei's memory unfold, learning about the human capacity for both destruction and mercy. The only German from the Nazi regime buried in Israel with the title Righteous among the nations. Leslie Bull Allen, an Australian soldier who returned to rescue 12 American soldiers in the Battle of Tambu in the Pacific after having ordered a withdrawal, carried his comrades one by one out of heavy crossfire to the rally point without receiving help from those who were already safe. Walther Wenck, commander of Hitler's 12th Army, who refused to return to Berlin with his forces during the Soviet siege. Instead he turned back to protect what remained of the 9th Army and the civilians fleeing with it, more than 100,000 people. He held defensive lines from the village of Halby to the Elbe River, fighting on all fronts against pursuing Soviet forces until surrendering to the Americans to save the civilians, ultimately saving more than 90,000 lives. Joseph Gangl, a German officer who supported the Austrian resistance during the war and fought alongside American Brigadier General John C. Lee to defend a castle sheltering more than 3,000 political prisoners, engaging remnants of the SS who still clung to Hitler's ideals on the day of the battle at Itter Castle. Witold Pilecki, a Polish soldier who volunteered to enter Auschwitz and documented the atrocities committed there against Jews and other prisoners. He later escaped to help organize the Home Army and was one of the first to reveal the secrets of the concentration camps, though his reports were treated with suspicion at the end of the war. Simo Häyhä, the deadliest sniper of the Second World War and one of history's most lethal marksmen, credited with more than 500 confirmed kills during the Winter War and additional unconfirmed casualties. He operated without a telescopic sight in temperatures plunging below -45 degrees Celsius, evading repeated attempts to eliminate him by sniper teams and armored units. Hugh Lawrence, known as Lawrence of Arabia, the British officer who united Arab insurgents against the Ottomans during the First World War, helping defeat the Ottoman Empire but ultimately failing to secure independent nations for Arab tribes and suffering betrayal and disappointment afterward. These were interesting heroes for the Security. In her world, heroes were known for their power rather than only their deeds. Night fell and the small Hayadu family home felt even smaller beside Rias's mansion. At that hour, Issei's father returned from a long day at his job in insurance. He read the report aloud and noted that those were the heroes Issei had chosen for his assignment. Issei smiled and said his mother had helped him pick them, unaware that this would be one of the last times he would smile at his parents. Later, as the boy prepared for bed, he could hear his parents talking in the dining room but paid little attention. Rias and the others, however, could hear everything clearly. It was part of the Spartans' unconscious memories. Issei's father told his wife that he had seen on the news that the Covenant was attacking Mesa and that her parents lived there. He drank to try to drown the fear of not knowing whether they had been evacuated or killed by the genocidal forces. Issei's mother clung to the hope that they were safe, and her husband watched her with concern as she tried to face reality with silent tears. He said they needed to leave the colony. His wife protested and worried about his job and about Issei. She pleaded that they stop before the conversation became an argument like the last time. The night grew deeper and Issei slept soundly in his bed, unaware of the weight of what had been said. On the roof, Rias, Razor, and their companions waited for the memory to progress, but for some reason it did not. Rias observed that humans had come a long way and that she could see no reason any race would wish to destroy them. Razor countered that these were a child's memories, especially those of a common boy, and wondered how he could know the secrets that lay beneath. He reminded them of what had happened to Kiba and of angels acting like saints while pretending ignorance of experiments with sacred swords. Gilgamesh added that demons were not innocent either. Rias regarded herself as an opportunity to seek peace, not merely a weapon. She wanted to change the cycle of hatred and believed there was a possibility of peace among the magical races. There were greater threats than past wars. The Covenant. Suddenly, a war siren began to wail across the city. Razor frowned at the sound. The invasion had arrived sooner than anyone expected. Inside the house, Issei's mother rushed in to wake him as the siren kept blaring. She urged him to get up. Her voice trembled with urgency. Issei woke confused and asked what was happening. His father burst into the room, scooped him up into his arms, and said they had to leave immediately and go to the car. The parents told him they would explain later. They headed to the garage and climbed into the car. The neighborhood was in the same panic, entire families fleeing in terror. From the sky, hundreds of drop pods descended like falling stones, smashing into the ground, spilling troops in coordinated formations. The siren did not stop. Issei watched from the back seat as soldiers deployed. His mother identified them as ODSTs. His father grimly noted that the deployment of ODSTs was never a good sign. Rias asked what was happening. Drake, watching the memory as well, said that it seemed like the end of their world. Rias's senses pulled her upward to the sky, and the men beside her followed. They saw more than 4 Covenant corvettes appear against the night. Even at that hour, the ship's lights made their presence unmistakable. Issei's father wondered aloud where they should go next. Issei stared at the ships cutting through the night sky and, frightened, asked where they should go. The enemy ships had tracked Issei and his parents using immersion magic. The father insisted they get as far away as possible from the attackers. The mother pointed out the space elevator as an option but warned that it was far. The father argued it was the closest route and the only viable path. They headed for the elevator through the chaotic streets. Issei watched Pelicans and other small military aircraft rush to confront the invaders. Gunfire, explosions, and distant detonations filled the air in a thunderous roar. The mother, terrified, wondered aloud whether they would make it. Even with police helping to clear civilian traffic, everything moved slowly because ground units were being given priority to reach combat zones. Issei gaped at armored scorpion tanks and warthogs packed with soldiers. The elder Hayadu assured them they would reach safety if they kept moving in that direction. They abandoned their car and bolted through the panicked crowd, running between shops and buildings toward the elevator. The wife clutched his hand tightly while carrying Issei. She begged her husband not to let go. He promised he would not. A brief, sincere smile passed between them, causing both parents to blush before the mood shifted. The plaza televisions they were passing flashed live footage from the orbital tower. The live feed showed the space elevator under siege by a light enemy cruiser while an evacuation capsule ascended toward a human warship. Hope dimmed when the enemy ship fired on the elevator, destroying the structure. Viewers recoiled as their last obvious escape collapsed across the city. The mother looked at her husband with wide, fearful eyes, asking what they would do now. Before he could answer, the sounds of battle drew frighteningly close. An explosion tore through the path ahead, striking meters in front of them and causing massive casualties among the people who had been fleeing. The blast opened a breach in the complex, and 2 phantom dropships used the gap to deploy enemy troops onto the plaza. Elites, jackals, and grunts poured out and fired without mercy. Chaos spread instantly. The elder Hayudu shouted for everyone to run. Gripping his wife's hand more tightly and carrying Issei, they dashed for the supermarket nearby and fled through the staff stairwell to escape the plaza. Even with military forces present, the enemy outnumbered them. The attackers overwhelmed the soldiers' attempts to protect civilians, and the Covenant forces pushed forward with brutal efficiency. When they emerged, the family watched in horror as their city was transformed into a field of ruin. Massive enemy ships peppered the skyline. Skyscrapers burned and neighborhoods crumbled under sustained bombardment. Human deployment vessels and enemy carriers clashed, fighters and bombers SRNG through the smoke-filled heavens. The newest human dogfighters engaged banshees and other enemy crafts. The human fighters carried advanced seeker missiles and had integrated turrets for the co-pilots. 2 human frigates opened fire with their MAC cannons in synchronized volleys, striking a cruiser and shattering it in 2. The frigates then launched nuclear-class SAR missiles at nearby cities that had fallen to the enemy. The resulting detonations lit the horizon in catastrophic flashes. The 3 members of the Hayudu family watched the sky turn into a storm of fire. Rias, present nearby, could only describe the sight as incredible and awful testament to the scale of the conflict. That sliver of hope did not last. A massive enemy supercarrier slipped into the battle near the human frigates and rammed them in a thunderous explosion. The elder Hayudu held Issei closer as panic rose in his son's eyes. The mother asked where they could go now. The supercarrier began deploying massive scarab units at a distance, forcing the evacuees to change course. Above them, a Falcon helicopter strafed targets on the ground. A crippled Phantom collided with an Apache in a desperate, suicidal strike. After weaving through crossfire, the family spotted a Pelican descending to deploy reinforcements. They shouted for help and waved at the Marines. One Marine signaled to the pilot that civilians needed evacuation. The Pelican's crew helped them aboard and a Marine was assigned to accompany the Hayudis. The dropship rose, carrying them toward what the crew judged to be a safer location. From the open door, Issei watched the city dissolve into a landscape of smoke and rubble, a catastrophe beyond imagination. For a brief moment, Issei's mother allowed herself a sigh of relief, telling herself they had made it. The father squeezed his wife's hand and tried to reassure everyone that they would get through it. Issei, still young and puzzled, asked what they had achieved. It was not yet a time for celebration. Suddenly, the co-pilot shouted a warning as a banshee dove with its engine screaming. The Pelican attempted evasive maneuvers, but the attacker struck hard and the Pelican's cockpit erupted in flames. The dropship, having climbed to great altitude, began to fall. The Marine who had been perched at the open edge was swept outward by the impact. The mother called out to her husband. The father, embracing his son, told them both he loved them. Darkness and silence closed in. It felt like the end. When Issei came to, he was in pain and disoriented, light piercing the dust and heat around him. He crawled out of the wreckage, saved from being crushed by a slab of twisted metal that had fallen with the impact. He called softly for his parents, not yet understanding that they had not survived. What had once been his home city was now a landscape of ruins and ash. The battle still raged at dawn, gunfire and distant explosions marking the broken horizon. A shadow moved behind him, a golden-armored elite. He felt no fear. His whole body ached too much to feel anything. He only saw the Sangaili lock eyes with him before the alien sank to its knees and then collapsed face-first to the ground. Behind the massive reptile, Spartan Issei stood with a combat knife in one hand. The Spartan cut down the elite after a fierce duel with the enemy and his regiment. Issei had fought through hundreds of elites with a blade in one hand and a rifle in the other. The battlefield was strewn with motionless forms, and a supercarrier burned, crashed onto the mesas west of what had once been the city of Karel. The Spartan's voice asked if the survivor was okay. The man in green armor acknowledged that he had been unable to save the city but had at least come, and he ordered his AI to notify the ship Autumn. He had found a survivor, the only survivor. The rescued boy, Issei, told them he was the only survivor of his family. The Spartan confirmed that he had found the only survivor on the planet. 2 long months passed after the fall of the Jonisek colony. Issei had no parents. The government planned to send him to live with his uncle, Saito, a lieutenant serving at the harvest front. Saito had been told of his sister and brother-in-law's deaths, but that his nephew had survived. Bad news arrived again when an officer informed Issei that his last relative had died in an offensive against the Covenant among the colony ruins. Now the last of the Hyudu family stood at his uncle's funeral. Soldiers, officers, friends and acquaintances attended. Issei kept his head bowed as men in uniform draped the UNSC red flag with the black eagle and shield over the coffin. Rias and 2 others remained in silent attendance, feeling the weight of the moment. Rias could not help but feel increasing pity for the Spartan whose legend had become intertwined with the boy's loss. The officer in charge of the ceremony called for an honor guard. 7 soldiers in dress uniforms stepped into formation and raised their rifles for the 3 volleys. The crack of the first shot brought Issei back to the night he lost his parents. The second volley recalled how his world had been reduced to ruins and dust. The third volley recalled the image of a man in green armor who had single-handedly turned back an entire army. Issei wanted that place, that power, the power to strike down those who had taken everything from him. When the funeral concluded and the crowd dispersed, Issei remained by the freshly dug grave beside his parents' stones. Human graves in this region took the form of a thin column of rock with an eternal flame, a design meant to keep memory alive. An UNSC officer appeared beside the boy and told Issei that he knew how the boy felt. He had lost his own family at a similar age and had had to wait many years before enlisting to avenge them. The officer suggested that Issei might not have to wait so long and asked if he knew what a Spartan was, offering the possibility that Issei could become one and seek revenge. Issei answered that he wanted to kill them, to kill each one who had stolen their lives. He wanted to kill 10 of them. The officer smiled and took the answer as agreement. Less than a week later, Issei was taken to a secret UNSC facility on an inner colony to be enlisted in the Spartan 3 program, Beta Company. His hair was shaved close to the scalp and his civilian clothes replaced with camouflage trousers and a fitted black shirt marked B. He was placed in a large barracks with boys and girls of similar age, recruits and candidates for the program. Each of them shared the same look in their eyes, cold, hard, filled with the need for vengeance. The doors to the training compound opened and the recruiting officer entered flanked by a Spartan and a squad of ODSTs assigned to the unit. An ODST shouted for attention and the recruits snapped into formation. Colonel Franklin Mendez stepped forward and introduced himself as the leader of the Spartan 3 project. He explained that they had been chosen to fill Beta Company, that this was not the time for detailed explanations, and that they were special, different from the other children who had lost family in the war. The colonel made it clear that their purpose was to help turn a war that humanity was close to losing. He called forward Spartan Sierra. The Spartan moved to the front and revealed her face, pale-skinned with sky-blue hair. She identified herself as Issei Sierra 019, a second-generation Spartan, and declared that she would be the officer in charge of the recruits' training. She warned them that over the coming months their bodies and minds would be broken and rebuilt, hardened into weapons capable of turning the tide of the war. The recruits answered the order and corrected themselves when they used the wrong form of address, but Issei demanded louder, stricter responses. As an example and a warning, she stepped up to Issei, struck him with a training hook to his stomach, and forced him into a crouch on the ground. The blow overwhelmed his small frame. He doubled over, gasped and coughed, winded and shaken. Thus began Issei's military career and the origin of the legend of the lone wolf known By the identifier B, the ODSTs who had accompanied the Spartan were not merely escorts, they were part of the training cadre. Every morning at 500 hours they banged on pots and pans to wake the recruits, driving the children to brutal early drills. The training regimen was harsh, though it began with basic exercises, and each day pushed them a little farther. Part of the Spartans' conditioning program involved brutal physical routines: 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and 10 kilometers of running every day. Many of the children could not complete the exercises because their bodies were not used to such treatment. ODSTs forced them to continue through blows. This was only the warm-up. Afterwards they were led into more exhausting trials, crawling for 2 kilometers through mud and the remains of animals under a tangle of wire while a Spartan, holding an M20, fired between the recruits to make the training more intense. The officer shouted for them to keep moving and warned that anyone who stopped would force the entire company to start over. The officer then struck one of the poles holding the wire right where Issei was. The pole fell on him. The officer demanded to know what he was waiting for. Issei brushed off the scrapes and continued forward without focusing on his wounds. More tests awaited. They were forced to jump from 7 meters onto a mound of rock and run a long parkour-style obstacle course that they had to finish in under 5 minutes. Those who failed any test were taken by ODSTs and punished harshly, sometimes with fatal consequences, in front of everyone. Humiliation and punishment were a constant, designed to make them forget their humanity and become the legends the Covenant whispered about the Spartans. Colonel Mendez, visiting to check on the company's progress, once told them that the Covenant believed Spartans were soldiers returned from death, fed by rage. He said the Covenant called them demons. Issei explained that the story was a simple myth, but the Spartans could shape it into a legend. Mendez remarked that a myth is a false explanation born of fanciful beliefs, while a legend is truth altered but not far from actual events. In the afternoons they learned to handle weapons, repeatedly assembling and disassembling each one until every part was memorized. Issei noticed Issei's speed with a rifle and praised him, saying he had broken the record and that, were he not a candidate for the project, she would recommend him for officer school. She told him he would go far as a Spartan, then ordered him to disassemble the rifle and start again. At night they studied strategy, tactics, and the lessons of war, the Battle of Thermopylae and Spartan culture, samurai and the Bushido code, Vikings and their fierce warriors, the berserkers. They studied great generals from the past: Erwin Rommel and the tactics of the Afrika Korps, Blitzkrieg, Napoleon Bonaparte and his European campaigns, Pershing, Patton, Zhukov, and above all Sun Tzu. Issei had not been a polished diamond from the start. Like many others, he had to work to become the Spartan he was shaping into. During a 10-kilometer march the company passed the base flagpole. A warthog carrying a Spartan and the colonel stopped beside them. An ODST called for the company to halt and announced that the flagpole marked the halfway point. Whoever took down the flag would be spared the rest of the march that day. The soldiers gathered. The pole was 5 meters high and unusually smooth. A silver-haired girl named Vale managed to climb a meter up the pole but slipped and fell back to the ground. The ODST bellowed that it seemed no one would return to the base early. Everyone was ordered back into formation. Issei did not obey immediately. An ODST demanded that the Spartan return to the line, and the company fell silent at what they saw next. Issei examined the pole and noticed it was held by a pin at the base. He removed the pin, caused the flag to fall, retrieved it, and handed it to the elite soldier. Issei, sitting in the driver's seat of the vehicle, observed that she had only seen someone manage the same trick long ago. Issei climbed into the warthog to the stunned silence of the company, and they resumed the march back to base. That night at dinner, Issei preferred to sit alone at his table. He was used to solitude. This evening would be the first time he met those who would become his closest companions before they fell fighting for the planet. Vale approached and asked to sit with him. Issei did not object. She introduced herself as Vale, short for Valeria, and he introduced himself as Issei. Vale complimented his action at the pole and asked how he knew the pin would drop the pole. Issei said he had analyzed it and adapted exactly what the instructors wanted them to do. 2 others, Lefei and Saji, joined them. Issei felt uneasy with people close by after losing his parents. A small trauma made the presence of others uncomfortable. From a distance, Rias watched the interaction and thought it resembled a melodramatic scene she had seen on the underworld television, a romantic beginning that did not guarantee a happy ending. From afar, the colonel and the Spartan observed the candidates. Paying special attention to candidate Colonel Mendez asked if Issei was on their level. Issei replied that he not only met the level but might surpass it, though he was a lone wolf and was not built to lead but to follow orders. The ONI representatives said they could not wait and wanted to launch the attack immediately. Issei warned that they were not ready and that even their armor was unfinished. The colonel countered that the same argument had been made before. Those who survived would be deemed ready and would be modified. Issei noted why Ichigo had refused to command the new company. Franklin said they needed one more week to finish training. Issei insisted the troops were still not ready and declared she would lead the operation herself, ordering that her team be placed on the assault list. The colonel admitted he had hoped she would say that. That same week they were upgraded and taken to a second, unknown base to surgical chambers. They were prepared for the operations. Colonel Mendez oversaw the procedures while Issei, sedated, watched the mechanical arms lower instruments toward his body. Mendez explained that traditional training had improved their physical qualities by 20% and that the new interventions would push that improvement further. What the three saw was unacceptable to them. The enhancements were invasive and relentless. Technicians performed accelerated modifications to their skeletons and musculature to increase strength, endurance, and responsiveness. The process was harsher and more intrusive than the demon and demigod expected. The rest of that week passed in forced conditioning, pushing their bodies to accept the changes with little recovery time. When it was over, they appeared as young adults, though they were only 10 years old. Their minds had been advanced, but they still carried children's emotions. One day remained before a mission none of them had been briefed on. They were issued armor. Colonel Mendez announced that the suits before them were Mjolnir armor. He told them that earlier enhancements had yielded a 50% improvement for some, but with the armor their capabilities would reach 100%. When Issei stepped from the assembly chamber, the colonel said that, with the suits, they could be called Spartans. Issei's armor was gray to match his own hair. The girl opposite him wore white armor. More than 300 new Spartans had been created, though not all would survive what came next. Mendez ordered battalions to prepare and told Commander Issei the attack would launch in 48 hours. The assembled company wondered what attack he meant. Neither the Office of Naval Intelligence nor humanity could wait to strike. In the anonymous facility's amphitheater, the more than 300 members of Company Beta were briefed on the coming operation. Colonel Mendez presented the target, identifying the Pegasi 51 system and its 4 worlds, Pegasi Delta, Juno 7, Icarus, and Rommel 2. He explained that this small cluster was the Covenant's primary supply hub, serving as a refinery and repair center. The enemy harvested a valuable fuel from the planet's seas, a mixture of deuterium and tritium known as Vespine gas, which they used to refuel and rebuild their capital ships. Naval intelligence planned a large-scale assault, with over 120 battalions striking all 4 planets simultaneously. The Spartans would be divided into squads and assigned to those battalions, deployed by heavy drop pods in 4 waves. The objective was simple: destroy the refineries and ships stationed there and drive the Covenant out of the system. If they succeeded, the enemy's supply lines would be crippled and the course of the war could change. The operation's name was Primo Victoria. No one voiced objections aloud. They all understood the mission from Mendez's words, but many could not help asking themselves whether they were truly ready. Mendez announced that the Hussar Spartan 2 team, led by Sub-Officer Issei, would spearhead the assault. He told the Spartans clearly that, although they were still children by age, they were now Spartan soldiers and that a Spartan's purpose was to give humanity a chance to survive. Failure, he said, was not an option. The choice was to win or die. The day of Operation Primo Victoria arrived. In a stealth jump, more than 50 UNSC vessels entered the system undetected and began deploying Spartans in heavy descent pods. Hundreds of chosen soldiers crossed the system's frontier toward the worlds while capital ships and escorts opened heavy fire to soften the landing zones. Atmospheric and space fighters escorted the pods to the planets as the operation began. There were 30 battalions per world, launched in 4 waves. Company Beta contained more than 300 Spartans, nearly 500 in total across all companies, and most would go in the first waves. The Hussar team would command the ground operation and consisted of 5 Spartans. Issei 019 leading the squad on Pegasi Delta, Akame S. 075 as second-in-command on Icarus, Shinji S. 084 on Juno 7, Gray S. 018 on Pegasi Delta, and Ishida S. 066 on Rommel 2. As the pods descended, fighters swept ahead to clear the approach. Issei rode in a pod with Spartans numbered 311 through Commander Issei was in the same pod, one of the 2 veteran super soldiers overseeing the Pegasi Delta landing. Issei could not stop thinking about Valley. A steady worry sat in his chest, and he hoped he would see her again after everything. Issei moved among the soldiers and instructed them to find cover as soon as the doors opened and to remain with their teams. She warned them not to squander their ammunition. A burst of energy impacted the pod's flank during descent, shaking the occupants, and Issei urged them to stay calm. When the pods sealed and hit the ground, the doors opened onto chaos. Issei drove the soldiers forward, urging them to keep moving. The scene resembled the descriptions of a Second World War beach landing: chaotic, brutal, and determined. Covenant plasma fire rained over the troops as they spilled from the pods. The first casualties were 3 Marines at the forefront, struck down before they could find cover. The Spartans, with armor far more resilient than the regular troops, formed a moving shield and provided cover long enough for others to exit. They realized they had landed in the bottom of a ravine. A tense hush followed as teams reorganized and scanned for objectives and threats. The operation had begun in earnest. From above, the Covenant ships opened fire, trying to cut them down as the remaining pods fell into the area. The X-Wings dove toward enemy fortifications that were targeting the ground troops, drawing heavy fire and giving their allies more time to deploy. When the plasma struck, a Wraith fired into the midst of the human formation. 5 Marines and 2 ODSTs were thrown aside by the blast. Issei shouted for them not to stop and to push forward. Many troops returned fire to cover their comrades, but more and more fell under the crossfire. Issei advanced with his DMR when he heard a frightened cry from a soldier. A Marine had been hit and lay unable to move amid a cluster of fallen soldiers, many of whom were Spartans and possibly members of his squad. The wounded man trembled and whispered that a Spartan was helping him. Issei saw a super soldier dragging the Marine to safety. Without hesitation, Issei ran to the injured Marine, gripped the collar of his suit, and used himself as a shield. The Marines concealed behind a pile of rocks near the gorge signaled that they would take the wounded. As they moved to pull the man in, Covenant fire struck the Spartan who was exposed. A second Wraith fired at Issei and miscalculated. The plasma shell detonated just behind him, knocking him to his knees and stunning him. He steadied himself and kept his focus on delivering the wounded man to the shelter. When he rose again, the Marine felt lighter. Issei found that the man was already dead. He let go and looked back toward the squad's position. Another Covenant tank shot impacted the trench. A dark stain crossed Issei's visor. Through the Spartan's helmet comm, the commander Issei's voice came through, fragmented by static but urgent. She said they had to create an opening to get out of the kill zone. Spartan 018 said he had thought the friendly ships would make that opening. Issei replied that Covenant ships were attempting to flee and were being hit by the fleet. Many enemy heavy ships were disabled and vulnerable. A Tsar-type strategic warhead detonated in the stratosphere, vaporizing an enemy superfreighter and 5 light cruisers escorting it. The blast shifted the battle but did not end it. Spartan 019 said they needed to open a gap to escape. A Marine on the channel said they could help create that opening from their position. Issei answered that he was on his way. Issei stood, took his DMR and disengaged the safety. Spotting the friendly soldiers, he ran as fast as his mark armor would allow under a rain of plasma. A nearby soldier shouted to the Spartan and asked his identity. Issei identified himself as B312 to the sergeant. The sergeant, not bothered to learn the number, explained that 2 turrets manned by grunts, with elites and jackals covering them, guarded their approach. If they could neutralize those turrets, they could break through and create a larger opportunity. The sergeant asked if Issei could take them out. Issei said he could not do it with his current weapon from that range. The sniper Mackenzie offered his rifle. Issei took the rifle, swapping his sidearm to his leg holster and equipping the enlisted man's weapon. He bristled at the thought but prepared to run toward the enemy position with the submachine gun on his back. The sergeant ordered the other soldiers to give the Spartan covering fire. Over 40 troops opened up on the Covenant positions, clearing a path for Issei as he climbed the gorge and closed in. Behind a large mound of rocks and under cover, Issei aimed at the first turret. He saw that even if he eliminated the gun crew, more Covenant would rush to retake the emplacement. Thinking quickly, he aimed instead at the turret's power cores and the stacked explosive crates behind them. With steady breathing and one precise shot, the core detonated. The barricade blew apart, scattering grunts and jackals and stunning the elites. The sergeant called them forward, and nearly 40 soldiers pushed through the breach, following the Spartan up the gap and engaging any enemy who resisted. Even with the sniper rifle in hand, Issei took down 2 red-armored elites and a flood-infected combatant that had emerged from behind crates, expending a cartridge. More Covenant troops, grunts, jackals, and hunters approached, and the humans exchanged fire as they advanced. A pair of ODSTs with rockets knocked down the hunters, and for a moment the assault seemed to be going well. Then a wraith emerged from behind a bunker and its turret began firing at Issei took cover under the plasma barrage. 2 shock troops tried to help and aimed at the tank, but the enemy's machine guns cut them down before they could fire. Issei moved out of cover, aimed at the regular elite operating the machine gun and put a shot through his head, neutralizing him. The wraith swung its cannon back toward Issei, but he was already sprinting for the rocket launcher left by the ODSTs. He grabbed the launcher, acquired the target and fired both shots in quick succession. One wraith erupted and was destroyed. The second tank was hit and disabled by the remaining missile, badly damaged but not annihilated. Seeing the immobilized Covenant tank, 10 Marines and ODSTs rushed to try to claim it. The first Marine up ran into an elite emerging from the tank's smoke and engaged him. A ghost roared over a trench and opened fire on the soldiers attempting to board the wraith, and Issei, distracted by 10 grunts pressing him, watched comrades fall under the sudden attack. He could not shift all his focus to that flank because more Covenant forces were advancing from the direction he had been firing. A tense calm settled for a moment as both sides reorganized for the next wave. Issei saw a Covenant weapons crate at his feet and kicked it toward the ghost. He finished clearing the immediate threat and pressed forward, followed by the last 11 Marines and 10 ODSTs. They slipped through Covenant structures, avoiding patrols and staying out of sight. With their numbers reduced, they could no longer face the enemy in open combat. The sergeant swore and asked what they should do. One of the soldiers pointed out a small fortified station where elites coordinated the area's defense and suggested it might be a command post. The sergeant said that if they could seize it, they might gain an advantage. Issei urged speed so they would not be seen. They ran as fast as they could, Issei leading the way. Fortune favored them. The Covenant plasma fire missed as they made their approach. On the Covenant comms, the Sanghaili commander reported that the humans were breaking through and that their ships had been downed. A response ordered a general attack with no reinforcements, telling their troops to die with honor. The commander reacted in disbelief and cut the channel. Issei did not hesitate. He and 2 ODSTs rushed in and overwhelmed the elites, disabling their systems and securing the bunker. Once inside, the squad consolidated, some keeping watch while others searched. Issei worked to access the Covenant terminals and discovered a lower level. The sergeant asked what was happening when he noticed Issei inspecting a passage. They descended to the sublevel and found large pipes running under the building and through the earth. A Marine asked what they were. Issei opened an access hatch and a sharp, chemical smell escaped. He recognized it as a volatile industrial gas used in the enemy's processing operations. An ODST warned that in that state it was highly unstable. Issei explained that it was not a command station but a monitoring point for the gas conduits that fed the refineries. The Covenant data showed the duct ran under and near many defensive positions. One of the Marines, who had swapped rifles with a comrade earlier, commented that a single spark could take it all out. Issei took the explosive charge that had been issued to him before the mission and set a 5-minute timer. The device and its casing were designed to resist the corrosive effects of the gas. He placed the charge inside the pipe and sealed the access so the current would carry it along. Issei ordered everyone to withdraw. The Covenant forces remained focused on the human attackers trapped in the D-file and did not anticipate what was coming. The sergeant called for cover and then the explosion came. The charge detonated and ruptured the duct, triggering massive conflagrations at 2 refineries linked by the line. The resulting blasts were enormous, shaking bunker lines and fortifications along a long stretch of the enemy's defensive network. Covenant soldiers were caught in the fires and many were burned or forced to flee in panic. Some threw themselves into the dry gullies to escape the flames, but the heat and chaos were devastating. 2 refineries were destroyed, 4 remained on the planet. The battle continued for 4 days. Additional waves of Covenant reinforcements counterattacked after learning that Issei had been responsible for destroying the first 2 refineries in a single strike. The fighting grew long and grinding, and the humans suffered heavy losses. When the final enemy resistance was being cleared, Issei learned that too many Spartans from his company had been killed, along with many Marines and ODSTs who had taken part in the operation. With only 2 soldiers left from the squad that had destroyed the refineries at the start, Issei led an assault on the last line of bunkers. He moved slowly toward the entrance, armed with a shotgun rather than the sniper rifle, waiting for any sign that they had been detected and for the perfect moment to ambush. 2 elites exited the bunker and walked into the trap. Issei neutralized them at close range. He tossed several grenades inside, sealed the door, and finished clearing the position. They took down the Covenant banner and raised the human flag, a red field with an eagle and a shield behind it. They had secured the objective. Knowing defeat, the last 13 elites emerged from hiding with their hands up and dropped their weapons. They called for mercy in their own language. The sergeant and the nearby Marines approached. The sergeant listened and reacted with sarcasm, making it clear they understood. The Sangaili captain begged for their lives. In response, some riflemen opened fire without hesitation, and many of the elites fell in the sudden volley. Several soldiers watched without intervening. A human who had been conversing with the elites taunted them, saying they had clean hands. Issei looked on, expressionless, unsure how to process what had just happened. An ODST picked up one of the elite's energy swords and handed it to a Marine, who fiddled with it and joked that he would use it to cut firewood for his house. The Marine then sat down and began to cry, overwhelmed. Many of the men were exhausted and grieving. They had seen too many die. The survivors were simply grateful to be alive and wanted nothing more than to go home. Issei removed his helmet and stared at the dried smudges on the metal from earlier in the fight. Then he heard familiar voices. Valle had fallen back with the 3rd wave and was alive. Haidu told him he was alive as well, and Issei replied that he was likewise. Isteth, the operation leader, approached and removed her helmet. She told them they had won, but she asked aloud what the cost had been. The toll was staggering. Of more than 300 Spartans in the company, and nearly 500 individuals involved overall, fewer than 40 from Beta had survived. The price of victory weighed on them all. More than 4 months had passed since Operation Primo Victoria. What the Office of Naval Intelligence considered a strategic victory, many officers within the UNSC viewed as a failure because of the heavy loss of life among Spartans and ground forces. Of all who descended into that hell, only a few returned. Some had assumed the Covenant would retreat, but that hope proved wrong. 3 months later, BGMI revealed they were preparing a 3rd company of Spartan 3s in case Company Vita had suffered catastrophic losses. The new Division Gamma would be deployed to mount a 2nd offensive on Pegasi. The Covenant did not remain idle after their defeat on Pegasi and the loss of a quarter of their fleet. They struck the world where Company Gamma trained, Onyx, expecting an easy victory. They underestimated Gamma. Though Gamma lost many of their own, they fought with surprising efficiency. The Covenant in turn suffered major losses, reducing their active fleet by roughly a third. High Command saw this as the moment to counterattack and reclaim the colonies, while the fighting continued across multiple fronts. Issei complained to a floating camera that he really had to do all of this, and the remark was recorded. Behind him, a team of engineers performed routine maintenance on his armor while a young scientist explained that the recordings helped Spartans process trauma. Issei noted that once maintenance finished he would head to the auditorium. He told the camera they were on Earth, somewhere in Russia, where the first Spartan generation had arisen. He observed that Spartans from every generation were gathered and that many high-ranking officials were present. He suspected a significant announcement would follow. After saving the recording with his armor restored, Issei made his way to the auditorium and joined Spartans from every generation and their companies. Lord Hood, the UNSC's senior strategist in the war against the Covenant, took the stage and addressed the gathered Spartans. He acknowledged that they had struck a hard blow against the Covenant. Major supply lines and heavy shipyards had been destroyed. He warned, however, that the war had not been decisively turned. Colonies were still devastated and UNSC forces continued to fight. The Covenant would not stop until humanity was defeated, he said, and the Spartans were the ones chosen to help tip the balance. They were more than soldiers, they carried humanity's hope. The task would be difficult, but they would not be left to face it alone. A large hologram revealed the UNSC's new naval project. Lord Hood presented the new cruiser and class of destroyer, the Infinity, and its 18 sister ships. As the auditorium roof opened, dozens of immense ships appeared in the sky above, far larger than anyone had expected. Spartans would be divided into teams and assigned to these vessels, which would form convoys to support troops across multiple battlefronts. Issei watched in awe and called it the future of the war. Rias stood beside him, equally impressed by the length and scale of the starships disappearing into the heights. Each cruiser and destroyer carried 2 integrated MAC cannons, numerous defensive systems, and carried escort frigates and dozens of combat and orbital craft fighters, dropships, and long-range fighters. Standard convoys would include colonizer transports, combat cruisers, interceptors, and additional frigates for the long journeys. When assembled into fleets, these convoys would present a formidable force. The convoys and their assigned Spartan teams were listed by name and deployment. Convoy Infinity Eternity assigned teams Blue and Red. Team Blue consisted of Shiro S-117, Ichigo S-034, Nalfumi S-104, Rukia S-087, and Misaki S-058. Team Red included Tatsumi S-092, Natsu S-042, and Lucy S-130. They were sent to the Arcadia front. Convoy Liberty Unity assigned teams Gray and Black. Team Gray consisted of Yuji S-006, Itachi S-120, and Mocha S-111. Team Black included Elsa S-053, Hippo S-101, Jack S-031, and Anna S-143. They were sent to the Quinwang system. Convoy NORAD Hyperion divided into teams Omega and Gamma Delta. Omega included Becerra S-011, Urza S-099, and Gara S-025. Gamma Delta included Now S-023, Toshiro S-103, May S-141, Mining S-010, and Jalal S-029. They were sent to the Harvest Front. Convoy Samurai Viking, composed of teams Hussar and Celt. Hussar included Istithis 019, Akhame S-075, Shinji S-084, Gray S-018, and Ishida S-066. Celt included Kirito S-051, Itsuka S-043, Ino S-081, and Shei S-005. They were assigned to the Meridian Front. Convoy Anzio Sicily, composed of teams Heavy and Epsilon. Heavy included Kiba, Inazuka, S-079, Gajil S-069, Akatsuki S-052, and Galena S-065. Epsilon included Roy S-037, Lion S-096, Sakura S-093, and Winry S-030. They were sent to the Miradem front. Convoy Ita Montecasino, composed of teams White and Lima. White included Mikasa S-065, Aaron S-044, Ban S-039, and Levi S-047. Lima included Kaneki S-059, Sting S-122, Rogue S-095, and Alphonse S-008. They were sent to the Kasserine system. Convoy Pershing Sherman, composed of third-generation Spartan teams Beta Blue and Foxtrot. Beta Blue included Takashi A-259, Kora B-320, Shikamaru A-019, and Mira A-344. Foxtrot included Renji B-004, Siko B-091, Hanataro B-0174, and Ganjo B-292. They were sent to the Shiroyama front. Convoy Stalin-Lenin, composed of teams Saber and Ruler. Saber included Avellini G-003, Arno G-099, Ezio G-188, Jacob G-313, and Desmond G-291. Ruler included Tatsuya A-266, Kenichi A-239, and Edward A-293. They were sent to the Scarp colony. Convoy Bismarck Yamato, composed of teams Ghost and Heroes. Ghost included Arthur A-173, Lefay B-101, Saji B-0323, Valle B-347, Issei B-312, and Kanla G-401. Heroes included Chow Chow A-274, Jean A-180, Siegfried B-303, Heracles A-091, George A-588, and Leonard B-458. They were sent to the front at the colonial world Verdun. There were still more Spartans, but not all were ready to return to the front. It was understandable, especially for the survivors of Generation 3, they were still young, and what they had seen paled against the experience of the second generation. Still, the UNSC and humanity needed them. Issei recorded again, this time wearing his armor but not his helmet. He noted that soon they would exit slipspace through a nebula near the world Somme, close to the colony they were assigned to. He observed that the Covenant appeared to be sending reinforcements and that they planned to ambush them on exit. The names of the worlds in these systems reminded him of the mission on the day he lost his world, and he grew a little nostalgic. He added that if he died, he hoped to be reunited with his parents on the other side, and then he stopped the recording. At the slipspace rupture, the lead ship Bismarck prepared to emerge. Its troops readied themselves for the space battle awaiting them as they returned to real space. Squadrons of X-Wings and several longswords were prepared. The Commodore of the Bismarck issued a brief warning that hell would be unleashed once they exited slipspace. Saji made a dry joke that it would be hell for the Covenant only. Team Ghost prepared their X-Wings, each accompanied by a gunner manning a heavy .50 cal behind the pilot's main cockpit and covering the pilot while the pilot managed the 4 reloadable missiles. Lu Fei let out a small laugh at Saji's comment. Valle, the team leader, scolded them to be quiet. Valle then outlined the objective. Every squadron in space was on the defensive and their primary goal was to take down the enemy's 3 flagships. Team Ghost was assigned that duty. The 3 heavy enemy cruisers were leading a group of 5 light cruisers on course over the remains of the Verdun colony. Valle reiterated the target for Team Ghost and then addressed all the pilots readying for battle. She ordered them to fly with precision and stay close to their squadrons, to watch for enemy kamikazes, to only attack when conditions allowed, and to keep the sun at their backs. She reminded them that a pilot's greatest virtue was knowing when to withdraw. Arthur, Spartan Alpha, protested that this was war, not a training exercise. Valle replied tersely that he should just try to stay alive. Issei climbed into his X-Wing and murmured that death was the highest virtue of a warrior. Valle simply instructed him to try not to die as she entered her own cockpit. All squadrons took their stations. The shipboard AI announced the countdown to slipspace exit. The Bismarck emerged first, flanked by 2 light cruisers on the convoy's left. By sheer size, it rammed through and sent them tumbling aside. The pilots received the signal and took off. As soon as they entered the dark expanse, they flew into the crossfire between human and Covenant groups. All X-Wings split into their assigned elements and headed for their targets. Leader Heroes from the Yamato reported that his team would engage the Covenant ship Unleashed. Chow Chow from the Yamato confirmed the choice to attack the first enemy command vessel. Vala targeted the rebirthing, taking formation in a wedge with her Spartan wingmates. Ghost 2, Ghost 3, Ghost 4, and Ghost 5 each reported ready. Issei as Ghost 2, Saji as Ghost 3, Lefei as Ghost 4, and Arthur as Ghost 5. They wove gracefully through barrages from cruiser batteries while Seraph fighters launched from the enemy ships. Arthur was first to spot the Seraphs. Vala ordered them to keep on target and not break off from their objective. 3 Seraphs turned toward the Spartan squadron while the rest of the flotilla engaged the other X-Wing groups. Vala and Issei opened fire first. Vala knocked one Seraph away with a missile, and Issei took down the others with a pair of precise shots. Vala ordered an adjustment to formation. The squadron shifted from a wedge to a line as the 2 main fleets twisted and collided amid the exchange. The battle quickly became chaotic. Heavy machine gun bullets from Allied ships streaked past, missiles of various types arced through the void, and Covenant plasma torpedoes executed dramatic maneuvers. Main plasma batteries from enemy cruisers and Mac cannon fire from Allied frigates traded blows. Coordinated Mac strikes pierced an enemy cruiser's shields, and an Autumn-class cruiser slammed a Mac round directly into an enemy bridge, sending the ship spiraling out of control. Another cruiser retaliated with a focused plasma blast that struck a friendly frigate hard and destroyed it in a blinding explosion. Bright flares and shock waves marked each hit rather than gore. The scene unfolded like an intense, stylized space dogfight. The Spartans had to dodge not only the big ship salvos but also the Seraphs attacking their allies. 3 Seraph squadrons converged on the X-Wings flown by Team Ghost, making them easy targets if they held formation. Issei cursed as he narrowly avoided a shot and reported enemies at his 6 o'clock. Saji noted that they were sitting ducks in formation and suggested splitting up. Vala countermanded the idea and insisted they maintain formation because the rebirthing lay ahead and remained their priority. Knowing the risk, Issei decided to draw the attackers away. He broke formation and altered course, making himself a decoy. 12 enemy fighters peeled off to pursue him. Vala cried out over the squad channel in alarm. Issei's gunner asked what to do as Issei opened the engine and accelerated. Issei instructed the gunner to hold on tight and fire at will. The Seraphs opened fire. Issei executed daring, precise maneuvers, weaving and dodging under incoming plasma in a display that felt kinetic and stylized, like a high-energy animation sequence. The rest of the squadron adjusted their approaches to keep to Vala's plan while the decoy drew the enemy away. A bridge sentence noted that the battle continued to unfold around them as each pilot fought to survive and complete their mission. Spiraling downward, Issei threaded his X-Wing through the crossfire with enemy fighters at his back, making tight turns near the heavy ships in hopes that an adversary would miscalculate and crash. The tactic worked almost immediately. 2 Seraph fighters slammed into the plasma shield of a corvette, and 2 more were taken out by friendly fire when they tried to shoot down the Spartan. His gunner reported hits at will as they closed in, covering Issei's evasive moves and taking down at least 1 more enemy. The gunner shouted that he had hit 1, noting that he had already taken out 5, with 7 remaining. Issei told his teammate that he had a plan and asked him not to fire. Pointing the X-Wing toward the sun, he put the engines to full power. The enemy followed, believing he was trying to flee. They did not expect the sudden stop. As the pursuing fighters flew past, Issei reignited his engines and locked onto 4 targets within missile range. The missiles struck instantly and the tide turned. Issei was now the hunter. The Seraphs attempted to mimic his maneuvers and flee, which proved to be their greatest mistake and made them easy targets. The Marine on board cheered when he saw the enemy fall. Moments later, Issei heard a muffled, spreading explosion and watched as the rebirthing began to come apart. With the corvette's shield broken by Mac fire, his wingmates closed on weak points and destroyed it. Shortly afterward, the Unleashed also disintegrated under concentrated fire. Covenant ships tried to flee, only 5 remained, then 4 as another was destroyed while escaping. 2 more were taken out when their damaged engines left them exposed. The Commodores ordered the remaining hostile carriers to be intercepted. All Mac batteries focused on the remnants of the enemy and waited for the signal. The admirals ordered fire, and the heavy volleys obliterated the 3 light cruisers, shattered the shield of the last heavy cruiser, the Insurrector, and severely damaged its hull. The Insurrector had pulled far enough away to avoid the secondary batteries of the Bismarck and Yamato fleet, and soon sensors picked up subspace radiation. Officers reported that the Covenant ship was preparing to jump. Valley reacted that this could not be allowed, and Issei, on a collision course for the heavy cruiser, confirmed his intent over the channel. His voice reached the multi-channel with Valley hearing him insist that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Approaching as close as he dared, watching the Insurrector's engines begin to gather energy for a slipspace jump, Issei aimed at the unshielded section of the hull where the drive must be. For missiles in rapid succession slammed into the motor and shook the cruiser, delaying the jump. A second wave of missiles caused a catastrophic spatial rupture that sheared away a massive section of the ship and sent much of it irretrievably into the void. The rip in space released a burst of radiation so intense that the Spartan signal was lost for a moment. From the Bismarck, they called out to ask where he was. The radar operators answered that they could not detect him at first, which caused Valley a sharp pang of fear. Shortly after, new readings showed his beacon reappearing. His engines had been burned out by the radiation and he was adrift. Command ordered a retrieval. In the drifting X-wing, Issei breathed a slow, steady breath now that the battle was over, while his gunner laughed at having survived such a fierce engagement. The gunner later commented that he had heard fights about Spartans being thrilling, but this was beyond expectation. Later, after they were recovered and back in the hangars, Valley confronted Issei. The reason behind her reprimand was not clear to the others. Valley told him he had broken formation and warned that while his actions had achieved results this time, he needed to obey orders in the future. Issei was puzzled. The scolding felt disproportionate, but he accepted it. The gunner, sipping water nearby and having overheard the exchange, remarked that if anyone asked he might say that Valley was worried about Issei, revealing a hint of concern beneath her command. Issei let the thought pass. There was more to consider than personal dynamics. Verdun awaited, a planet where they had been fighting for over 3 years, and their arrival could change the course of the conflict. After the costly space battle above the Verdun colony, reinforcements prepared to deploy to the planet to help repel Covenant forces that refused to surrender despite their fleet's destruction. Verdun, once a green world with crystalline oceans and fields of strangely colored poppies, had been reduced to a contested wasteland. Cities and farmland lay in ruins, once beautiful fields turned to mud. Forests had become scattered scenes of the aftermath of war. Fallen soldiers and wreckage marked where trees had stood. Despite the devastation, the UNSC held firm. With Spartans on the ground, they intended to turn the tide. Team Ghost was assigned to the east, while Team Heroes moved west to support the ground troops. Upon arrival, Major Stukov briefed them in the main command base, where wounded soldiers and exhausted troops had been rotated through after intense fighting. Stukov explained that Verdun was effectively divided. Although the UNSC controlled about 65% of the planet, Covenant forces had adapted and knew how to counter conventional attacks. As Issei and Arthur observed the base, a column of Marines was led by another Marine toward an Albatross-class medical craft. The Marines walked with their eyes bandaged, being guided by a comrade. Issei asked what had happened to them. Stukov explained that some Covenant units had begun weaponizing a gas from their ground equipment and using it against UNSC troops when they were desperate. The Vespine gas burned skin on contact, induced cardiac symptoms when inhaled, and caused blindness if it reached the eyes. Medical teams could not always say whether the damage would be permanent or temporary. Issei felt a quiet sorrow at the sight and what Stukov described. He imagined how unbearable such a fate could be and understood why some might prefer death to a lingering, uncertain injury. The same thought crossed Rias's mind as she took in these scenes and memories. Gilgamesh felt sorrow. If he had been there in the present rather than in a memory, he would have pulled those soldiers out of their misery. Razor did not know how to feel. He had never seen anything like it and could not imagine how he would react if the same happened to his own entourage. The Ghost team leader asked what their main mission would be. Stukov led them to his command post without their realizing it. He explained that divisions were dispersed across the entire front and that he needed to send each of them to different sectors to guide the troops. Reconnaissance reported civilian populations still in occupied areas, where the Covenant held some people as prisoners and enforced forced labor. Stukov added that there were 7 major cities where the Covenant concentrated its forces: New Rome, New Corsica, New Verdun, New Maginot, New Paris, New Vichy, and New Cannes. Together with Colonel Carrel, Stukov said they had determined to sweep the planet, or at least the Covenant-occupied regions. With Ghost and the convoy troops as reinforcements, the operation would be easier. The Ghost team had expected to be sent to eliminate an enemy commander or general, but their mission was different. They would act as reinforcements and guide frontline combat. They accepted the assignment and were dispersed across 5 of the many eastern fronts. Issei was sent to the southern hemisphere of Verdun, while Saji was sent farther south. After a 3-day flight in a Pelican, Issei arrived and met the front's commander, known simply as Marshal. The Marshal inspected the Spartan and welcomed him to the bunker. The Marshal informed Issei that a major offensive would begin within 24 hours and told him to make himself comfortable. Issei asked for clarification about the offensive, and Marshal explained that a massive attack on Covenant-occupied territory was being prepared, but all fronts needed to be ready. Verdun was not a peaceful or pleasant place. During Issei's walk through the camp, he saw many wounded being moved by their comrades. Some bore severe wounds and were in need of urgent care. Crews were tidying the battlefield and preparing to dispose of remains respectfully. It was easy to imagine this grim reality extended across the other Verdun fronts. Issei watched as a brigade captain delivered harsh orders, preparing his soldiers for the coming combat and warning them against cowardice. The Spartan moved on, searching for a quiet place amid the turmoil of the new front. A Marine approached Issei and offered him a plate of rice, reminding the Spartan that Issei had swapped his rifle for a Magnum during the Pegassi campaign. The Marine had kept the weapon in gratitude. Several Marines from the Marine squad gathered around Issei. They had heard stories of fighting with the Spartan from the start to the end of the Pegassi Delta campaign and wanted to eat together. A veteran urged everyone to eat while they could, insisting that hunger clouded judgment. One young soldier objected to the veteran's grim remarks, and the veteran reminded him that he had fought on this front since the Covenant invasion and knew what he saw. The squad leader then noted one of his men not wearing a helmet and reminded them all that enemy snipers were active, recalling the loss they had suffered the previous day. 2 Marines put their helmets back on, and Issei, sheltered by a large rock, remained safe. The Marines exchanged names and small talk as they ate. One joked about disliking the elite species. Another teased that he had an elite as a pet named Manfred. New introductions followed. One Marine said his name was Daniel but that others called him Danny. Another introduced himself as Joseph, also called Joe. Another was nicknamed Fire because he carried a flamethrower. Karl, the Marine who still carried Issei's pistol, asked the Spartan if he had a name beyond his designation. Issei replied that he was called Issei. The men fell back into conversation, trying to find some normalcy. Suddenly a nearby outpost erupted as Covenant wraiths began firing at the camp. An officer shouted for everyone to take cover as a storm of energy rounds rained down. The base descended into chaos and confusion as soldiers scrambled for shelter. Issei grabbed his helmet and dove behind the rock. Karl, Joe, and Fire took cover behind the Spartan where the incoming fire's pattern left a pocket of relative safety. Issei heard desperate cries from wounded Marines and other personnel caught in the ambush. Some were scorched or burning from plasma hits, others temporarily incapacitated and crying out for aid. The Spartan assessed that he could not save everyone, despite his duty to protect humanity. Soon 5 Falcon dropships appeared, engaged the wraiths, and destroyed the attacking vehicles. The immediate threat was repelled, but the base had already suffered damage and fires. Night fell. The wounded had been treated and the immediate chaos brought under control. Issei met with Marshal and the surviving officers to review losses and plans. An officer reported 2 deaths in the attack and that Division 13 of Harvest had been badly damaged and could not participate in the operation. Company 82 had lost its leader and second-in-command during the ambush. Another commander reacted that such losses, though expected in war, were acceptable. Marshal exploded in anger and disagreed. He declared that no number of deaths was acceptable and accused them of complacency. The officers listened in silence, understanding the weight of his words. Marshall decided that Division 13 would remain behind to hold the line, but Company 82 would still need to join the upcoming attack, which meant appointing a new leader for that squad. He looked around for someone to take responsibility, and Issei stepped forward. His service record noted that he had guided a group of Marines during the Pegasi offensive. Marshall asked whether Issei thought he could handle command of Company Issei. Answered that he could, but only if Marshall believed in him. Marshall then explained the mission. Company 82 was to strike the Bolsonaro region, push through the forest, and reach the town of Owen to rescue civilians who had been taken captive since the invasion. He warned that reaching them would not be easy. Issei led the charge as he arrived for his first combat commanding the 82nd. The offensive began at 6 in the morning, with every front attacking Covenant positions where resistance remained. The battle lines cut across the scarred fields of Verdun, where enemy skirmishers harried the advance. Orbital convoys bombarded known concentrations from the stratosphere, clearing paths for the ground forces. Human flags and firearms moved together, and the presence of disciplined troops changed the momentum of the fight. At the head of Company 82, Issei guided the gray expanse through the Bolsonaro forest. Covenant forces fell back under the blitzkrieg tactics the company used. Issei became an example for his soldiers. Fearless and decisive, he squeezed triggers when an elite, brute, or hunter presented themselves. Regular troops began to imitate his courage. Flame squads cleared trenches and bunkers, snipers and assault teams neutralized emplacements and turrets, and heavy groups disabled enemy motorized units. Despite casualties in the crossfire, no one wavered. They pushed toward their objective. Issei gave orders and moved to rescue those he could. In one instance, he pulled a Marine out of immediate danger when a brute swung a hammer. He stopped the threat with a precise long-range shot. An elite tried to strike Issei from behind, but Karl and 2 other soldiers intervened and neutralized the attacker. A radio call informed them that they were 4 kilometers from Owen. Issei urged them to keep going, changed his rifle for a DMR, and used it to halt enemy fighters trying to retreat. They covered those remaining kilometers faster than expected. The enemy presence thinned as they neared Owen. Issei had heard that Owen had once been a farming community known for its livestock and produce. Now, at the town entrance, there were harrowing scenes of violence. A welcome sign still hung over the entrance, but what it framed was terrifying. Issei and his men kept their guard high as they slipped into the town. With each step they saw more evidence of what had happened. Houses emptied of life, families gone, and clear signs that the civilians had suffered. Some deaths had been swift, others bore the marks of abuse, but none of it was presented in detail. The main square was the worst, a scene so devastating it stunned even hardened soldiers. Lifeless civilians of all ages were scattered through the park, and the municipal buildings were burned out. The memorial to the town's founder bore an ugly pile of victims. Issei felt a cold anger settle over him. When a Marine asked what had happened, Issei acknowledged their shared horror and gave the order that they needed to recover and bury the dead. As they worked to move bodies from the monument, a hidden mine detonated beneath them. Fortunately, no one was killed, though the shock of the near miss left them shaken. A short PRD of quiet followed while they collected themselves. Issei spoke with the squad captains about the next objectives. He laid out the route: New Korsega, then Tobruk, Magellan and Lula, before all forces converged on New Paris. The captains knew that once Owen was secured they would await orders to proceed. Karl, who had taken command of his squad after their captain fell to an enemy sniper, said that if they could not save every civilian they would make sure the Covenant paid for what it had done. Issei agreed. Everyone there felt that the fight had become personal. Fueled by that shared rage, many in the company ignored higher orders and struck for New Korsega ahead of schedule. After pushing through enemy lines for 2 weeks, they assaulted the city at night in warthogs. Even when outnumbered, their determination made the difference. They swept through Covenant ranks with relentless, stylized fury, fast, precise, and without graphic detail, overwhelming grunts and their leaders in coordinated strikes. The human troops pressed the attack, determined to stop the invaders from repeating their crimes. In the counterattacks that followed, the troops captured many Covenant fighters. The soldiers dealt with their captives harshly, driven by rage and grief, but the narrative of violence remains restrained here. Issei himself fought in close quarters, holding a knife in one hand and a sidearm in the other. He moved through a group of zealot-class elites and captains with skill and resolve, repeatedly emerging from combat ready to press onward. Throughout these operations, the company's objective and morale remained clear: rescue the living, honor the dead, and put an end to the Covenant's reign of terror. The only way to survive in hell was to become a demon. The fury of Company 82 had not ended with the capture of the city, even when the other forces arrived late and saw the human banner with the division numbers still flying high. Issei continued to push forward with his army, moving through minefields, trap-filled woods, and ruined settlements that bore the scars of fierce fighting and many lives lost. For 303 days of battle, that driven army advanced like a force of nature, overwhelming its enemies. Rias and her two companions observed how the young man built his legend and how his presence unnerved the opposition. The Security could scarcely believe that this warrior had become such a formidable force. Razor noted with astonishment that Issei's strength reached beyond ordinary limits, and even his killer instinct had surprised hardened veterans. Rias understood what he meant. This was a soldier who inspired fear through sheer effectiveness. Gilgamesh admitted that he would have welcomed such fighters among his own ranks, impressed by the Spartans' potential. The Princess Gremory looked at Issei and his comrades with new eyes, wondering how they had been so powerful yet had nevertheless faltered earlier. After those 303 days, the remaining armies met in New Paris. Once again the city bore Company 82's standard. Marines, ODSTs, and Spartans moved cautiously through the ruins, surprised at the sight of the division's hold on the center. They passed avenues where the bodies of enemy soldiers lay as a sober reminder of recent clashes. The team leader called Issei to attention and Issei acknowledged him. In the civic plaza the company rested, tended the wounded, and honored those lost during their campaign. Valley watched her comrade and realized he had changed. He remained intelligent and reserved, but there was now a hard edge to him, a focus that spoke of what he had endured. A month later, after actions to resecure Verdun, Issei was summoned before the highest leaders in this theater. His decision to lead the division across enemy lines without prior authorization required reprimand. In the command chamber of the Bismarck, the commanders accused him of disobeying orders and of guiding a full division through enemy territory without reporting the movement. He listened in silence outside the room while his team strained to hear. Valley chose to step away. The ship's commanding officer reminded them that normally such conduct would lead to dismissal or suspension. However, reports from ONI and other fronts described the division's actions as inspirational, and their influence had been noted. From a small chest the Commodore presented a medal, awarding the Silver Star for frontline performance and leadership. Issei accepted the recognition. The Commodore then explained that ONI considered it valuable for Spartans to take on leadership roles commanding marine companies in operations. From that point forward, Issei's team would lead attacks with Division 82 under their command. The leaders emphasized that in this war the need was not only for heroes but for leaders who could show that the conflict could be won. The decision caught everyone off guard. Later, aboard the ship, Issei sought a moment of solitude. Standing beneath the hot spray of the shower, he felt the press of another presence. Valley entered and embraced him from behind, quietly admitting that she had feared he would be stripped of rank or imprisoned. Issei confessed that he had feared the same. They spoke softly about the responsibility now placed upon them and about a life away from war. Valley mentioned her hope to leave all of it behind, and Issei gently urged patience, suggesting they wait for a safer, more certain time. They shared a tender, non-XL embrace in the privacy of the shower, a quiet moment of comfort amid the strain of command. No one aboard the ship knew of their bond since training they had developed an NTMT relationship that conflicted with Spartan expectations. Spartans were meant to devote themselves wholly to humanity's defense, not to thoughts of love or family. Valley had once proposed they run away together, but Issei had persuaded her to hold on, to wait for a time when leaving might be possible. Fico. That was the life of every soldier, but only those who did it best were called devil dogs since the First World War. Later, the Helljumpers earned a new name and were again known as Devil Dogs for the divisions that led the Spartans in combat after the Battle of Verdun. Issei commanded one of those units during the campaign. Each Spartan team was assigned an ODST regiment to lead the following assaults. As part of UNSC operations, ONI began promoting Marines who had excelled with Issei at Verdun to ODST ranks, along with other Marines who matched the regiment's fighting spirit. The shock troops became known as humanity's elite, even as Spartans remained the elite of the elite. Soon, there were more ODSTs than ordinary Marines, and new Spartans began to appear for the conflict. The tide of war seemed to be shifting in their favor, but no one knew how long it would hold. They could not see that the fall of their species was closer than they imagined. For now, Ghost Team was fighting 2 systems beyond Somme after recovering that sector. The planet Zera served as a Covenant forward post. Karl let out a fierce battle cry as the Ghost Spartans broke cover to spearhead the attack against the Covenant occupying the forest around the enemy base. Thousands of soldiers followed the Spartans' lead and pressed forward to crush the remaining Covenant forces. The aliens began to retreat as they realized the humans outnumbered them. An elite commander tried to rally his troops, denouncing them as traitors as they fell back. A Marine surged forward with a bayonet fixed to his rifle, neutralized the commander at close range, and fired until the threat was stopped. At the front, the 5 Spartans of Ghost tore through the Covenant. They formed a protective perimeter and met each wave of attackers with precision and speed. Saji pushed forward with his shotgun against 2 elites and reacted when a third moved to strike with a shock rifle. He blocked the blow, then turned his weapon on an elite who tried to attack with an energy sword. Saji drove the enemy back and sent him crashing to the ground, leaving him incapacitated. Arthur worked from distance with his sniper rifle, picking off targets as they entered his sight and also taking down an enemy with active camouflage who had tried to ambush his sister Lu Fei from behind. Lu Fei acknowledged her brother's protection while still gripping her battle rifle. Arthur warned her to watch her back and reloaded. Their Devil Dog divisions closed in behind them. Valis swapped the cartridge in her DMR and urged the team on. They pushed through a forest riddled with traps, stepping forward without hesitation. At the top of the ridge assigned by Grid 223, they found the last Covenant camp. The enemy was well entrenched, with multiple heavy plasma machine guns positioned to make a direct assault costly. Saji cursed as he crouched behind a rocky mound beside an ODST platoon after one of those emplacements had ambushed their approach. 3 soldiers had been killed when they were exposed to the heavy weapon. Fei declared that someone needed to destroy the guns. Issei volunteered from a Covenant trench he had seized. When his team leader asked if he had a plan, Issei explained that running was part of it but that he needed to move alone to remain unnoticed. Vala replied that they would draw enough attention for him to get through and ordered her regiment to open fire on her signal. A storm of suppressing fire broke out, giving Issei the window he needed to dash across a short stand of trees at the base of the hill and climb toward the emplacements, moving silently against the clock. Halfway up, he encountered an elite commander and the officer's subordinate. The commander demanded the location of their forces and refused to accept any talk of retreat, ordering his troops to prepare for a final charge. As the elite began to climb the slope, Issei slipped from concealment, struck from behind, and quickly neutralized the commander. He knew then that his time to disable the artillery was much shorter than he had expected. Issei reached the first of 3 machine gun positions and found a Stinger-style rifle along his path. From above, he engaged the gunners' 2 jackals and a grunt in the trench and removed the threat before they could pinpoint his position. Valley announced over the comm that they should advance. Saji's group cleared the first gun and began climbing the side of the hill opened up by their friend, but the route was not entirely free. Issei moved on to the next emplacement, firing from above and taking out the crew by surprise. As he prepared to withdraw, a group of grunts appeared in his path. He took them down swiftly before they could raise an alarm. One grunt, intent on a suicide strike, lunged at him. Issei, unfazed, grabbed the alien and hurled it with its grenade toward the final machine gun, sending it tumbling 3 meters down the slope toward the emplacement. The plasma blast turned the weapon into scrap and sent the Covenant in the trench reeling, their forms scattered by the burst of energy. The machine guns had gone silent just in time for the enemy to begin their charge, and an elite let out a battle cry. Faced with warning his teammates or taking the nearby plasma machine gun himself, Issei chose the latter. He grabbed the heavy weapon, tore it from its mount, and opened fire on the oncoming horde. Sangaili fell down the slope one by one as allied forces pushed up the hill. Most of the elites, young and intimidated by the soldier known as the Demon, retreated to their barracks when they saw a single warrior cutting through hundreds of their comrades. Cornered, the remaining Covenant troops in the base were forced to accept defeat, raising a small white flag at their barracks entrance. It was another victory for Team Ghost and for humanity. The Commodore presented the Bronze Star to Spartan Issei Beta 312 for capturing more than 3,000 enemy soldiers and seizing the enemy barracks, instructing him to wear it with pride. Issei thanked the Commodore as he received the medal. They returned to the fleet in space to await new orders from High Command, and in the meantime they held occupation of the enemy system they had taken after 7 more months of fighting. Lu Fei noticed Saji staring at the planet and commented on it, recognizing the look of someone who had grown up there. Saji said that after so long he could see the planet green again, referring to the crystallization he had seen from space when he was evacuated as a child after Marines rescued him following the Covenant bombardment. To move away from those bitter memories and spare his companions further sorrow, he changed the subject. Rumors circulated that ONI was preparing a new generation of Spartans. Arthur wondered where they would find recruits. Lu Fei had heard they planned to select shock troops for the enhancements. Issei pointed out that it made sense and noted the recent mass production of new ODSTs, with veterans likely to follow as successors. Valle, staying close to Issei, doubted they would measure up to their generation or to the second generation. Nearby, Rias and the others watched and listened to memories of the Spartan. Securudii regarded the recollection with tenderness, seeing that amid chaos and the destruction of worlds the human had once known moments of happiness. Razor worried that the Crimson Princess might become enamored by the memory and the human's personality, though he admitted the man was a skilled warrior despite legends that painted humans as cowardly and weak. Issei was none of those things. Gilgamesh, overhearing talk of the new Spartans, mused that a few of those soldiers would make fine additions to his treasures or perhaps one of the starships that crossed the stars. Razor dismissed the comment and the implication. Gilgamesh also grumbled that a mere soldier had stolen the heart of a woman who, in his view, belonged to him by right, and Razor countered that he had claim as her fiancée. They bickered over her as if she were property, and Rias snapped at them to be quiet, furious at their childish argument that overshadowed the recollection. Arthur reported that the blue team had killed one of the Didax Inquisitors in Valladolid, Fal, Chavan II, the son of the original Chavan. Issei recognized the name as the one who had turned against the Didact, and Arthur confirmed that it was one less general to worry about. Valle listed the remaining Supreme Inquisitors as Thel, Vedum, Ripa, Morimi, Atriox, and Tartarus. Issei reminded them not to forget the AI that always escorted them, the Eternal Guardian, which had single-handedly taken down the Mustang and Sherman teams. The Inquisitors' Covenant Spartans, the Didax elite, were feared even by human Spartans, responsible for the destruction of multiple human worlds in obedience to the Forerunner, and known for wiping out entire Spartan teams. They were the reason Spartans had been created. At the start of the war there had been around 72 Inquisitors. The previous generation had eliminated dozens but suffered heavy losses in the process, one of the confidential reasons the third generation of Spartans had been ordered. While they talked, a slip-space rupture opened beyond Saji's window and a Valiant-class cruiser emerged, escorted by 4 forward-class frigates. Issei noted the unexpected arrival of a cruiser. The small fleet approached the combined Bismarck and Yamato, and 6 hours later the Commodore summoned teams Ghost and Heroes. Chow Chow repeated that they would be relieved. The Admiral explained that they had been fighting for 3 years and their superiors had decided to give them a rest, sending Beta and Gamma groups to relieve them over the coming weeks and dispatching them to Earth to recuperate. The announcement of leave was unexpected for Ghost and Heroes. The concept of vacations was foreign to them. On Earth, everything felt new. Freed from their armor, they wandered different corners of the world. Issei and Valley explored the streets of Sweden while Arthur, his sister, and Saji visited England. Some members of Heroes went to France, others to Italy, and some stayed in Mexico. It would be a 1-month break. The ones of interest now were Spartan 312 and his companion. They sat at a table outside a public square, finishing their meal while watching CNN report the latest naval victories against the Covenant. The female anchor reported that this week the divisions nicknamed Devil Dogs had reclaimed the Mustafa and Coruscant systems after a 2.5-year offensive, both important worlds that had fallen to the enemy. Her male co-anchor added that ONI estimated the war could end in 3 or 4 years, though real peace remained distant, and he mentioned unconfirmed rumors in the colonies about a new generation of Spartans, the Orion Project, which Dr. Catherine Halsey would supervise if the reports proved true. When the segment ended, they left the square and walked through Stockholm. Rias and the others remarked on the city. The architecture was different from the world Issei had grown up in, more familiar somehow to his own. Issei asked Valley whether the war would ever end, hoping to start a conversation. Valley remained quiet as they crossed a pedestrian bridge, stopping halfway to look at the clear blue river below. She noted that the rivers of the underworld were purple. Valley answered that the war would end someday but insisted that the more important question was what would become of them. She slipped her hand through Issei's arm in a tender, youthful gesture. Acknowledged the implication and reminded her that they had the right to choose their own path, that ONI could not control them forever. Valley affirmed that only their hearts could decide. The sunset and the moment of closeness formed a beautiful scene, and they were on the verge of sharing an NTMT, quiet moment when the rumble of a military vehicle interrupted them. A warthog pulled up and an officer addressed them by call signs, informing Beta 312 and 347 that ONI requested their immediate presence for a high-priority matter. They were escorted by a Marine to a base near the Norwegian border, reissued their armor, and then transported in Falcons with a shock troop element to Siberia. En route, Commander Joseph Stalin briefed them that contact had been lost with a repeater station in Siberia at 200 hours. A response team had been sent but disappeared from the radar at 500 hours. Intelligence suspected a local separatist group, and the commander compared the situation to the Biscard incident 2 years earlier, where a new freighter had been stolen. He reported that a short audio file from the response team indicated plasma fire and heavy damage, and that their mission was to get the repeater back online and identify the attackers. Issei joked about their vacation being cut short. Valley accepted the mission and assured the commander they would handle it. The Falcons arrived at the repeater. The 2 Spartans disembarked with 6 ODSTs and 4 Marine technicians to secure the station. The ODST squad leader urged haste, and a squad leader called for the Falcons to maintain distance in case aerial support was needed. The team moved out across the frozen tundra toward the station. The repeater looked abandoned. The main entrance had been forced open and the interior corridors were strewn with fallen soldiers. The emptiness felt wrong to everyone, including the Spartans. They cleared the complex methodically, finding no survivors until they reached a sealed chamber. When they forced it open, the only living people inside were 2 station technicians and a wounded Marine. The station Marine explained that the attack had been sudden. He was receiving field care from an ODST while describing how they had lost contact with the entry guards. When the guards had gone to investigate, they had reported the base was under assault. As Valley questioned the survivors, Issei heard movement from behind a stack of supply crates. He signaled 2 devil dogs to approach quietly. For a moment he worried it might be his imagination, but the ODSTs confirmed there was someone hiding behind the crates. Valley asked who could be responsible. A Zealot-class elite sprang from cover, energy sword flashing, and struck Issei hard enough to send him to the floor. Issei grunted in pain. A nearby soldier fired his shotgun multiple times and neutralized the first elite, but 2 more Zealots materialized and moved through the room with swift violence, striking and incapacitating one of the ODSTs. The Covenant attackers opened fire and then seized hostages from among the technicians as they retreated. Issei swore and gave chase. Valley ordered the ODSTs to pursue and instructed her team to restore the repeater. The red-armored elites fled toward the exterior, overpowering the technicians at the door as they made their escape. Issei fired several rounds in a desperate attempt to stop them. Outside, an ODST reported spotting a Covenant reconnaissance element with spirits deploying troops across the area. Valley contacted Commander Joseph and reported that the repeater would not function without proper maintenance and that they had a serious problem. The Covenant were on Earth. Commander Joseph asked Valley to repeat the report, seeking confirmation that the Covenant had indeed reached the planet. The Covenant had found Earth, and most of its interplanetary armed forces were at the frontier fighting the Didax troops on worlds already taken. Gathered in the Pentagon, commanders and senior staff on Earth needed an update on the enemy before the next battle. General Joseph, the officer assigned by the ONI to oversee Earth's defense, reported that the Covenant had been confirmed on Earth by B-312 and they had disabled repeaters in Siberia, Greenland, and New Zealand. Only the repeater in Argentina remained functional, but it was of little use now. The Heroes team had confirmed the worst. A concentrated enemy force had been located in the Congo and was masked from satellites by a reflective shield. The holographic map showed the threat extending beyond the nation's borders. General Joseph said that whatever reason the enemy had for coming here, they could not be allowed to remain. All the Spartans and high-ranking officers listened intently, waiting for the attack orders and the plan. General Joseph ordered a massive assault on the enemy concentration in the area to begin within 4 hours. The fleet was already in the stratosphere aboard a Valiant-class cruiser en route to the target. The Winter Protocol had been activated, and the veteran teams Heroes and Ghost would lead the assault alongside Spartan Avenger. Among the soldiers, one of the 3 surviving Spartans of the first generation stood with much younger troopers. Spartan Avenger, born Emiya Kiritsugo, asked the general if there were any specific orders. The general replied that they were to send the enemy back to hell. Gilgamesh, nearby, laughed at the line. Local UNSC forces, the ONI, Shock Commandos, and Spartans had 5 hours to assemble for the assault, unaware that the Covenant was preparing not to meet them but to begin their invasion of the human world. Humanity's numbers on its homeworld outnumbered the Covenant by 100 to 1, but that advantage had been meaningless on many colonies where tactical forces were only 200 or 500 strong and had been whittled down by Covenant assaults. The troops understood they could not fail. Ancient Spartans at Thermopylae, they had to hold their shields and face possible defeat. When the moment came, thousands of warthogs, scorpion tanks, hornets, falcons, pelicans, and frigates moved toward the enemy position beneath a vast plasma dome. The Spartans thought of the defense of the Congo as their Thermopylae, but they knew it could be the entire planet that would have to hold. Kiritsugo asked his personal AI Iriasval for an update as he drove his warthog at the head of the convoy. The AI, with a voice that sounded German, reported that the enemy had preemptively attacked several population centers and even orbital stations. The Winter Protocol required the UNSC to respond on all fronts. Saji, riding with Lu Fei in a turreted vehicle, asked how they would get through the energy field. Chow Chow, linked to Team Ghost, said they had found the field's power source during an investigation the day before. Jean, second in command of the Heroes team and riding as co-pilot with her leader, reported that they had set demolitions on a control tower and prepared to detonate. The team that had investigated the previous night had captured evidence and the signal showing the Covenant had taken control of a tower that distorted satellite feeds. Jean initiated the countdown and the charges detonated. From a jungle plateau, Issei watched as the first Covenant tower was reduced to rubble by the charges, clearing the way toward a second, larger tower protected by a plasma shield that even heavy ordnance had trouble penetrating. Kiritsugo sighted a swarm of enemy banshees and warned of imminent contact. A torrent of green plasma rained from the sky. The convoy returned fire and pushed forward, determined to protect their home. Arthur piloted the Warthog where Issei rode as co-pilot, and their gunner kept the immediate threats at bay. They were closing fast, less than a kilometer from the enemy dome, when one of the gunner's shots downed a Banshee. Another Banshee that had been hiding behind the first launched a plasma missile at their Warthog. Arthur attempted an evasive maneuver but could not avoid the hit. The vehicle's rear tires took the impact. The Warthog flipped and skidded for over 20 meters, throwing its 3 occupants a considerable distance. Issei was dazed and disoriented. He struggled to rise, dizzy and unsteady. He heard the engine of another warthog approaching from behind. If he did not move or if that driver failed to react, the passing vehicle could strike him. The other warthog swerved, and a nearby wraith fired on it, hitting that vehicle and setting it ablaze. The burning wreck came to rest a short distance past Issei. Someone nearby called his name and asked if he was all right. Issei saw Arthur taking cover with 2 Marines to his right, hidden behind what had once been another warthog. Arthur called for support. Regaining his senses, Issei picked up his assault rifle, which had fallen fortunately only a couple of paces away. He told Arthur he was on his way and raised the weapon to his shoulder. Joining his companion, the battle pressed on. Ahead, bullets and plasma, large missiles and heavy enemy fire crisscrossed the air. Arthur muttered that this fight was no different from the battles they'd fought on other worlds. Kiritsugo's voice came through their comms, identifying himself and confirming that Spartan Issei and Arthur were at the front. The others acknowledged him by rank. Kiritsugo and the remaining Spartans had reached the front line, and they tasked Issei and Arthur with a specific mission: destroy the anti-air batteries. The Covenant's heavy anti-air guns made it impossible for the frigates to take out the tower. If those guns remained, the fleet could not support the assault. As Kiritsugo finished the briefing, a Pelican descended and deployed a Scorpion tank for them. Arthur asked if Issei would drive. Issei answered that he would handle the gun like a beast of metal and joked he would do better than Arthur. Kiritsugo invited the 2 Marines sheltering with them to come along. Issei took the driver's position while Arthur manned the turret. The 2 Marines, armed with battle rifles, would provide coverage against enemy infantry encountered along the way. Iria contacted them and provided the enemy anti-air locations. She remotely activated their armor scanners to give them a clear route. Arthur urged them to go for it. The Scorpion pushed forward, plowing through Covenant lines and tactical positions that had been defending the stronghold. When a tank rolls into combat, little stands in its way. The first anti-air emplacement sat on a ridge, coordinated fire took out the wraiths guarding it, and a single well-placed shot disabled the battery. Nearly a kilometer later, the second gun presented less of a problem. Light infantry guarded it, but a few bursts from the Scorpion's main gun and covering fire from Arthur and the Marines cleared a path and allowed them to neutralize the second emplacement. A number of grunts who had crossed in front of the tank were run over in the advance, but the scene remained non-graphic and focused on the speed of the assault. Only 3 guns had been installed by the Covenant to defend against human air units, but those 3 had been enough to inflict heavy losses on Falcons and Pelicans in the sky and down some fighters that had scrambled in from a lone UNSC cruiser. Kiritsugo praised the Spartans for their work and noted that lowering the tower's shield was the final step before the frigate Pershing could finish the job. He asked for someone to accompany him to assault the tower. A Falcon descended as they secured their position at the last tower. Avenger boarded and offered a hand to Issei to climb aboard. Back in the air, their ship headed for the tower's shield. Using the Falcon's turrets, they provided aerial cover to infantry on the ground who were in trouble. Kiritsugo remarked over the comms that Issei's file-on abilities had been accurate and that Issei reminded him of Spartan 117, perhaps even surpassing him. Iriasville noted with a smile that Kiritsugo had supervised 117's training and had once joked that 117 would be outmatched someday. She alluded to the quiet father-son bond between Avenger and the Master Chief, and reminded them that only 5 Spartans held S rank, the 3 survivors of Generation 1 plus Issei and the Master Chief. As they closed on the shield, Issei observed an odd electromagnetic distortion emanating from it. Kiritsugo warned everyone to brace. They were 7 seconds from breaching the shield. The pilot lost power as they passed through the plasma barrier and the Falcon's engines died. Kiritsugo told Issei to lock his armor. Issei woke up on the ground 2 meters from the Falcon that had crashed into the grassy plain. Avenger helped him to his feet and checked on him. Issei asked after the pilots, and Avenger confirmed they were dead. They had to move. They advanced in silence toward the tower, navigating obstacles and hopping over rocky outcrops, firing only to suppress Covenant soldiers who saw them coming. Issei wondered what the tower's purpose was. Avenger explained that it was a troop descent tower used for planetary invasions and asked the more important question of what the tower was connected to. At the tower's base, Covenant commandos fell under the Spartans' assault in a fast, decisive fight. They discovered the mechanism for Covenant troop deployment, a massive elevator. Issei climbed to the top of the tower where the control panel and core were located. Kiritsugo ordered him to destroy the tower's control and get out quickly. The Pershing would handle the rest of the operation. Issei destroyed the control and neutralized the remaining Covenant forces. With the control system wrecked, there was less than 5 minutes before the Pershing's guns would rain down on the tower. Their only escape was to jump. It would not be the first time Issei had hit a planet's hard surface, but rescue arrived at the last moment. Vale and Kiritsugo appeared in a falcon. Vale caught Issei's hand as he jumped, pulling him aboard. Vale congratulated him and said the Pershing would take care of things and bring them home. Kiritsugo relayed that the Pershing was in position and that MAC ammunition had been authorized. Vale reacted that using MAC rounds in atmosphere was extreme, a move meant to make the enemy understand the consequences of attacking the ground. The Pershing's shot struck the Covenant tower and split it in two as their transport carried them to safety. The invasion attempt had been thwarted and the survivors celebrated. The celebration turned abruptly to alarm. As the Pershing's blast finished, a concentrated beam from an enemy ship struck the human ship. The beam hit with devastating force and the Pershing fell toward the surface. Vale reacted with disbelief. The type of ship now appearing in the sky had assaulted her homeworld once before. Rias looked up in astonishment as a massive Covenant vessel unfolded across the stellar backdrop, dwarfing the area. Razor, sweating with nerves, noted how immense it was. Iriasville identified it as a super freighter, one of the Covenant's planetary bombardment ships. Someone on the comms asked whether the frigate Pershing was receiving them. One of the shortest wars in human history was the Six-Day War. When Israel declared itself a free state, the Arab Union, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria opposed the decision and sent forces that devastated the new state. As a precaution, Israel launched attacks against the armies besieging it to show that no one would take away the freedom they had been born with. Now all of humanity would show the Covenant that they would not surrender their freedom and their lives without a fight. A Covenant supercargo hovered over Earth, laying waste to the planet. The remaining Spartans had withdrawn to Saudi Arabia 4 days after the attacks began. Hidden in a cave with Marines and commandos they had rescued along the way, they debated how to confront the enemy. Iriasville stood at the cave entrance and informed Kiritsugo that the supercargo was connected to the tower and that more than 60% of the UNSC fleet was on its way, with the first group due to arrive in 48 hours. The Spartans of Ghost and the Heroes team heard the same update. Saji warned that 48 hours would be too late and believed the planet might have fallen by then. Issei, next to him, brushed past the comment and looked at Vale arguing with Chow Chow behind Avenger. Issei asked who he thought would win. Vale replied that she believed it would be her. Issei noted that Vale always chose her and asked why. Vale gave a short answer, saying it was intuition. The cave filled with tension as the group discussed the desperate situation. Vale shouted that they were being crushed and could not wait for reinforcements. Chow Chow pointed out that with the thick plasma shield, bombs were useless. He noticed something in Ghost's expression and asked if they had a plan. Kiritsugo asked to hear it, and the other elite warriors gathered closer. Without asking, Kiritsugo took Issei's knife and began tracing a plan in the dirt. He reminded them of the Swan accident, the incident with the cruiser Zelda, when a slipspace drive had been improperly mounted and, when activated, had teleported half the ship away in catastrophic fashion. He proposed that a Covenant supercargo might suffer the same misfortune if a damaged slipspace drive were placed in the right location. Lu Fei said she did not like the plan. Avenger replied that none of them would like it. Kiritsugo stated that the mission was to place a damaged slipspace drive in the proper place on the enemy ship and that the drive was the only thing capable of bringing down the cargo. Arthur objected that infiltrating the ship would look too suspicious, and Valis said they would need a craft capable of reaching orbit around the carrier to make the DL Virai. Arthur continued his sarcasm, asking who would persuade ONI to provide the expensive equipment and an orbital ship. Kiritsugo contacted ONI leaders from the cave and presented the plan. ONI approved. Kiritsugo announced that they would bring down the cargo and urged the Spartans to move if they wanted to act before the devastation spread beyond the current 60% of the continent. They mobilized to a UNSC airfield in Sakaka 4 hours later, north of Saudi Arabia. 4 Spartans were dropped by a Falcon a kilometer from the site. Covenant reconnaissance forces attempted to take the base. Without the intervention of the Spartans, the airfield would likely not have been secured. Valley had expected her team to go and saw Issei boarding an X-Wing with Kanla G401, a member of the Heroes team. Kiritsugo explained that, given the surface situation, all ground elements were needed and that the payload had to be delivered as stealthily as possible. Kanla would program the bomb, and Issei had a separate special assignment. 12 X-Wings lined the runway awaiting clearance to ascend and rendezvous with a frigate anchored at a refueling station in the planet's atmosphere. Issei checked that Kanla had fastened his HRVs and signaled the engines to start. The fighters lifted 2.5 meters off the ground, then accelerated into the sky and vanished toward the stars. Valis saw them off, wishing them luck. Kiritsugo reminded everyone that humanity's survival depended on the Spartans. In less than 7 minutes, the humans reached their first objective. The frigate Blackford had donated its slipspace drive to the cause. At Archier 9 the bomb was being finalized. Kiritsugo told Kanla he would go in the Pelican to protect the package closely while Issei and the fighters provided covering fire to reach the corvette bound for the cargo their Trojan horse. They launched from Archier 9 and set a course for the corvette, staying away from the supercargo's direct sensors. The Blackford's commander pledged that, with their propulsion impaired, they would join the fight and provide as much cover as they could. Kiritsugo wished the team success. The infiltration squad headed toward the corvette. Fortunately, the resupply corvette had limited defensive systems and few space combat units to repel the stealthy group. Other ships and orbital defense platforms kept the supercargo occupied so its ally could not see that the corvette was in danger. Once they cleared the last enemy interceptors, Issei judged that they had to board immediately before another flight group could launch or the corvette could bring its guns to bear. The Blackford drew enemy fire away from the corvette and its boarding party. The commander of the Blackford warned over the radio that they could not hold out long. The infiltration team entered the corvette unseen, while the frigate and its crew made the ultimate sacrifice to buy them the time they needed to reach their objective and try to save Earth. It was the last message left by the freighter before it exploded under the corvette's heavy fire. The remaining 12 X-Wings retreated to Archier 9. The base was under attack, and if they did not arrive in time they would be avenged. The armed Pelican, accompanied by 4 of the X-Wings, landed in a cleared hangar of the Covenant ship, the place from which the enemy fighters had originated and none had returned. 12 Pelican soldiers and Kanla swept the area, eliminating nearby hostiles and any patrols alerted to the humans' presence. Kanla proved a master with the M20 in his hands. With the hangar secure, the member of the Heroes team began preparing the bomb to detonate when the ship arrived. Kanla crouched to configure the detonation panel and told Issei that it was his turn to prepare the bomb. Issei replied that he had to take the controls. The freighter could not know the humans were aboard. He called the task classified and ordered the Marines to keep watch for curious onlookers. Silence was impossible once the ship's alarm was triggered. Issei forced his way forward through a hail of plasma and small arms fire, cutting through elites and grunts as he raced toward the command bridge. A frightened procession of grunts burst into the bridge, shouting that there was a demon aboard. The Sangaili leader rose and drew his energy sword as the bridge crew sealed the entrance and prepared to make a stand. A brute cannon blast tore through the armored doors, taking down 2 elites who had been near the portals. A column of smoke rose, which Issei used as cover. B312 slung his battle rifle over his shoulder and opened fire on the elites' positions, buying precious seconds before they could return effective fire. He used the body of a fallen Sangaili technician as temporary cover, then heaved it onto a console and moved forward like a shadow toward the Sangaili leader. The leader lunged in an attempt to stab him, driven by pride and rage. The Sangaili shouted that the demon's plans would fail and that humanity's world would fall. Issei answered in human speech that they would not let that happen. He intercepted the leader's strike, lodged a plasma grenade against the leader's armor in a controlled maneuver, and kicked him back onto the holographic map of Earth. The blast rocked the bridge. Remarkably, the holographic projection remained. With the bridge cleared and no technician or captain at the navigation station, the ship dropped out of transit. Issei reactivated the controls and set the course with the corvette's basic AI so the Covenant would not become suspicious. From his helmet he produced a small USB device carrying an ONI redirection virus designed to propagate between linked ships. He inserted it, letting the worm copy into the Covenant system so ONI could extract the freighter's data and learn why the enemy had moved against Earth. Transmitted a status update on an ONI channel to report the virus deployment. ONI replied with the brief order to finish activating the bomb and withdraw. Passing down corridors still strewn with enemy bodies, Issei wondered whether Kanla had the situation under control. No messages had come from him. Issei requested confirmation over radio and Kanla answered that the bomb was nearly ready but that he was fighting through some remaining Covenant troops. Issei accelerated toward the hangar to assist. When he entered the hangar, 3 Marines were holding off a flood of Covenant forces. Kanla was locked in close combat with 2 honor guards, his hands wielding twin energy blades. The Marines called for the Spartans' aid, but before he could reach them 2 more honor guards barred his path and tossed him another energy sword. One of the Sanghaili challenged him to face him first, insisting on honor. Issei accepted the challenge, drawing one of his knives and preparing for close combat. He chose to face both honor guards rather than run immediately to relieve the Marines. The 3 Marines were holding firm, forming a defensive line with rocket launchers and grenades while bodies of fallen Covenant piled into a temporary barrier. Honor guards were Covenant shock troops, elite warriors elevated only after great deeds before their superiors. The hangar filled with the clash and ring of energy blades and the scrape of Issei's knife on hard alloy, the sound punctuated by Kanla's dueling on the far side. A guard's counterattack distracted Issei, and the second tried to exploit the opening. His opponent struck his arm, forcing him to drop the energy sword. He was left with only his combat knife. The 2 guards closed in with confident menace, announcing that this would be the Spartans' end. Issei grabbed the first guard's arm to redirect the momentum, then drove his knife in a precise disabling strike that sent the Sanghaili reeling and collapsing. The second attempt split the enemy in 2. With his back turned toward the second guard, the Spartan kicked the elite's forelegs so hard that the alien spun and fell to the deck, and the Spartan finished the encounter before the elite could rise or counterattack. Rising, Issei watched Kanla ending his opponents in much the same way. Kanla executed a precise, ruthless maneuver, launching a butterfly kick and sweeping the 2 energy swords across the Sanghaili. When the last opponent dropped to his knees, another tried to ambush Kanla from behind, but Kanla used his brutal Gamma Company training to disable the elite with calculated strikes that left him unable to continue, finishing the confrontation in a swift, stylized burst of force. The skirmish had swung in their favor. The pile of fallen soldiers and barricades at last blocked the aisle and held the rest of the Covenant troops back. The enemy would need to find another way in, and that delay gave the Spartans the moments they needed to finish priming. The device and leave. They were only 5 minutes from the supercarrier. Issei asked if the package was ready. Kanla replied that he hoped it was. A Marine called for the Spartans to examine the device. Kanla stepped forward and immediately showed concern. He reported that plasma damage had affected the detonator receiver and that he needed time to relink it to the remote. Issei demanded how much time remained, remembering how little stood between them and the Covenant supercarrier or a renewed boarding. Kanla did not answer directly. He turned his face back toward the bomb panel and set his hands to work. Kanla told them to move out and that he would catch up in a moment before he focused on repairs. When the Pelican lifted off with the Marines, Kanla let out a breath of relief and said it would be easier without having to explain anything. Issei, literally positioned behind G401, asked whether Kanla intended to sacrifice himself. The question made the Spartan breathe heavily again. Kanla lowered his hands from the wrecked panel after a futile attempt to fix a damaged system and rose to look out at the planet through the hangar opening. He spoke with a weight of sorrow in his voice about how beautiful Earth was. He had been born there and as a child had resented it, longing to see the worlds his parents mentioned in the news. His family had moved to the Wuhan colony in Sector 93, a fresh start that 2 months later had been shattered when the supercarrier appeared and brought a long night of suffering. Issei, the beta, asked if Kanla recognized the ship. Kanla confirmed that there were not many Covenant supercarriers in their fleets and confessed that returning to Earth had changed his perspective. He had promised that if that ship reached Earth he would avenge all the souls it had taken. A corvette came alongside the larger ship, and Kanla could hear the boarding teams preparing to enter. He told Issei to leave and that he would take care of the rest. Kanla stepped in front of the device. Issei protested that what Kanla planned was suicidal and reminded him that Spartans were meant to protect humanity. Kanla answered that he protected Earth and would do so at any cost. He removed his helmet and let it fall to the deck, then tore off his identification plate and placed it in Issei's hand, asking Issei to tell those below why they had died. Issei held the plate but did not stop Kanla. The Spartan stepped out into the void beyond the ship and surrendered himself to the planet's gravity. It would be harder to watch a comrade who chose to stay behind give his life as a gift to protect humanity than to fall against the hard surface of his native world. Kanla grabbed a discarded plasma cannon and took aim at the Covenant barricade as the enemy hammered at the makeshift wall with increasing fury. He waited for the moment they finally broke through before redirecting his fire. Over the radio, Kanla invoked an old battle cry for freedom and death, and Issei heard it. From a safe distance, Issei watched a dark energy sphere swell around the corvette and a large portion of the Covenant supercarrier. When that sphere detonated, everything within its ships and troops alike vanished in a sudden, terrible burst of energy that ended the threat with Kanla's sacrifice. The wave of energy consumed the enemy forces in a clean, devastating sweep rather than any graphic detail, and the ship was rendered inoperable. On the surface and across the fleet stations, pilots and crews who had watched the supercarrier from orbit erupted in cheers. The enemy ship had been brought down, Earth had been spared, and seconds later the first relief group of 27 human cruisers arrived in orbit. Communications carried comments that the fleet had come just in time to celebrate. Issei did not share the full relief. He felt the pain that comes when a comrade dies, even someone he had not known long. From his slow descent he saw new slipstream ruptures opening behind the arriving convoy, appearing all around Earth and beyond. Iriasville managed to get through on Issei's communications channels and reported multiple slipstream signatures. Kiritsugo declared the origin, and from the rifts came an endless number of Covenant vessels. Distress calls from ships in orbit reached them in a burst before those vessels were overwhelmed. Avenger confirmed that it was the entire Covenant armada, and worse still, from a larger breach emerged the Covenant command city and its ruling force. The Didact in person had arrived. The planet was under siege and the invader occupied every corner of its atmosphere. Reinforcements that had been expected to stem the unexpected invasion had been crushed, though the soldiers created by humanity itself were not among those losses. Unfortunately, on the worlds that still held out, the enemy had placed forces at every colony, front, and system where humans resisted or tried to rebuild, leaving them in the same desperate situation as Earth. Over the open channels of his helmet, Issei intercepted frantic transmissions. A soldier reported they were being attacked. Another said they were surrounded. Someone else alerted that enemy forces were bearing down on them. A battalion reported heavy casualties and asked for evacuation with civilians aboard. A commander announced his company had been wiped out and ordered the place burned. A voice demanded to know where the reinforcements were. Issei rode in a falcon with Marines and shock troops as part of an enormous battalion of Falcons and Pelicans bound for New York to extract the remaining United Nations leaders. The Marine commander in one of the Pelicans explained that the mission was straightforward: go in and bring the UN members out. Under the heavy plasma fire from enemy light cruisers overhead, 2 Pelicans were struck, one lost an engine, collided with another craft, and both were destroyed in a brilliant blast that left a smoking wreck where they had been. A Marine questioned why an entire army had been sent for an extraction that was supposed to be simple, and another Falcon erupted under a direct hit from the enemy fleet's cannons. The commander reported that the city had been taken by the Covenant and that Earth stood alone without hope of relief. The Marines answered that all humanity stood alone, and Issei vowed that they would make sure no death was in vain. They closed to within 2 blocks of the United Nations building, which was defended by 3 cruisers whose armor barely held against the enemy bombardment. The flight leader ordered preparations for descent. The streets below were no longer divided or controlled. What remained was a tide of crossfire. Rias wondered which structure served as the United Nations Hall, recalling the AI's explanation that humanity had united its nations under a shared hope for the future. Taking defensive positions, Issei led the main rescue team into the building. The reception area was guarded by more than 20 Covenant soldiers, but Issei alone swiftly cleared a path for his comrades. B-312 moved up the stairs ahead of the regular Marines to make way and asked where the representatives were held. A Marine reported that the chamber was in lower level 12, in the bunker, and joked that the memory of free-falling from space must have scrambled B-312's sense of direction. The remark drew a brief, tense laugh in the midst of the firefight. From the 10th floor, Issei looked through shattered windows and felt his chest ache at the city's spread of ruin. Nearly 10 days had passed since the invasion began, and the concentrated enemy force had turned the homeworld into battlegrounds of ruined cities and forests set alight by relentless crossfire. He thought of an old combat film whose ruined city battles now felt small compared to the unfolding reality. When he reached the Marines again, they were at the armored entrance to the bunker. Elite and brute forces were attempting to force the chamber from the outside, but they had not expected the withering burst of fire that B-312 and his squad brought down on the attackers. The area fell silent enough for the operations commander to establish contact with those holed up inside. Commander Jason Todd of Marine Battalion 1648 announced that they had come to evacuate them. The external recognition camera confirmed their approach, and the leader of the UN committee said he would open the door and expressed relief that help had arrived. The doors opened to reveal a line of Marines covering the peace supporters as they greeted the rescue team with weapons lowered. Behind those Marines, the remainder of Team Ghost stood ready. Valley brightened at the sight of Issei, his relief evident, though he suppressed the urge to embrace his comrade because they were soldiers first and foremost. Issei acknowledged the team in kind. The UN leader breathed his thanks and the commander assured him they would take them to a safer location. Outside, several pelicans from the group waited on the ground for the peace supporters and ONI members to board. With Earth and every human colony under assault, Spartan Saji raised the vital question of where they would be taken, since no relief force had penetrated the blockade. The Spartan team leader reported that the convoy would head to the Kremlin, where General Joseph and the ship Avenger were waiting, though she admitted uncertainty and concern about what that would mean for the planet. Arthur added that the Scorched Earth Protocol had already been ordered, explaining why the city lay in ruins. The Scorched Earth tactic meant denying the invader any useful land, crops, water, or shelter by destroying those resources before they could be used. Valley told Issei how glad he was that Issei had arrived. Fei's brother interrupted and spoiled the moment with a curt remark that the hero's team could not say the same. Issei reflected that their fallen comrade had lived with honor and died with dignity. As the UN supporters and ONI personnel rose into the Pelicans, the remaining soldiers watched with unease, wondering what would come next once they had been set down amid the fires. They had been told how they would go in, but not how they would get out once the temporary transports were gone. Spartans considered the Marines who chose to stay behind. The Spartans themselves would accompany the United Nations party as guards to the next extraction point, standing between the evacuees and the chaos that swirled over their world. Meanwhile, as the chaos unfolded, Issei wondered with his comrades what would happen to the Marines who had been left behind. Would they die there, or join the city's desperate fight? Every street and every pile of rubble from the massive attack was crossed by gunfire. Where taxis and buses once ran, warthogs and other heavy Allied and enemy vehicles now moved. A Colombian representative to the UN who was seated beside the super soldier told Issei that this was a living hell and asked if he had any idea where they would be taken, since every colony and military base was under assault. Issei responded that they would be kept safe, though no one knew where safety could be found. Earlier, after being rescued from a long, brutal fall from the edge of space and regrouped with other Marines at a temporary base before their rescue mission, the fleet had broadcast a message from the AI Kiritsugo. The AI Iriasval had informed all remaining command teams and ships that all colonies were under attack, with enemy forces outnumbering each colony by 300 to 1. The chance of turning the tide or receiving help from another colony or shield world was 0. ONI had ordered all UNSC combat forces to concentrate on finding surviving civilians and military personnel. The convoy Infinity and Eternity had gathered a force 3 times its original size and would go from colony to colony opening breaches in enemy naval walls to try to evacuate populations. The goal from then on was rescue and delaying the enemy until the convoy could arrive. The expected wait time was 40 days. The AI Iriasval signed off, and Issei let the numbers sink in. 40 days, and they would find a graveyard, he thought, barely hearing the incoming fire as the squadron he was with came under attack. Valish shouted that they were under fire. Spartan B-312 reacted, watching as 2 Falcons and the other aircraft carrying his squad streamed defensive fire to protect the rest of the personnel. A trio of Seraphs appeared from the sky and launched plasma missiles. Even the Pelican carrying his team was ambushed and struck. Emergency lights winked as the impact tore away the left wing. The Ghost team leader ordered everyone to hold on moments before the Pelican slammed into the facade of a 40-story building in the city. The falling transport collapsed in a chaotic spiral. This time, Issei did not wake up to find himself alongside one of the fleet's important Spartans. Instead, he was jolted into action by the cacophony of gunfire in all directions. He stood, realized his weapon was gone from his back, and moved under cover through the debris until he found a half-charged magnum. Its original wielder was nowhere to be seen. Issei called out over his helmet radio for Ghost Team, but there was no immediate response. He scanned the wounded skyline and calculated the Pelican's crash path. Several city blocks would have to be crossed to reach his team and the VIPs they were supposed to protect. With his weapon raised, Issei moved through the devastated streets toward the building wreckage. After some distance, heavy gunfire echoed nearby. From behind cover, he saw a platoon of Marines in retreat, firing at something advancing toward them. A Scorpion tank was shielding their withdrawal, smashing through rubble as it returned fire at a Covenant unit. Issei shouted, asking where the fight was. The Marines shot back sarcastically that he should guess. Then a thunderous metallic pounding echoed above them. It was not a wraith or a ghost. It was a scarab. A Marine yelled at everyone to get out of the street. Issei joined those soldiers and regrouped in what remained of one building to hide from the scarab after watching it stomp over the tank with its massive legs. Soldiers observed that no matter how much they hit it, the machine kept moving. They had aimed for its weak points and fired everything they had, but it ignored the tank's shots. One corporal wondered if this was a new model. A sergeant, changing the magazine on his rifle, said that the Covenant had prepared a massive army for the attack and likely improved their weapons accordingly. If they did not take care of the scarab, everyone risked being flattened beneath it. The sergeant turned to Issei and asked if he had a plan. Issei worried how he would destroy the metallic beast and where he would find his team with that thing rampaging through the area. A weak radio signal came through his helmet. The Ghost team was on the line. Issei asked if Saji was transmitting. Beta confirmed they had him on the net and said they were hiding in the old subway. The scarab was tearing up the surface, and the Marines were evacuating the remaining civilians along a route toward the outskirts. They reported only a few VIPs had survived the crash. The Colombian representative was not among them. The local commander had ordered them to neutralize the scarab, so they were going after it and might find Issei along the way. There was also a report that parts of the area would be set ablaze. Issei asked if they had any plan to take down the machine. One of his team leaders answered that they did and invited him to hear it. Hearing the leader's voice steadied him. By rank, Issei took command of the nearby soldiers and explained his own team's plan. From what he could tell, the scarab was moving toward the Covenant troops that were being pressured on the ground. They needed to lure it into a trap. Without a secure way to communicate, Issei moved through the city recruiting more Marines and assembling the troops faster than ever until he found his companions. With more than 200 soldiers gathered, they prepared to attack the Covenant command post that controlled their forces amid the chaos. With the scarab nearby, they planned to board it and disable it from within. Valle asked if they were in position. From the ruins of a building, Issei, Saji, and 4 Marines with jetpacks waited, ready to leap onto the scarab as soon as they received the order to support the ground base. B-312 reported that they were standing by. Valle ordered the attack to begin, and it began. A loud explosion shook the streets 3 blocks away. Bursts of gunfire erupted from multiple directions as the soldiers struck the enemy with sudden, coordinated assaults. Enemy units were quickly overwhelmed by the onslaught. This was the brutal rhythm of war, harsh but decisive. It did not take long for the scarab to move to provide support. The mechanical behemoth headed toward the Allied base and, just as the Ghost team leader had predicted, the enemy unit passed right where Issei and Saji were hiding. Valle held them back until the perfect moment, then gave the go-ahead. Thrown from above, they successfully infiltrated the scarab. The grunts and elites were taken by surprise but still put up a fierce fight against the Spartans. Issei and the team seized control of the machine and turned its power to their advantage. Issei reported over the channel that the mission was accomplished. Valle ordered them to use the scarab to crush the enemy, and they used it to overwhelm the ground forces. With the Covenant threat on the ground neutralized, the evacuation moved forward. A squadron of human light vessels diverted the enemy cruisers and corvettes over the city, buying the time the ground troops needed to withdraw. Human ships fled the area quickly, leaving Covenant vessels behind. Seconds later, a ballistic nuclear missile struck central New York. The city was reduced to ruins. It was not the only strike. With many human leaders dead and the invaders showing no mercy, the nightmare of nuclear devastation spread across the world. There had once been only 15 recognized nuclear powers. Now more than 30 countries held that terrible capability. Security watched in stunned silence at the towering cloud sweeping across half the human world, and even the Phoenix was astonished. Razor noted his grim awe at the destructive blaze. 3 days passed since the bomb fell, and the flames still burned over the ruins of what had once been a great metropolis. General Joseph praised the Ghost team for their work and remained in command of the operation. He took responsibility for protecting civilians until the evacuation arrived. With the enemy temporarily stalled, he assigned the Ghost team another task to be carried out alongside team heroes. Arthur asked what the assignment entailed. Joseph told them he would send coordinates and that he would explain the details there. The communication ended and the Ghost team moved out. Issei stayed behind, and Valle noticed him standing and watching the flames. Issei remembered that when nuclear bombs had fallen on his world, it had meant they had lost. Valle replied that they were losing, but they had not lost yet. Time would tell how long they could hold on, which Spartan might fall next, and who would be the last to witness the fall. The Covenant had laid waste to everything on Earth, and the same destruction had fallen across all human colonies. 40 days of waiting for a rescue that might never come stretched on, heavy and grim. With less than 4 days until the scheduled evacuation, UNSC troops and human reserves gave everything they had to delay the impending annihilation of the species, while Spartan teams on every colony and station were tied up in confidential operations. Their main missions were to neutralize ONI facilities that contained information the Covenant could use against humanity, but among those demolition operations, one final mission on Earth was to extract a war criminal being held underground. Arthur said that he still thought this was a waste of resources, speaking with his Spartan team and the heroes unit accompanying them. Issei answered that, criminal or not, Dr. Halsey possessed knowledge even the Didact would covet. Lu Fei asked whether they believed Halsey had foreknowledge of the invasion. Jean took the binoculars from Saji and commented that something was wrong. The Covenant did not have as many troops here as in the other capitals, and it felt like a trap. Kiritsugo urged movement and ordered the Spartans to move. In England, near what remained of the MI5 building in London after 7 Covenant cruisers had battered the city, the 9 Spartans still alive on Earth prepared to infiltrate. Enemy lines to rescue the hated but vital figure, Dr. Catherine Halsey. The Spartan team now hid in the rubble less than a kilometer from the building, where a handful of Marines and ODSTs were entrenched. Jackals, low-ranking elites, and grunts milled around the area, distracted. By the time they noticed the human super soldiers approaching, it was already too late. In a brief, stylized clash, the small Covenant force was quickly overwhelmed by precise Spartan fire and coordinated melee strikes. Flashes of light and ringing metal sent the enemy scattering in retreat. The Mi-5 entrance had been reinforced with sheets of impenetrable steel that plasma could not easily breach. As the Spartans prepared to batter the door with brute force, the door opened from inside. Cao Cao ordered the entrance secured as he saw other Covenant troops approaching, and the door slammed shut on its own as reinforcements drew near. Issei led the Spartans down the building's entry hall with his DMR raised and asked who was there. Two ODSTs emerged from behind the reception counter with their hands raised and no weapons. York identified himself as a member of Lima 4 of the 74th Battalion and introduced his companion as James. The ODSTs explained that they had not expected anyone to come for them. When Valle asked how many people were with them, the ODSTs replied that there were 12 with them and, indicating one point of emphasis, 13 with her. Both soldiers understood whom the Spartans were after. The Spartans asked where Dr. Halsey was. The ODSTs said they did not know. Only the senior officers knew her exact location. She had been coordinating their survival from within closed communication channels. At that moment, a familiar older female voice entered their secure channels. Valle recognized Dr. Halsey's voice. Halsey instructed them to follow her directions to reach her, and before that to secure a means of transport for their exit. Kiritsugo asked his personal AI to trace the origin of the transmission. Iriasval replied that she could not. The transmission was being routed through an AI of much higher rank. Kiritsugo began to assert Halsey's authority as an ONI officer of level 5, but Halsey overrode previous commands and placed the Spartans under ONI control, ordering them to do as she directed. Kiritsugo approved and ordered a division of teams. He assigned Valle, Issei, Chao, and Siegfried to move with him. He instructed Heracles, Saji, and Jean to prepare an extraction method, while Arthur, Lefay, and George were to set charges to demolish the site once they had exited. Everyone acknowledged the plan. Issei's team followed coordinates provided by Iriasval down toward the subterranean levels of the building. As they descended, they wondered where the containment site for the Spartans' creator might be. Their route grew uncertain, and confusion increased when they arrived at what seemed to be a dead-end corridor. Avenger asked Iriasval if she was sure this was the right place. Iriasval confirmed that these were the coordinates Halsey had given. Siegfried noted that the corridor appeared to be a sealed path with no room at the end. Taken by surprise, an elevator panel opened in the far wall. The doors stood open, empty inside, and the AI's voice urged them to enter. The 5 Spartans stepped into the elevator, which descended nearly a kilometer beneath the surface. They emerged into a space that resembled an ancient temple, but unlike any human or known ancient structure. Strange veins of energy pulsed along the walls. Valle asked what the installation was. Issei suggested it might be a Forerunner facility. Kiritsugo observed that he had been in Forerunner sites before, but he had never seen anything like this. They traversed a corridor that seemed to stretch on endlessly until they finally reached a hidden chamber. There, Dr. Halsey worked on something secret. Kiritsugo announced their arrival and greeted the doctor. Halsey returned the greeting to Avenger, remarking that it had been a long time since she had seen him in person. Avenger asked what the site was. He entered the place respectfully, followed by the 4 Spartans behind him. Dr. Halsey described the chamber as a sanctuary of knowledge from those who lived before them. Valle insisted that the priority was to get the woman out of there. Halsey asked for a moment to finish what she was doing. Cao Cao responded loudly that Earth was being invaded by the Covenant and that they would soon fall if nothing changed. Halsey addressed Spartan 3, asking why the Covenant was so intent on destroying humanity and whether the Didact's hatred had a reason. She said the place held answers about their origins, whether humanity had been created by a superior being, evolved on its own, or had existed as an ancient species alongside the Forerunners. Halsey suggested that this might explain why the Didact pursued their kind. Issei asked if that mattered in the moment. Halsey said that if the past held the key to human survival, then it did matter. She produced a capsule with a small blue sphere of energy inside and explained that Earth was doomed and might be extinguished as it had been centuries ago by a cataclysm, But that did not mean humanity itself had to perish. She argued there was no hope in saving their world or the colonies, but there was hope in preserving their legacy and fighting those who sought their extinction. Valley told Halsey to save the prophecies for later and insisted they needed to leave now. Halsey said that what the Didact sought still remained in the world and that carrying the artifact with them would give them an advantage. She handed the tube to Issei and told him to take it. Issei questioned why he had to carry it. Halsey explained that the woman had requested it personally and had chosen him for this task. She added that the woman had chosen each of them before they were born and had provided the foundations for the Spartan. Siegfried found Halsey's words increasingly unsettling. Halsey ordered the lieutenant to take the artifact. Issei placed his hands on the device and confirmed that he had it. Halsey said they had to leave immediately. They returned to the surface and met with the team Kiritsugo had assigned to plant explosives in the structure. Entrenched soldiers reported that 4 Pelicans were ready to extract the Spartans and take them to the designated evacuation points. Kiritsugo ordered the Pelicans to the rooftop landing pad. From the structure's platforms, 4 ships arrived on the roof, ready to take off. Avenger instructed that they could not all go together and had to split into Pelicans. He assigned 5 soldiers to travel with him and Halsey in one ship and told another group they would follow in a different Pelican to the extraction point in Istanbul. He looked at the 2 Spartan groups and told Issei that if what he carried was so important, it would need to be taken to the evacuation point in the Yucatan Peninsula. Vala promised they would ensure its DLVOI. Kiritsugo loaded Halsey with the selected soldiers and departed first with a 2-minute lead. The second ship lifted off to follow Avenger's Pelican. On the ground, the Spartans climbed into their ships, but Issei remained uneasy, staring toward the horizon. Siegfried teased Issei for hesitating. Spartan B-312 reported that he did not detect Covenant forces nearby, but a plasma shot suddenly struck the Pelican carrying Kiritsugo's group and destroyed it. B-312 announced that a cruiser had appeared. Chow Chow shouted for everyone to evacuate. 3 Phantom dropships appeared and opened fire on soldiers and Pelicans, destroying one of the evacuation ships. Chow Chow, Siegfried, and George moved to cover and drew the attention of elites and hunters disembarking from the Phantoms. Arthur took control of a Pelican and prepared the engines while his comrades boarded. Issei, Faye, Saji, Jean, Heracles, and Valley were already aboard. Chow urged everyone to hurry as the Pelican began to lift. 3 remaining Spartans sprinted to reach the ship under covering fire. 2 made it aboard, 1 did not. An elite sniper in a Phantom struck the last Spartan's leg after he watched his comrades fall. Siegfried was hit in the right thigh by a heavy blow that forced him to his knees and rolled him onto the ground. Siegfried grabbed his shotgun and fired back at the sniper. He was then struck a second time by a hit that took him down. Their fire drove the Phantom off and neutralized the sniper. As the others called his name, Siegfried, barely able to stand, insisted they leave. He urged them to go and said that someone had to detonate the site. He produced the device that would activate the charges. His comrades promised they would meet him on the other side and left. Iria alerted the UNSC fleet to the cruiser heading toward the Spartans. As the Pelican accelerated, a missile struck a ship near the stratosphere. The missile did not destroy the cruiser, but it slowed it and bought the Spartans time to escape. Siegfried, supporting himself and covering his wounds, watched the enemy ship halt its approach but continue its operations. Several Phantoms and Spirit-class ships descended on the Mi-5 building with the intent to seize information. Instead of staying on the roof, Siegfried went back inside. He moved through heavily damaged offices as far as he could and sat where he could still watch Covenant troops as they advanced. Before stepping onto the hangar floor, he removed his helmet for one last breath and murmured his father's name, then his mother's and the names of his brothers. His last memories came back before he lost them to the same enemy. Kanla promised that they would meet again, those brief words the last thing she said before collapsing the place. From a distance, Issei watched the Mi-5 building sink into a trench beneath the charges his teammates had planted inside the structure. He understood then that it was only a matter of time. Like Kanla, every one of the Spartans with him would die. What he wondered most was whether he would see her die or she would see him die. Cao Cao offered a farewell, saying that no sacrifice was too small and no sacrifice would be forgotten. Escaping from the ashes of Great Britain was simple compared to getting off the planet. The rescue drew nearer each day, but leaving Earth would be an ordeal. With the Covenant's main forces leading the assault and its leadership pressing the attack, humanity fell into despair. They knew they could not defeat the enemy outright, but they had to buy time for evacuation. The few Spartans on the planet were on a desperate special mission while Marines, reserves and ODSTs faced the Covenant alone. In the streets near the main avenues of the City of Progress in Yucatan, a commander rallied more than 1,000 Marines and elite human soldiers sheltering behind piles of rubble. Half the city was in Covenant hands and the other half still clung to human control. The commander ordered them to buy time for civilians heading to the evacuation point on the peninsula. He framed the order bluntly as a fight for victory or death. Supplies were low and weapons dwindling. A young soldier, fearful and exhausted, wondered aloud at the futility of being issued one rifle for every 4 men. Another cadet muttered that it was a death sentence. Everyone there, veterans and recruits alike, understood the odds. They were trapped at a point of no return: fight and die or remain and die. They chose to be soldiers and act with courage. The officers signaled the attack and the troops answered with a battle cry. Nearly 3,000 soldiers surged forward with whatever weapons they had, knives and flags held high, charging into a wall of Covenant weaponry and plasma cannons. The Covenant forces took positions and waited for their Inquisitor's command. When the order came, waves of plasma swept the attackers aside. The assault fell like a tide broken on rock. Many soldiers fell and the human advance stalled. Only a few Covenant losses were taken in return. An elite suggested they pursue. Their Inquisitor refused, deciding to let the humans die by their own will. The second-in-command accused him silently of softening, then turned away but obeyed the order to regroup. Somewhere in the jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, Issei found himself separated from his team after multiple Sharaf units ambushed them while they crossed the northern territorial waters. Heavy plasma fire had damaged and shaken the Pelican, and the impact had thrown the most important member, along with the package on his back, out of the ship. Issei tried several times to contact his team, but enemy interference garbled the channels. Alone, out of communication, low on ammunition and surrounded by Covenant activity, Issei spoke to himself about his solitude and compared, in his mind, the harshness of this fight to what other veterans had endured. He decided staying put was not an option. He lifted his weapon and moved through the scrub and mangroves. With each step, he noticed the lack of wildlife. Animals had fled. Plasma and small arms fire crackled around him, sometimes distant, sometimes nearby. He could not tell whether his approach brought him closer to safety or deeper into danger. Engines screamed overhead and Issei dove for cover. From his position, he watched 2 human fighters fleeing with 5 banshees in pursuit. An explosion sounded over a nearby ridge. A ship had fallen. Issei climbed the ridge and saw Merida across the plain, a scene he wished he had not witnessed. 5 Covenant corvettes and 3 cruisers clashed with 7 Valiant-class cruisers, 2 colonizers and 4 UNSC frigates. The skirmish intensified until 1 cruiser went down. Pelicans and evacuation vessels shuttled civilians through the corridor protected by the heavier ships, the humanity of the effort visible among the chaos. Issei knew he had to reach that evacuation. He slipped into the city, its streets scarred by battle. Not yet reduced to ruin like New York, it still bore the marks of Covenant occupation. Soon he came across enemy signs and civilian movement, and he ducked into a building. From the 2nd floor he watched elites and brutes holding nearly 20 civilians against a wall. They forced those civilians into place and opened fire. Many fell without ceremony. Among the small group, a woman clutching a baby remained alive and pleaded for mercy. A short, tense pause followed as Issei gathered himself to move toward the evacuation point. An elite trooper stepped forward and fired his assault rifle, killing the mother. The infant fell and, in a sudden strike from a nearby brute wielding a massive hammer, the child was killed. Issei watched the scene in stunned disbelief. He could hardly accept what he had seen. A small life had been ended, and he had stood near without intervening. Issei removed his helmet to draw air, shaken by the loss. Soon he heard more cries for help from desperate people. He looked back and saw another group of civilians pressed against a wall by Covenant troops. More captives had been taken by the patrol and were about to be executed in the same way as before. Issei resolved that he would not stay hidden this time. He was a Spartan and he had a duty to protect humanity. He reached for his knife after stowing his rifle, but movement from the rooftops and adjacent streets caught his eye. Several Marines were approaching the enemy patrol in silence. One of the soldiers tossed grenades behind the brute who had just struck the infant. The explosion raised a curtain of dust and sent the brute tumbling. The elites shouted that humans were attacking, disoriented by the sudden assault. As the elite commander prepared orders, Issei dropped onto him with a swift aerial strike that took the captain down and surprised the remaining elites. The Marines cursed and began to shoot, driving Covenant forces back from multiple angles with disciplined fire. They muttered the name Demon when they saw him, and rounds rained down on the Covenant warriors. A Marine managed to fell a reptilian attacker with a shotgun and then moved in to finish it. After the civilians had been escorted to safety, the Marines gathered around the Spartan, awed by his presence in the midst of the chaos. A low-ranking sergeant told Issei that they had heard rumors of Spartans in the area and that a pelican had crashed in the city earlier with a Spartan inside who had said his teammates were scattered before losing consciousness. The squad leader explained that half the city was in Covenant hands, the other half contested by UNSC forces, that troops were spread thin across Merida, and that civilians were being evacuated in chaotic convoys. He added that weapons and supplies were becoming scarce but that the other Spartans were reportedly helping. Issei asked to be taken to those Spartans, but the leader admitted they did not know their exact locations. Issei said he had a mission. He needed to extract a package from the planet. A radio transmission interrupted them. Captain Collins called in over the channel, asking urgently for help and reporting he was pinned down with civilians. Another officer on the radio replied that they would move to assist and asked the Spartan to help, noting that his presence could save more lives. Issei felt the weight of his mission, but what he had just witnessed made him question the immediate priority. He hesitated in a way Spartans were not usually taught to, then chose to delay his orders. The device on his back, the capsule that housed the package, emitted a faint pulse that seemed to urge him to help. He decided a quick intervention could be done without derailing his main objective. Issei took his weapon and moved out with the Marines. At a hotel where civilians had been sheltering, 7 Marines fired from the 3rd floor. They held their ground against swarms of Kigyar and grunts trying to breach the building. Several civilians and some wounded soldiers huddled inside while 2 Marines covered the wide front entrance. From a ruined passage to the right, Issei and the squad watched new Covenant reinforcements arrive along an avenue, disembarking from phantoms and spirits under the direction of an elite officer. An ODST asked where so many attackers had come from. The squad leader said they had no pressure rifles to match the Covenant and that a direct attack would be suicidal. Without waiting for more orders, Issei left his position and retrieved a rocket launcher from the assault troops. Exposing himself just enough to avoid immediate detection, he loaded and fired 2 rounds. The first round eliminated the elite commander and scattered nearby jackals. The second round disrupted a cluster of Kigyar and other attackers, breaking the enemy momentum and giving the Marines a chance to press the advantage. The Covenant troops barely had time to react to the ambush. The second missile Issei fired struck the Spirit that had just deposited new troops. Its engine was crippled by B-312, the ship fell and erupted in a blast that destroyed the group of Covenant soldiers who had disembarked nearby. A lone grunt, seeing Issei, cried out that it was Demon and lunged forward with plasma grenades. Before the grenades could be released, the grunts accompanying it were struck from behind and knocked senseless. Issei kicked the stunned grunt, sending the explosives tumbling toward a cluster of enemy units further back. Marines and ODSTs poured from their hiding places and opened fire along Montejo Avenue. Bullets peppered the Covenant forces. The humans had reclaimed the road that their city had been built around. From windows and shelters, soldiers and civilians could hear but not see how the Covenant forces stalled after their intense assault on the hotel. When the gunfire ebbed, People inside began to wonder who had won. Hope returned when they saw a human flag raised on the avenue, carried by a soldier. Humanity was losing ground, but they were not surrendering. They remained brave and resolute against the invader. Before long, the Inquisitor and his commanders saw human flags rising over territory they had thought secured. The elites told their Inquisitor that the humans were regaining ground and insisted on launching a decisive strike. Fel Vadam replied that they should not attack yet. His subordinates argued that if they did not act now, the Didact would not accept failure. Fel Vadam answered that they had not failed. He was only buying time for the humans to regroup, counterattack, and rearm. Watching the battlefield, he judged the humans worthy opponents, activated his energy sword, and prepared his forces. Merida was under siege. No matter how many Covenant heads were sent flying, new invasion ships kept appearing in the sky. The defenders could not hold the capital of what had been the Republic of Mexico much longer. Convoys of civilians, wounded, and military personnel streamed out of the city toward the nearest evacuation point on the peninsula, Cancun. On land, Navy and civilian trucks carrying evacuees were shadowed and harried by Covenant wraiths, but defensive artillery and armored units formed a protective wall that held the attackers at bay. In the air, Pelicans, Falcons, and civilian aircraft fled while Covenant fighters tried to cut off the exodus. At the last evacuation point among Merida's ruins, civilians and Marines climbed into transport groups. Spartans stood guard with hundreds of Marines. A young child clutching a stuffed toy told his mother that he could see a Spartan. The Spartans, distant but enhanced, heard more clearly than most. Issei felt the weight of their losses. 2 of his comrades were already down, and their duty to protect humanity felt like a failing, though they had not yet surrendered. Arthur protested that the team should be out on the field with the others instead of manning evacuations. Valle reminded them that those were direct orders from Commander Joseph. The squad leader's patience thinned as he raised his voice to point out that they were losing ground. Chow and his team braced themselves to step in if the situation deteriorated. Issei removed his helmet and sat on a pile of rubble. He confided that the situation felt hopeless and he felt useless. His words, heavy and discouraging, were heard by nearby Marines and elites. Heracles replied that they would press on. It was not over yet, and as long as one of them held the will to live, humanity could endure. A plasma cannon blast struck 2 near their defensive line. Saji raised his sniper rifle and warned that an enemy was approaching from 12 o'clock. Through the smoke and debris, the soldiers made out an Inquisitor standing on a mound of rubble, watching the evacuation route. Saji identified the elite as an Inquisitor. Chow clarified that it was Fel Vadam. Jean reacted with burning anger. She could not forget that Fel Vadam and his troops had destroyed her home and killed her parents before her eyes. Captains and officers shouted orders. The Spartans took defensive positions while the evacuation groups hurried civilians to the transports. Fel Vadam did not intend to spare civilian lives for the sake of an honorable fight. Fel Vadam second asked whether they should attack. Fel Vadam ordered them to crush the humans but told his second that the demons Issei and the other Spartans were his to take. He signaled the main force to advance. Covenant infantry, armor, and ground units surged forward in numbers that stunned everyone who saw them. Marines and ODSTs felt fear at the scale of the assault. One Marine admitted that they did not have enough ammunition. Another murmured that this would be the end of Wakanda, voice trembling with dread. The human defenders braced themselves as the battle for the avenue erupted into a furious clash. A Marine sergeant made that remark and everyone looked at him, wondering why he would say it. He apologized and admitted he had always wanted to say it. Valle grabbed Issei as he put his helmet back on and told him they had to get him off the planet. Issei refused to abandon the others, knowing some of them would die in that moment and lamenting the lives already lost to the war. The leader of Ghost reminded him that he had to leave because he was carrying more than a simple package. Issei said he had not expected being chosen would mean watching his brothers die. He looked back and saw that some of his companions would stay to hold off the horde, knowing there would only be time for a few to evacuate. They all gathered around him before loading him into the last transport. The brown-haired leader told him that difficult decisions demanded strong will. Issei replied that it was not a decision he would make. Cao Cao observed that true heroes never choose to be heroes, then declared that Jean and Heracles would remain to delay the enemy while Valet and the others escorted Issei to the ships. George and Leonard were assigned to accompany them and would be needed. 3 Spartans would stay behind. Leonard said it was an honor to fight by their side. George said they would see each other on the other side. Issei extended his hand to the leader of the heroes and spoke of living with honor. Cao Cao finished the phrase, saying they would die with glory, and shook the hand of B312. Separation after being downed had always been difficult, but this time it felt worse. Those staying behind would not be seen again. Issei and his escort boarded the last available Pelican piloted by a Marine and left the site. As the ship accelerated away, Issei watched his comrades recede into the distance and felt guilt swelling within him. The burden of leaving them grew so heavy that he took a seat among the Pelicans' rows. A soft feminine voice sounded in his head and told him it was not easy to abandon others. Issei wondered aloud whether Valet had spoken. Valet denied it. He asked whether Lufei had spoken. She denied it. The voice continued, and Issei realized it came from the AI Halsey had given him. The AI addressed Haida Issei by name and offered consolation, saying it had chosen him for his destiny and that it would let his mind accompany those he left behind to their last breaths. Suddenly his vision blurred and everything went white. A vague human-shaped silhouette appeared, and Issei, curious, asked who it was, but there was no reply. He felt certain the silhouette had been smiling. Inexplicably, Issei's consciousness, or his subconscious, shifted back to the position where 3 of his companions had chosen to remain. Although he could see the battle unfold there, he did not truly feel present. His body felt unreal despite being at the scene. He watched Marines, ODSTs, and Spartans bring fire to every approach as Covenant soldiers surged forward, and no matter how many enemies they felled, more appeared. Heracles swore as he worked to reload his weapon while old artillery batteries continued firing at incoming wraiths, and several soldiers had already fallen to the crossfire. Heracles warned that they would not hold at that rate. Issei walked through the confrontation, crossfire passing through his form as energy bolts streaked about him without touching him, which made it clear he was not physically there. Cao Cao covered himself beside a member of Ghost and Jean and urged his troops to let the enemy approach a little further. Heracles questioned whether that would work, and Cao Cao admitted he hoped it would. Under intense fire, the remaining soldiers entrenched among the rubble and realized their ammunition was running dangerously low. Even the artillery shells were nearly spent. They prepared for an imminent collapse. Cao Cao prompted the group to execute the plan. He removed a wireless detonator from his armor. Although Issei did not know what the detonator was linked to, the humans suddenly ceased fire, and the enemy closed in. Cao Cao activated the device and a controlled line of fire swept across the front line where Covenant forces had massed. The flames raced outward in a devastating wave that engulfed many attackers and cleared a broad swath of the battlefield. The sight stunned Thelvadim, who observed from his position. When the smoke subsided, Thelvadim approached the ruined trench and found it empty of humans. Even Issei's lingering consciousness could not tell where they had withdrawn to. Thelvadim sensed something wrong in the sudden disappearance. The Sanghaili officers expressed unease at the disappearance of so many human troops so quickly in a place where damaged but standing human buildings remained. They resolved to respond with the same ferocity as defenders who fight with every means at hand. The Sanghaili moved cautiously and scanned their surroundings with concern. But a young Shanghaili looked again through the gaps in the buildings. A small flash alerted him just as the faction's leader was nearby. The young warrior called to the Inquisitor as he ran toward him, but a sniper shot struck the warrior and ended his life before it could reach Thelvadim. Cao ordered the attack and emerged armed with a magnum. Cries rose across the courtyard. Marines and ODST poured in from all directions, surrounding their enemy despite knowing there were more hidden. They did not fear the odds or their own deaths. Many charged the elites armed only with knives, pistols, bayonets on DMRs with emptied magazines, and explosive vests intended to take foes with them. Human Marines and elite soldiers collided with the Shanghaili in a flurry of stylized, high-energy combat. Many Marines managed to topple elites with blade strikes and coordinated team efforts, knocking Covenant soldiers to the ground. They fought as if in a warrior's poem, accepting the possibility of dying but determined to take as many enemies with them as they could. Heracles and Jean were with Chao. Heracles manned a turret, cutting down who he could. Jean, a Spartan, lunged after an elite who had taken his sword and forced her way through the Shangwali to reach the Inquisitor. From the buildings, other Covenant forces rushed to aid their leaders and comrades, but human snipers and grenadiers slowed their advance, defending like archers on castle walls against a breach. Explosions erupted inside and outside the site in a barrage that held Thelvadam enthralled. To him, the fight had an almost mesmerizing clarity. A Marine who had managed to finish off an elite with only a knife turned his weapon toward Thelvadam. He attacked with fearless ferocity, but Thelvadam sliced through him with a swift ritual motion. Thelvadam regarded the fallen Marine as brave and released him from battle. A few steps away, Jean faced the Inquisitor. She removed her helmet and activated an energy sword, calling him a demon. Jean declared that he reminded her of someone. She spoke with the fierce resolve of a daughter avenging her family. Thelvadam circled her, acknowledging her identity as General Jean d'Arc of Oni, defender of Orleans, and claimed responsibility for the deaths of her loved ones. He said he had allowed her to live to fulfill one last wish and now saw that she had become something relentless in her pursuit of vengeance. Issei and others who had slipped into their memories wondered what Jean was doing. Chao, seeing his comrade about to be judged by fate, feared for her safety. Jean and Thelvadam clashed repeatedly, blades ringing as they struck. Jean's fury of vengeance turned her into a berserker on the field, a formidable opponent for the Inquisitor. No other Shangwali dared intervene. The duel was between the two, even as Thelvadam's people were being pressed elsewhere. The battle's tide shifted quickly. Wraiths had destroyed many human positions, and several fighters who had exhausted their ammunition threw themselves with explosives to stop the enemy. Jean's single focus was to end Thelvadam. She managed a strike that brought him to his knees and forced him to drop his weapons, and for a moment it seemed she would finish him. But the move was a trap. Thelvadam executed a hidden, lightning-fast counter and delivered a fatal blow. Jean collapsed, whispering her parents' names as her strength left her. Thelvadam told her that humans believed in a life after death and that she might be reunited with her family. He called her an admirable opponent who had not been strong enough to defeat him, then extinguished his blade and let her fall, her face turned to the sky. The Inquisitor then ordered his forces to hold the rest. Only a few Marines remained standing. The rest had been cut down or overwhelmed before they could carry out desperate plans. Chao and Heracles were among the last. Chao stared at Jean's unmoving form and felt helpless. Heracles warned Chao as a pair of elites moved in on their leader. Heracles opened fire with his turret, but Covenant forces began to encircle them. A Covenant spear arced over the battlefield and struck Heracles, knocking him down and pinning him briefly. Chao cried out for his friend. Chao grabbed a fallen Covenant spear and prepared to face their opponents. He fought with the skill of a seasoned lancer, taking on elites one after another in a swift, animated sequence of moves. The enemies kept coming, driven by the desire to finish him. An elite with a carbine fired at Chao and wounded his right arm, but Chao still managed to swing his spear and take the elite down. Another struck at his torso, and though wounded, Chao's fury pushed him forward. With a powerful motion he drove through both attackers and overcame them. He lost his spear. The elites fired 3 times at Chao, and he collapsed to the ground. The elites rejoiced, declaring that the demons were dead. Thelvadam felt neither satisfaction nor disgust after all. They had been worthy opponents. Something else soon drew his attention. Heracles was still breathing, and so was Issei. Several Shanghalis closed around Heracles and informed the Inquisitor that the demon remained alive, asking whether to take him prisoner. Heracles refused and removed the safeties from 4 grenades he carried. The grenades detonated in a sudden, violent blast that killed 10 elites and Heracles. The Inquisitor had been close enough to be stunned by the shockwave, and a curtain of dust rose. When the dust settled, Chao was still alive and dragging himself with his last strength toward Jean's body. He reached her side and took her hand. Chow spoke weakly that there were things he had wanted to tell Jean. Thelvadam's shadow fell over them, and Chow feared it had come to finish him. Thelvadam then spoke in the human tongue to acknowledge the demon and offer his respect. Chow died holding Jean's hand, his final moments filled with regret and quiet sorrow. Issei felt that part of him, his conscience or his soul, had accompanied his companions to their last breaths. When he returned to himself, he stood on the edge of the pelican and looked down at where his brothers in arms now rested. Valley asked what was wrong. Issei replied that they had died. 3 more he had known had fallen, his brothers, his new family. He clenched his fists. They would mourn later, for now they had to leave Earth. He wondered what course humanity would take next. The Covenant had already devastated nearly 99% of the planet. Only a single point in the Caribbean remained resistant, the last human stronghold. All the colonies and worlds where humanity had tried to build a future had been reduced to dust. From his seat on the Pelican, Issei watched a fleeing humanity with no clear destination as the ship entered the final city on Earth, besieged by enemy plasma. B-312 wondered about the figure he had seen in his head, the vision that had let him witness his team's deaths, and about the secret that might be the key to saving humanity. Saji pointed out that this place had been a paradise months before and that now it would be only a memory. The reforested jungle, cultivated over centuries, was now in flames or stripped bare and dry. Many buildings and houses burned. From above, the Spartans watched bursts of gunfire and plasma cross the skyline. Marines and UNSC forces fought relentlessly in the city, evacuating as many civilians as they could. 2 enemy supercarriers had plunged through the wall of ONI's flotilla of floating ships that protected the evacuation corridor. As the Pelican carrying the Spartans passed over the hotel zone, interference cut into their channels. A pilot urgently requested clearance to take off, reporting that several smaller evacuation points in the hotel zone were waiting to join the final convoy in the stratosphere. Evacuation control ordered the pilot to wait until the enemy carriers were dealt with. The pilot insisted the Covenant was too close and that he had more than 5,000 people aboard. In a nearby port, Issei saw a small evacuation craft ready on the docks. Only one had its engines running. The pilot of that craft decided to launch despite orders to hold. The craft accelerated from the dock, but a shot from one of the supercarriers struck it before it could climb. It was ripped and quickly caught fire, then plunged into the lagoon with everyone aboard. Other ships moved in, but control denied a rescue as futile. A Pelican reported the tragedy and requested permission to mount a search and rescue mission, but control refused. The Spartans felt useless in that moment. Their duty was to protect humanity and try to prevent such losses, but they were soldiers molded from childhood to obey orders, for now they had to follow them. An unfamiliar voice contacted the leader known as Ghost, identifying the caller as the Pillar of Autumn. The Pillar of Autumn was legendary to the Spartans. It had carried and launched the first Spartans during the Orion project and had later sent second-generation Spartans into battle. Valle took the unexpected call and relayed that Dr. Halsey had informed them they were transporting a package of high value. ONI had assigned that the package be brought aboard the Pillar of Autumn and evacuated on the next convoy, leaving in 3 hours from the next evacuation point. Valle acknowledged the order and reviewed the information. The Spartans were instructed to hurry. The last section of the evacuation convoy would depart soon with everyone ready, and then Earth would be abandoned. Keyes declared that, together with everyone left behind, it seemed they had lost the war for now. What had been planned as a timely withdrawal to the evacuation had become a frantic race against the clock. Valle asked what made the package Issei carried so important. Keyes said he could not reveal that information and warned that intelligence indicated their communications were being hacked by the enemy. The Didact was searching for what they carried. Keyes urged haste, saying that Covenant supercarriers that had broken the lines might be hunting them for the package. Saji said they were already discovered. 3 Seraph fighters intercepted the Spartans' Pelican. Arthur warned that they could not avoid them as the left engine took a near-blind shot from a Covenant pilot, the blast shaking the craft and triggering the emergency alarm. Lu Fei ordered everyone to bail. Valle instructed everyone to lock their armor. The Spartans were fortunate to avoid immediate injury from the impact, but the landing was violent despite the armor locks. Valley guided Issei to his feet after the young Spartan was stunned by the crash. Issei asked what had happened as enemy fire intensified around them. Their teammates, scattered through a small patch of jungle, returned fire to keep the attackers at bay. A projectile from a Covenant weapon flew past Issei's helmet. He swore under his breath. The Pillar of Autumn was only 100 kilometers away from the city. They had to move. Leonard and George took cover among the palms. Behind them, phantoms and spirits disgorged something none of the Spartans had seen before. Promethean soldiers, knights. It was the first time Prometheans had entered the human Covenant conflict in force. Arthur asked what those machines were. The Forerunner constructs gave no words. One raised an arm and opened fire. The Spartans dodged, but the force of the blast stunned the humans. The Ghost leader ordered immediate withdrawal. They ran toward the road that separated the coastal city from the hotel zone and found a UNSC checkpoint that had been overrun and occupied by grunts after the few Marines stationed there had been killed. Covenant forces closed in. Saji grabbed his shotgun and prepared to fight. Faye pointed out a pair of mongooses and a warthog with a turret. George and Leonard offered to cover while their teammates took the vehicles. They would not waste the time their friends were buying them. Issei understood the unspoken meaning in his teammates' actions and wished them luck in his mind as they climbed aboard and departed. Saji, Vale, and Issei boarded the warthog while the Pendragon brothers took the quadrotor and accelerated away. Issei looked back at his friends holding their ground and realized he could not leave them, yet their mission came first. Leonard tried not to show it, but he had been struck early during the engagement. A hit had compromised his armor and left him severely wounded. He slumped against a palm, voice strained as he told George that he would not make it, and that George must go because he would be needed. George, out of ammunition and under cover, reloaded what he could and answered that he was still fighting. The enemy fire did not relent. Leonard drew his combat knives and urged George to do the thing. George, after a heartbeat, took his knives and prepared for a last stand. The phrase, "smoking cobras," passed between them as a grim, private rallying cry. There was an old story of a last stand in another war about soldiers who stayed behind to hold a line and fought to the end. The three had earned the enemy's respect for their courage. The Spartans reflected on that legacy. Leonard reminded George of their creed about Spartans never dying, and George replied with a quiet affirmation about living with honor and, if necessary, dying with glory. When the knights stopped firing because the Spartans had vanished from their sight, the machines spread out to hunt. George and Leonard surprised them, and with knives and close-quarters ferocity they were able to take down several Prometheans before gunfire rained on them again. More knights and new Promethean models emerged from the jungle as fires sparked and spread under Covenant bombardment. The two Spartans fought with relentless determination. Despite being gravely wounded and battered, armor cracked and systems failing, they pressed the fight and eventually routed the immediate enemy force, though they were left in dire condition. George could scarcely believe they had pushed through. He was on his knees, his body racked by multiple impacts and one strike that had wounded his forearm. Leonard had taken heavy hits to his chest, one of which had damaged his lung, but he still managed to breathe and remain conscious. A cold, mechanical voice interrupted the field. A new presence stepped forward, the Warden Eternal, the Didact's chief inquisitor. The machine seized George by the throat and demanded to know where they were heading. It was hunting the package. Thelvadam had already confirmed that Issei's team carried what the Didact desired, and now the Inquisitor stood over the last surviving members. George, choking and struggling for breath, refused to give the information. He made clear that he would never betray their mission to the machine. George used his knives to try to strike the Prometheus's neck, but the attempt failed. The Warden flicked George like a toy, sending him soaring. George ended up pinned to a branch nearly 4 meters high and died instantly. The Warden then approached Leonard, who sat against a palm tree, incredulous at how brutally his friend had fallen. The Warden demanded that Leonard reveal what he wanted to know. Leonard glanced at him from the corner of his eye, produced a magnum he always kept for emergencies, and chose to use it. The gunshot rang out. Leonard removed his helmet to ensure the shot was effective and went still. Issei stood nearby, feeling detached as if his subconscious watched two comrades die. The warden said it did not matter and ordered his forces to leave the bodies and send the scarabs, insisting that his lord would find them. The countdown to depart Earth grew shorter, and the route the Spartans would take would soon be filled with traps. No one could know whether they could overcome them and reach the destination that would save humanity from annihilation. Everything Rius had seen so far of the cruel war that had shaped the Spartan warrior was a long road of pain and endurance. People always said the faction war had been the most ruthless conflict, but the human war against the Covenant surpassed it in scale and devastation, even for someone born long after those days. Rius reflected that she had never imagined such cruelty in a war as she fell back with her two companions, remembering Issei arriving at the Caribbean evacuation site. At their feet, beside a lagoon behind the tall hotel buildings, the scene showed the aftermath of intense fighting, several fallen Marines and shock troopers, and a few Covenant soldiers. What struck Rius most was a Marine who had fallen while cradling a small 4-year-old child who had not survived. A few steps away, the doll the child had held lay in the grass. Rius knelt and placed the toy in the child's hands as a quiet gesture. The dragon that lived within Rius noted that this went beyond anything seen in the faction war. Neither of her two companions knew what to say to ease her burden. Razor watched the sky, seeing evacuation ships threading through a corridor of vessels meant to shield the fleeing civilians. The exchange of heavy fire between UNSC cruisers and Covenant batteries was a dramatic spectacle no one could take pleasure in. Gilgamesh observed that those people were doomed, his gaze indifferent. He knew that Security would be displeased if she saw that expression, since he sought her heart, not her wrath. Gremory added that the humans had learned their lives were as valuable as those of beings who had never thought of them. Razor grew tired of the painful memories and wondered how many more they had to witness. He asked whether seeing the casualties was really what they intended. Rius indicated interest in the being that had contacted the Spartan and asked if the others wanted to find out what it was. Razor said he preferred to leave. The whole experience was exhausting. He then watched Rius turn and walk away and wondered why she pressed so hard to learn the Spartans' past, suspecting she sought a deeper connection with the human despite their engagement. He still hoped she would come to care for him. Gilgamesh teased that Razor had a knack for drawing her closer, and Razor bristled at the god's mockery. Gilgamesh countered that he could offer a higher throne than Razor could. Rius called them to stop arguing and come along. She had to urge them to catch up because every time a memory shifted, the scene changed and they had to move with the person whose recollection they were following. If they fell behind, the previous environment could collapse and risk damage to their minds. This was how they connected into the Spartans' memories. When they reached the Spartans' recollection of the escape, they witnessed Covenant cruisers emerging in ever-growing swarms. Phantom and Spirit dropships were unloading troops and laying siege to the last evacuation route. UNSC ships were being overwhelmed and shot down. Many lives still needed protection. Saji fired from the turret, covering his teammates as enemies appeared on every side, shouting as he fought to hold the line. Valle drove recklessly, weaving to avoid the legs of the enormous Covenant machines known as scarabs. Lu Fei noted that more scarabs had been released than usual. Arthur pointed out that evacuation traffic had dwindled and their transport might be the last ship left. The scarabs in their path threatened to delay them further. B-312 declared that the scarabs were meant for them and that someone cared about this. He accessed an AI core that Halsey had entrusted to him earlier and said the AI wanted it. Valle did not understand who B-312 referred to. Suddenly, a scarab ahead aimed its main cannon at the Warthog. The Ghost Team leader, looking back at Issei, did not notice the targeting in time. Avoiding the shot seemed impossible. Then a longsword fighter appeared in the sky and bombarded the scarab until it broke apart, and more longswords streaked in to burn through the forces blocking the route to the Pillar of Autumn. A familiar voice came over the Spartans' audio channels, announcing that the path had been cleared. They recognized the caller as Avenger. He explained that he had put Halsey to safety and that she had asked him to provide support. Somehow he had known they would run into trouble. Kiritsugu, commanding the longsword formation that carved through the reddened sky, guided them in AV. None of the Ghost Spartans could believe he had returned. As he had promised, the airstrike opened the rest of the way. The aerial support was decisive, and it seemed that, despite earlier sacrifices, no more lives would be lost along that route. They reached the dock and waited in a transport hangar aboard the Pillar of Autumn. Keyes waited with Spartan Avenger and a contingent of Marines, having cleared the landing zone for the arriving Spartans. He greeted the Ghost team when the super soldiers stepped forward and told Issei that Dr. Halsey had said she could count on him as he handed over the package. Issei answered that he would not face it alone. Keyes vowed that none would be forgotten and ordered them aboard. The Pillar of Autumn waited, and the last convoy was impatient to depart. They boarded the Autumn and lifted away on the Pillar of Autumn. Archer missiles from orbital ships provided cover as the vessel climbed beyond the enemy's reach. Saji relaxed a little, noting that things seemed to be going well, and mentioned that their cruiser would join a familiar escort, the Bismarck and the Yamato. Jacob explained that every available cargo convoy, new and in reserve, had been pressed into service to evacuate human colonies. Those ships were now humanity's hope. Valley asked where they would go if every world were destroyed. Before anyone could answer, a bridge officer informed the captain of an anomaly across the convoy's open channels, and the brief calm vanished. A Marine reported enemy signals detected and announced that heavy-class Covenant cruisers were attempting to encircle them. When the Spartan checked the tactical display, he saw that nearly a third of the fleet that had attacked Earth had now turned toward the convoy, closing in like circling predators. Keyes identified those ships as the flagship cruisers of the Didax Inquisitors. Issei declared that they were coming for her. When Valley asked who was meant, Issei clarified that it was the package, and the others immediately understood. The captain ordered every convoy ship to prepare for a slipspace jump, with the Yamato taking point. Just as the convoy readied to make the jump, a tear in slipspace opened and a new enemy vessel emerged directly in front of the Yamato, ramming the cruiser and destroying it in a sudden, violent impact. Lu Fei noted that the ship did not bear the Covenant's usual purple. Its hull was gunmetal and black with glowing orange accents. It was part of a new Covenant armada allied with the Didact, built with salvaged Forerunner technology. The Pillar of Autumn's alarms screamed as a flurry of boarding craft deployed. The Spartans braced themselves. They had to prevent the enemy from seizing what humanity called its last hope. Then a massive detonation rocked the engagement. A nuclear strike smashed into a corner of the Covenant siege, taking down several boarding wings and surface vessels. The Bismarck had opened fire, throwing everything it had against the attackers' tactical bombs, heavy ballistics, and orbital missiles, and carved an opening through the enemy lines. Over the channels, the Bismarck transmitted a single, decisive order. The flagship told the convoy to use the opening to slip away into jump space while it provided cover, and it urged the Pillar of Autumn to deliver the package to the last secure world. Under maximum move, the convoys surged through the corridor, one ship after another using the gap, while the Bismarck drew and absorbed the fleet's fury, its sacrifices drawing even the attention of the Inquisitors. The Bismarck's final transmission honored the convoy and announced its intent to hold the line. The flagship then detonated in a catastrophic blaze after a last, desperate battle that destroyed many enemy vessels. No evacuation pods were detected escaping. It appeared the ship's crew and Marines had chosen to remain and go down with their captain. The transmission had included a fragment of the ship's chosen hymn, a proud anthem that had accompanied the Bismarck into its final action. The Bismarck's weapons and engines fell silent. The once mighty cargo cruiser ended in ruin alongside its sister ship, the Yamato. For a breath, the convoy's fate seemed secure, but the respite was short. Boarding craft once more closed in. A Marine reported that the enemy was near as intrusion teams began to breach the Autumn's hull. Avenger confirmed that they had forced entry. Keyes moved to ready his forces, producing a partially charged pistol from his side holster as a warning to rouse the crew. He ordered all personnel to arm and prepare for close-quarters combat. Then, as if cut by an unseen hand, the Pillar of Autumn systems went through a sudden reboot. Engines died and consoles blinked out, not from mundane failure but from an overwhelming external force. A voice flooded the ship's speakers, ancient, furious, and filled with a cold command. The name the ship's intercom carried was Didact. It became clear that the Didact himself had come to reclaim what had been taken. He and his inquisitors were aboard the Autumn, moving to retrieve the package. The ship hung in tense silence as the Didact's presence closed in. Issei and his comrades braced for whatever would come next, their fate uncertain as the enemy moved through the dark. Gunfire at point-blank range echoed through the Pillar of Autumn as internal explosions rocked the starship. Distress calls crackled in and out over the ship's radio. Above all else, the highest priority remained to extract the package from the Autumn and get it to safety. Avenger and the Ghost team escorted Admiral Keyes out of the bridge toward an evacuation craft capable of leaving the system and getting far enough away from the Covenant and the shattered human colonies. Keyes refused to leave until every man aboard the ship had been evacuated, insisting on his responsibility as a naval leader. Avenger countered with firm authority that Keyes would be evacuated first and they would ensure the others followed. Behind them, Issei was pulled aside briefly by Valley. They had only passed the first stretch of the ship's main corridors when an explosion in an intersection surprised the UNSC forces posted there. Heavy footsteps and agonized cries preceded two of the Didact's Inquisitors' lethal Covenant soldiers who had been cutting through Marines until they finally found the human carrying the package. Tartarus, the brute warlord, appeared after felling an ODST. The oldest Inquisitor among them, preserved by the Didact and centuries old, accompanied him. A Sanghaili spoke in halting human words and demanded the artifact, promising mercy from the Didact if it was handed over. The Spartans responded by taking off their safety catches and forming a protective ring around Keyes and the package. Issei moved close to Keyes and offered to cover their retreat to the lifeboats. Jacob kept hold of the package and followed. Tartarus shouted a war cry and charged. The brute slammed his gravity hammer into the line of Spartans, sending one Spartan crashing through corridors and walls in a spectacular, high-impact collision reminiscent of an intense anime battle scene. Sparks flew, lighting the pathway as the Spartan tumbled into a storage bay, then was driven back into another corridor. Issei took a brutal blow and staggered. The impact left him winded and coughing into his helmet, tasting copper from the force of the hit rather than anything graphic. Tartarus moved in to finish the attack, raising his hammer to strike. Marines rushed forward, pouring suppressive fire into the brute and launching a rocket that struck true. The explosion did not gore or dismember. It simply knocked the Inquisitor off balance and sent him sprawling, dazed on the deck, just as he had done to Issei. Among the Marines, familiar faces called out. Carl, Manfred, Desmond, and Danny were present alongside Joe, Joseph, and the veteran Spartan. Carl hefted a new generation rifle and led the small band. Issei allowed himself a brief, honest relief at seeing them alive. Danny urged Issei to move before the brute could recover. Once clear of Tartarus, Issei received a call from Valley, whose voice conveyed worry and urgency. Issei confirmed his status. Valley instructed that Keyes had to be taken off the ship and that they should meet in the hangars before the Inquisitors regrouped. Issei told the Marines that Keyes needed to reach the hangars and they would follow, with Carl acknowledging Issei as their battalion leader. They were given fresh weapons and moved through the ship's corridors toward the hangars, evading Covenant intruders and Promethean constructs sent by the Didact. As they advanced, the Marines explained that when Issei had been fighting on the planet from the beginning, Covenant forces had appeared in overwhelming numbers, striking all fronts. Massive attacks had forced immediate evacuations across the colonies in an effort to salvage any inhabited worlds. They reached the mess hall, where fire crossed the open space and Covenant plasma lit the room in streaks of blue. 4 Marines were holding their own against several zealots. Without Issei's returning group, those Marines might have been overrun. The soldiers thanked Issei for the timely intervention and said they had feared they would die there. Issei told them the autumn would not hold for much longer and urged evacuation. Carl spoke for the group, revealing that they had lost family, home, and everything but their bond. They pledged to follow Issei's orders and to stand together to the end. Issei, unwilling to accept more loss, urged them to hurry. Keyes, slow by Spartan standards, was nonetheless easily reached by Avenger and the Ghost team and then escorted until they linked up with Issei and his Marines. Arthur noted with relief that Keyes was alive. Kiritsugo told Keyes they would use long swords to depart the ship. An evacuation order from Issei cut Jacob off before he could ask about the crew and their condition, and everyone moved to execute the withdrawal. Issei guided Keyes and the small force toward the hangars. Marines and Spartans fought to clear a path, trading sharp, cinematic blows with the Covenant and their Promethean allies. The ship groaned as structural damage forced them to reroute through smoke-filled corridors and over collapsed decking, each maneuver tense but non-graphic and stylized like an action sequence from an animated combat scene. They fought past Covenant patrols and Promethean sentinels, and the group moved as one determined unit. Vala's team had reached the hangars and began prepping the longswords for immediate departure. Issei brought Keyes into the relative shelter of the hangar while Karl and the Marines provided covering fire. The Spartans and Marines worked efficiently to load Keyes and the package onto a longsword. With the craft fueled and engines online, Avenger and the Ghosts took positions and prepared for takeoff. In one last coordinated effort, Issei and the Marines drew enemy attention long enough for the longsword to lift away. The ship's alarms and the din of battle faded as they broke free, leaving the Pillar of Autumn behind, its fate uncertain but its most precious cargo Admiral Keyes and the artifact safely away. With the immediate danger behind them, the surviving members of the group shared a brief, solemn recognition of all they had sacrificed and those they had lost, steeling themselves for the long fight ahead. The soldiers inside the ship had either been massacred by the Inquisitors or the Didact, or had already left. One thing was certain, only they remained, and the hangar was nearly empty of craft, with only a couple of longswords left behind. One of the soldiers urged that they had to leave. Once again all the lights in the autumn went out, but this time they returned in only the faintest trickles of power, barely enough to operate the door lock panels. A strange, disturbing presence emerged from the dark corridor behind the soldiers. A figure taller than the Spartans, its advanced armor faintly lit by dark orange tones. Someone whispered that it was him. It was the Didact. He was not alone. Behind him stood all of his Inquisitors. None of those who had boarded the ship had fallen, not even Shavami, who had faced 5 Spartans. Atriox, Garden Eternal, Tartarus, Thelvatum, Phal, Shavami, Ripa, Morami, the names of the Didact's most efficient and lethal Inquisitors, infamous for destroying colonized systems with their personal fleets. 2 brutes behind their lord moved to charge first for the Spartans, intent on bringing their prize, but the Didact stopped them without making a single gesture. The Forerunner himself began to walk slowly toward the humans. Those who stepped forward to challenge him were the Marines accompanying Issei. Avenger warned that the Didact was beyond their level as he watched them take positions at the sides of the corridor with weapons raised. Karl greeted Issei, calling it good to see him again, and revealed that he had kept Issei's magnum even while holding a battle rifle in the other hand. The Marines moved beneath the door that divided the corridor, placing themselves between the Spartans and the Inquisitors to face the Didact in their stead. Karl told them it had been a pleasure to have fought alongside them, urging them to live with honor. The Marines answered with a shout that they would die with glory. They opened fire on the Didact without fear. The bullets dissipated against the energy field that enveloped his armor, and the Forerunner remained unmoved, recognizing that such attacks were nothing compared to his power. Kiritsugo acknowledged the valor and sacrifice of the Marines. They had to secure the package at all costs. Issei looked back at the 7 Marines he had led in battle, strangers to him as people, but not strangers in purpose. Tiring of the useless rain of lead, the Didact raised his hand and, with a clenched fist, dissolved the weapons from the Marines' grasp. Still burning with courage, they charged with fists and knives, but the Didact continued forward, seeing in Issei and those around him a tide of invading memories and the inexplicable power of the Didact. Rhea stood frozen, unable to move or even focus her gaze. The Forerunner lifted the older man and struck him against the bulkhead and deck of the corridor with a force that left him motionless. Joe and Joseph had tried to stab him, but their arms shattered by an unseen force. The Didact's hands closed around them and ended them with a single, devastating motion. Danny and Desmond attacked without fear but were met by the same swift, absolute retribution. The corridor bore the marks of the battle. Fire had several grenades on his vest and removed their safeties as the Didact stepped forward, But when he triggered them, the effect was absorbed and compressed, leaving the didact and Carl unscathed. A wounded hand forced its way through the metal of the door in the aftermath. With his own strength, the didact opened the heavy doors without apparent effort. Kiritsugo ordered Keys to start the ship and leave as soon as he boarded the longsword. When the captain asked what about them, Kiritsugo said they would manage and understood that they might not see each other again. He promised they would rise again. Whatever the didact sought within that AI had once more slipped from his grasp. For him, the encounter was a trivial game. It mattered little that more than 5 Spartans had planted themselves defiantly in front of him. They were not his match. The didact stated that they had no chance against him, though he admitted they would provide an entertaining diversion. Kiritsugo, standing before the young Spartans of Ghost, stepped forward to challenge the Forerunner directly. The didact told them to face their fate. Kiritsugo lunged with a knife, but the didact took his hand and lifted him like a toy, throwing him into the hangar walls and sending him crashing back into the ship's battered compartments. Arthur seized the moment when he saw Avenger thrown and revealed an energy sword. He pressed the attack, forcing the Forerunner to dodge repeatedly until a brutal kick to the spine shattered Arthur's mobility. When he fell to his knees, the didact disarmed him and finished him with cold efficiency. Saji attempted to avenge his comrade and was struck down by the didact's hand. He still managed to fire a few shots before collapsing. Even Rias's formidable strength could not counter the didact's merciless precision. Lu Fei suffered a similar fate. Attacking from a distance, she was disoriented when the didact struck, leaving her unable to see and severely wounded. Despite locating her knife by sound, her counterattack failed. The didact removed her weapon and delivered a fatal blow. She cried out and then she fell. The only person who managed to land a meaningful hit was Issei, who struck the Forerunner directly in the face, aided at range by Valle. The impact was a rare success against such an opponent, but the battle continued to tilt toward the didact's overwhelming power. He was knocked down by the didact, pinned on the ground with the precursor's boot pressing into his torso. He would have been struck fatally if she had not been taken by surprise when she nearly reached his neck. The didact ordered them to stop, and with telekinetic force held both Spartans suspended in midair. He told them bluntly that they could not win and that they were beneath him, but he admitted that the blow from the human had been unexpected and granted Issei a measure of respect. Valle protested despite the didact's grip, struggling against the telekinetic pressure. It had already been painful to watch their teammates fall. Valle feared most for Issei. The didact derided human sentimentalism as a weakness and complained that it had allowed them to escape when victory might have been seized in the past. The Guardian Eternal reported that access to the Ark had been found on Earth, as predicted. The didact declared that triumph smiled upon them and, looking at the 2 superhuman soldiers, vowed to be merciful and grant them a quick end. A rocket-propelled missile struck the didact from behind, forcing him to release the Spartans from his hold. Kiritsugo emerged from the blast crater, manning a warthog turret and opening fire on the Sangaili Inquisitors and Forerunner forces. He shouted at the young Spartans to run and cover their escape, and they sprinted for a remaining longsword in the hangar that could carry them to safety. Avenger continued firing while calling for confirmation. Iria, patched in over a damaged monitor aboard the battered ship, replied that everything was ready and that at least they would leave together. Kiritsugo warned they had to go, handed them a weapon, then took cover to fire the turret until it emptied. When it ran out, he switched to a DMR. Issei gave a final wish of good luck. The longsword's bay doors closed and the ship made a near hyperspace jump, slipping beyond sight and radar of the Covenant Armada. Behind them, Kiritsugo fought on alone. A volley struck his armor and helmet, shattering the visor. He discarded the useless helmet and fired his DMR at Morimi when the elite attacked head-on. Shavami struck Avenger and wounded him, but Avenger did not fall. Kiritsugo landed a heavy blow that forced the elite back, only to be overwhelmed by Morimi. He drew a hidden pistol to counterattack, but Felvatum cut the hand that held the weapon. Kiritsugo's cry of pain was picked up by the security cameras his AI had managed to reconnect. Atriox then appeared and brought his hammer down against Kiritsugo, knocking him to the deck. Sangaili Inquisitors closed in and delivered finishing blows. Iriasval watched him die and murmured that they would see each other on the other side. Iriasval initiated the Cole Protocol to scuttle the ship by overloading the engine, intending to deny their enemies the vessel. The Didact anticipated the attempt and contained the explosion. Only a small section of the decaying craft was destroyed, along with the ship's AI and the Spartan aboard. The Didact sneered at the humans, and Atriox ordered pursuit of the demons. The Forerunner forces allowed the survivors to go that time. 1 year later, Issei and Valle drifted aimlessly through empty space. The longsword had burned nearly half its fuel, making the blind jump, and with no known refuge within reach they became a wandering wreck, their options exhausted. Issei had been recording periodic messages through his helmet to document their last days. He spoke of how a year had passed since Earth fell and humanity collapsed, how the ship had been without fuel for the same span, and how they had stretched supplies meant for a week into 7 months. Oxygen was nearly gone. There was only enough for a few more days. They had sent a distress signal long ago and did not expect timely rescue. When, if ever, they were found, they would be sleeping side by side for eternity and finally at rest. After that bleak recording, the two of them lay on the hangar floor, propped against the wall. Valle curled against Issei's chest and drifted into a slow sleep in his arms. She had always thought they would die fighting. She admitted she wished they had at least been married and had a family. Issei, weakening from oxygen loss, replied that it had never been possible, but that the thought had been meaningful. He promised to find her in another life if he had to. They reflected that Spartans were said to be built of iron and steel, but at heart they were human. In Issei's hand a pistol rested with 2 bullets. They did not want to fade away slowly, they preferred a quick, painless end together. They exchanged a tender, non-SXL kiss and clasped hands as Issei prepared to end their suffering. At that moment, as he leaned over Valle and steadied the weapon, a bright artificial light flared to life and a faint mechanical sound filled the longsword as illumination spilled in from the windows. Issei recovered his vision after being briefly blinded by the light and recognized the ship as a UNSC frigate. Issei's helmet radio announced that Unit LS-1124 had arrived and reinforcements would help. They had arrived too late. Issei, without consolation, began to cry. If the ship had come even 5 minutes earlier, he would not have had to do what he had done. A long, anguished wail marked the painful path Issei carried, a pain that would give him strength to keep fighting and that would soon draw him into the world of demons. The AI integrated into the new Spartan system recounted that Earth and humanity had fallen quickly. The enemy had been relentless, unpredictable, and efficient, but not enough to stop them. The beacon Issei had carried led them to their place of refuge, the planet Reach. After 2 long years drifting through the endless sea of stars, they found a world to shelter on. Since then they had lived in the shadows, hoping to avoid detection by the Covenant or the Didact while resisting them. Takashi, the leader of Noble, angrily told the Security that it would have been more polite to ask for permission rather than act as they had. Rias and those with her had exited the immersion game of Issei's memories. Forcing him to relive those memories had been a heavy blow to the Spartan. While he slept on the Pelican with his comrades, Issei began to suffer episodes of post-traumatic stress. His team followed a trail of vapor to the Gremory mansion and confronted Rias there, forcing her to stop her experiment. In the Gremory residence, in the medical room, Tatsuya, Korra, Kenichi, and another noble restrained Issei's limbs while Medea, the witch who had allowed the immersion game, and Asia worked to suppress the traumatic memories that had returned to the Spartan. Asia tended to Medea, who had been hurt earlier when Issei, overwhelmed by his superhuman strength, had struck her a few times during the initial healing. Rias blamed herself for the unstable state the soldier had fallen into because of her curiosity. It took some time for Issei to regain his composure. Medea breathed a sigh of relief when the procedure finished. She could rest and begin to recover the mana she had expended. Issei regained consciousness and asked what had happened. He said he had seen all his memories and, rubbing his face to clear the drowsiness, told them that he wished he were dead. Tatsuya, Noble 3, informed him that he was not dead yet. Issei muttered that it would have been better to know he was dead and was not fully aware that he was back at the Gremory house. With his strength controlled by his will again, He rose from the medical bed and looked at both women, who kept their distance from him with fear. Issei wondered what they were doing there and realized they were no longer on the Pelican. Korra, Noble too, explained that he had suffered a post-traumatic stress attack and that the two women had helped control him. Issei was confused. He had never had psychological problems after what had happened with Valley. He thanked them and got down from the bed, but both women remained wary of his movements and asked what was wrong. Kenichi, Noble 4, observed that Issei had struck them a few times at the beginning when they had treated him. Dot asked Rias if she had any other questions. Takashi, observing that his sixth member had stabilized, allowed Rias to ask whatever she needed. Rias, filled with remorse for what she had caused B312, said she had no further questions for the moment. All the demons, family, and allies of the Security appeared tense in the presence of the superhumans, while the noble team members seemed indifferent to their stares. Takashi said they would return to their mission and asked that the Security not interfere, then donned his helmet and returned to its port before ordering his team to depart. Once Issei was controlled and safe, the 6 members of Noble left the mansion just as the eldest son of the Gremory house returned with the small group that had led them to the ancient, unknown site buried beneath their world. Rias noticed her brother's angry eyes from the second-floor window and understood that the only questions he wanted to ask were directed at her. Rias's brother confronted her, furious after hearing what their parents had told him. Rias defended herself by saying she had only wanted to learn about their war and why they had come to their world. Surzex, seated at his desk, reminded Rias that those matters did not concern them and asked why she insisted on interfering. Rias argued that by seeing what Issei had experienced he would understand that the Covenant was also a threat to their world. Surzex asked about Issei. Gilgamesh warned Rias not to interfere with the humans and reminded her that her title as Dragon Monarch would not protect her from punishment if she crossed that line. The remark suggested that Rias's sister might favor the human, and for a moment the conversation turned into tense family interference. The matter was left unresolved. Rias walked through the house with Razor following at her side. Rias thanked Razor for his support and asked him not to claim he was supporting her simply because she was considered his partner. Razor admitted he had spoken up because he knew she disliked her brother's habit of withholding support for her decisions. Rias insisted that she could defend herself. She stood her ground and repeated that she could handle her own affairs. Razor understood from the look in her eyes that she wanted to be alone, and he retreated down the hallway. Gilgamesh then appeared behind the Phoenix, leaning against the corridor wall and mocking Razor as he always did. Razor accused Gilgamesh of never really supporting Rias. Gilgamesh countered that, unlike Razor, he understood Rias well. She was not a fragile thing to be sheltered but someone who wanted recognition. His words stung, and the exchange escalated until house staff escorted them out along with members of the Cows Brigade. From her room, Rias watched the forest, where the Spartans had set up their camp, unaware at first that her queen, Aquino, stood beside her. Aquino asked whether Rias intended to follow Lucifer's orders. Rias explained that she had faced the Didact, the being who had laid waste to human worlds, but it had been a brief confrontation. The Didact had not acted at full strength when they clashed. His power had been partly suppressed, much like the first time Trihexa had awakened. Aquino asked for clarification about the Didact. Rias explained that he led humanity's enemy and commanded forces like the ones that had attacked them earlier. Aquino asked if Rias planned to go back to find out whether he posed a threat to their world. Rias said she needed to know if he was a danger to her people. Rias did not waste time. She and her entourage found the Spartans at their camp, each occupied with different tasks. Tatsuya counted ammunition and refilled magazines. Kenichi practiced with his knife, Kikru, testing its balance against his armor. 4 others waited inside the Pelican, monitoring the communications radar and standing by for contact from higher-ranking Spartan command. Dot detected Rias and her group outside the Pelicans and announced their presence. Takashi responded sharply, reminding them that he had warned them to stay out of Spartan affairs. Rias apologized and took a few steps forward. She glanced inside the Pelican and saw Issei sitting in one of the seats, massaging his temples and clearly suffering from a lingering headache after the invasion of his memories. Rias expressed regret for what had been done to him. Issei reacted with visible annoyance at being addressed familiarly without consent, pulled on his helmet, and moved into the driver's seat to steady himself. He had been forced to relive the pain of war and his past mistakes, and only those close to him could use that NTMT name. Takashi asked Rias what she wanted. Rias asked whether the did act posed a threat to her world. The Spartans exchanged looks. Korra reacted with disbelief at the question and then said that, of course, the did act was a threat not just to one world but to the entire universe. So far there had been no known way to defeat him, nor the Covenant and their Promethean knights. Rias asked about Prometheans. Akatsuki explained that they were machines created from the essences of human life. If a population had not been killed during the Covenant's massive counterattacks, the Covenant had captured survivors and converted them into these mechanical servants for the did act. Kenichi added that a single exploratory fleet could be enough to destroy a world and ensure life there never returned. The memory of what they had witnessed made him laugh nervously. Takashi warned Rias that joining their fight might only make matters worse. Dot calculated the current odds of the Covenant returning at 18% and explained that when the Spartans left they would attempt to cover their trail so the Covenant would follow them away from the system. The Covenant would likely not focus on this galaxy if led away. Takashi made it clear that this war belonged to the Spartans and their people. Coming here had been a mistake for their mission, and they would carry on with their own fight. They appreciated Rias's offer but believed it would not change the outcome. Rias felt the weight of those words, embarrassed and frustrated by her helplessness. Aquino gently agreed with the Spartans and placed a comforting hand on Rias's shoulder, sharing the gravity of the situation. The Spartans and demon entourage moved toward the ship's control room to check the radar and communications monitor. Issei processed what the radar had detected and reported grimly that the Covenant had arrived. 3 heavy cruisers and a supercarrier were entering the atmosphere, and the Pride's warrior shadow loomed over the readings. He recognized the ship. On the bridge of that flagship, the shipmaster and his first officer exchanged a terse argument. The Sangaili in white armor urged that they should wait for the rest of their Inquisitor's armada. The shipmaster, clad in gold, argued that the Covenant's presence had probably already been detected and that any delay would allow the enemy to escape. The first officer reminded the shipmaster that their lord's orders had been clear. Wait. The shipmaster replied that the did act had waited long enough for true triumphs and that soon he would revel in the glory they would bring him. A glory the shipmaster intended to keep within his own fleet. The Covenant fleet arrived sooner than anyone expected above the cities of Clan Gremry. Noble families, commoners, and demons of every rank watched their bright red sky darken as if night had fallen. The vast silhouettes of Covenant capital ships blotting out the sun made the people tremble, and the sight of the armada drew attention from other pillars of their realm. From the Gremry mansion, Surzex and his family watched as Covenant ships appeared over their city again, now in greater numbers than before. Even the remaining members of the Cows Brigade were shocked by the size of the invasion. Rias burst into Surzex's office, calling for her brother. Surzex asked her sharply whether she had brought this trouble upon them, but he did not take his eyes from the monstrous vessel looming in the sky. A Covenant invasion was underway. It could be as brutal as the last time, or worse. The people of Clan Gremry watched in fear as the alien ships struck their city. They had barely recovered from the previous attack when a larger fleet descended upon them. On the Covenant bridge, the shipmaster frowned at the readings showing human life on the planet. He had not expected humans on this world. His officers had no immediate answer. On the ground, the city's few militias began hurriedly evacuating civilians in anticipation of what was coming. This enemy would be more relentless than before. The Sangaili ordered the fleet to be notified that they had found a system with remnants of human life and that they would purify the galaxy of this infestation. Ghosts swarmed like a hive, descending in thousands to bombard the city with devastating precision, far worse than the previous strike. Ground assault teams moved in, and despite the efforts of Gremry soldiers, Covenant infantry and vehicles overwhelmed them. Surzex gathered troops, but he feared it would take too long to prevent the city and its trapped people from being devastated. Still, a noble team prepared to act. Using one of their remaining Pelican dropships, the nobles, accompanied by Rias and her retinue and her betrothed, boarded to confront the invaders. On board the Pelican, Takashi piloted while Rias stood behind him. The commander assessed the odds and said that they were outnumbered roughly 500 to 1 and that forcing a path through the Covenant lines would be suicidal. The commander believed the only realistic course was to hold ground and buy time until reinforcements could arrive, if an army of spear and sword-wielding demons could contend with Covenant forces. Rias, the dragon-bearer princess, insisted they devise a plan. The Spartans on the team formed a line at the Pelican's ramp as they entered the city's line of fire. Issei slung his weapon on his back and announced that they had a plan: to attack. They abandoned the unmanned Pelican to land at a hotspot in the middle of the Covenant assault. The demons present did not stay behind. They watched in stunned silence, wondering what the Spartans intended. A few blocks down, the battlefield was a chaotic scene. BGMI militia had erected barricades of rubble and civilian vehicles along the main avenue to stop a battalion of elites, hunters, and jackals. Their magical shields barely held against the intense fire. An exhausted militia officer questioned what else they could do against such precise, overwhelming fire. Another reported that civilians remained trapped and asked when reinforcements would arrive. A second-in-command said that Lord BGMI was gathering reinforcements, but some soldiers panicked, doubting whether their leader, the magic Lord Lucifer, even knew what was happening. At that moment a metal figure arrived ahead of other reinforcements. B-312, Issei, reached the militia lines first. He ordered the troops to evacuate civilians through the subway and sewer systems to keep them out of the open and away from the line of fire. The militia hesitated, unsure who this armored stranger was. As Sangaili forces tried to exploit that uncertainty, Issei moved with practiced precision. His close-quarters skill neutralized several elites in rapid succession without graphic detail, leaving the militia both relieved and astonished. Even more surprising was the sudden appearance of the rest of the noble team, which swept through the enemy regiment with coordinated efficiency. Tatsuya's calculated precision, Akatsuki's suppressive fire from his minigun, Chorus calm control, Kenichi's ferocity in close combat, and Takashi's leadership created a formidable force. Takashi raised his battle rifle and ordered the militia to begin civilian evacuation immediately before more Covenant forces advanced. From the end of the avenue, a scarab vehicle emerged, its main cannon turning toward the Spartans. Before it could fire, a powerful green shot from above struck the quadrupedal metal behemoth, shattering it in a brilliant, non-graphic burst of energy. The blast came from the Sky Dragon's security in its era, its balance breaker armor activated. The soldiers on the ground immediately recognized Lady Rias. The militias shouted to the princess of their domains. The crimson-armored maiden floating above the Spartans told them to follow the orders and that her group would take care of things. The BGMI soldiers complied. The BGMI soldiers withdrew with the Spartans' orders noted and began assigning tasks to secure the civilians. Rias, understanding the lethal power of their enemies, realized her team would not be able to match the Covenant's firepower and did not want to risk losing them. Rias asked her team to go with the civilians and help with the evacuation. Aquino questioned their mistress about the strange order and asked if they should accompany the others instead. Rias explained that she had seen what the Covenant could do. She watched the front where more Covenant troops were advancing and said she preferred her team to evacuate the people. The priestess in Rias's group read between the lines and promised that when reinforcements and support arrived, they would come back to help Rias. Rias urged the team to move out, and the other 3 members agreed. As Rias made sure her team moved away, the members of the noble group were already marching toward the enemy. Razor appeared with his phoenix wings raised and told Rias that those humans were faster than they seemed. The noble team slipped into the shadows of a ruined building within sight of the advancing Covenant troops and took cover to assess the complicated situation. Korra reported through binoculars that they were still far from the Covenant's lead carrier and that they would have to get closer if they wanted to defeat it. Kenichi protested that they were outnumbered 600 to 1. Takashi, after taking the binoculars, reminded them that they had trained to challenge such overwhelming odds. At that moment, the security arrived with her suitor. Rias positioned herself between them and the Spartans and asked if they had a plan to share. The commander outlined two possible ways to take down the carriers: infiltrate from the inside or strike from the outside. He explained that infiltrating would require covert entry, a transport to get aboard, and planting a bomb at the ship's core. Korra had a timed warhead ready for programming. The other option was to breach the carrier's shield briefly and launch a missile into its main cannon. Behind Tatsuya was a distinctive rocket launcher. He explained that after humanity's fall, every surviving Spartan group had been issued portable missile launchers, variants of an older design to give outcast teams a chance in suicide missions. Razor asked what shield they would need to break. A loud, far-reaching red beam streaked down toward the Covenant fleet, meant to sweep away the purple Covenant aircraft in a single blow. The strike felt like an insult to the one who unleashed it, because the carrier ships remained intact. The carrier's energy shields simply held against the attack. Rias expressed astonishment that even such a powerful weapon had failed. Gilgamesh descended behind the Spartans, and Rias's brother appeared through a magic circle beside her. Rias greeted her relative with joy, while Serzex looked displeased. Serzex told himself that this displeasure could wait. He needed to protect the fleeing city and its people. Serzex addressed the Spartans and said he had heard they had plans. Takashi said that attacking from the outside was unreliable and that they needed to infiltrate each ship to destroy them. He pointed out flashes where Covenant forces were dispersing troops onto the carrier and suggested they could reach that point, use the descent system to board, and sabotage the vessel. Korra programmed the bomb and said they had 30 minutes to reach and enter the ship. The Crimson Princess asked about escape. Takashi gave a bitter laugh and said there was no victory without sacrifice. Issei took the bomb to volunteer, but the Spartan's mechanical hand prevented him from taking it. Issei swore by Tom that this time he would make sure he was the one to finish off the enemy. Tom had been an old member of Korra's original team who had died in a previous assault when they tried to defend their world. That mission had cost Korra an arm and a dear comrade. Razor noted that they only had one of those warheads and asked how they planned to destroy the other ships. Akatsuki said they would figure it out once they managed to take one of the carriers. Serzex announced that he had brought several forces with him, though most were assigned to evacuation duty, and hoped that the soldiers who had followed him would be useful. He offered to help and asked what they wanted him to do. Korra responded that they needed to push through the Covenant lines, and everyone readied their weapons. Korra took her magnum, and Razor ordered the noble group to move. The countdown on Korra's bomb began. Her teammates formed a perimeter around her while Sekirei, her fiancé, Serzex, and the other suitor joined the ranks. Hundreds of demonic soldiers distracted Covenant troops along the Spartans' advance, but the master of the carriers saw them approaching. The Sangaili shipmaster referred to them as the demons who had stolen the Didax map and reminded his officers that Felvadam had said they could. A grunt on the bridge warned that the demons appeared to be carrying something like a bomb and were heading straight for the carrier. The shipmaster, having seen this tactic before, ordered the descent elevators to halt, all minor ships to stop entering or leaving, and all hatches sealed across the fleet to prevent an intrusion. He commanded the ground forces to kill the Spartans at all costs. The shipmaster cursed in frustration. Korra cried out after being ambushed by a ghost. Although she fell, this time she had not suffered as badly as on the last occasion. Noble 3 and Noble 1 managed to pull her to safety before another aerial ambush could strike her. She still did not have something she needed. Takashi asked if she was all right and asked where the bomb was. Korra realized the explosive was missing and reacted with panic. Issei, hidden with Rias, shouted that he had it, noting the bomb had less than 5 minutes before detonation and that the enemy had closed their entrances, anticipating the original plan. Korra said they needed a way to get the bomb in, but the enemy shield would stop them. Rias asked what could break the shield, feeling the desperation of the moment. Drake answered that a plasmatic pulse would do it. Only a plasma pulse missile could disable the shield temporarily. He added that the bomb itself, detonated at the right point among the 4 carrier ships, would drop their shields long enough for an attack to destroy the armada if Gilgamesh could use his power again. Rias observed that Ie's range would only reach 1 carrier unless they borrowed more power. She asked Drake to lend the dragon's power to Gilgamesh. With the plan changed, they could no longer enter, and the bomb's countdown continued. They decided they had to throw the explosive into the air and detonate it at the precise moment. Someone able to fly would have to carry and throw it to the exact point. Razor was given the bomb and told they wanted him to fly and drop it on the ship. He initially thought it a joke, but Korra gripped his neck to make him listen and ordered him to flap his wings if they wanted to save the world. The threat made the Phoenix take the task seriously. Razor agreed to raise himself and throw the bomb. Issei said they would cover him while Rias channeled the Red Dragon's power into the demigod. Rias concentrated her mana and transferred the energy. Surzex urged Razor to go. The Phoenix spread his wings and rose through a gauntlet of enemy banshees. The Spartans opened fire and began shooting down the fighter craft, keeping them away from Razor. As he ascended through the crossfire toward the release point, Razor muttered under his breath and hurled the bomb at the precise spot. The explosion and its pulse struck the enemy fleet and their shields dropped. The blast did not harm Razor because of his nature, but the explosive force slammed him hard into the ground. The carrier ships lost power and the banshees and all. Covenant vehicles were disabled by the electromagnetic pulse. Issei gave the signal to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh recited the chant that allowed him to unleash the power of his created weapon. Channeling the dragon's augmented strength, he unleashed Issei at the center of the fleet. Gilgamesh invoked Enuma Elish with tremendous force, his destructive power amplified beyond normal limits. The 4 enemy ships were torn apart and dispersed into particles, their matter transformed by the energy. The leader of the mothership could only express stunned disbelief before his command collapsed with the fleet. From every side, observers realized they had been saved once more by the Cow's Brigade and the Spartans through sheer ingenuity. Troops on the ground began to celebrate while the Covenant forces there scrambled for cover, reassessing their situation. Rias freed herself from her balance breaker and praised Gilgamesh, remarking that they made a perfect combination. He replied with his usual pride. Noble remained calm. Though victory had been won, enemies still remained, and more would surely arrive. Commander Dot reported that new enemy signals had been detected. Everyone nearby heard the alert. New spatial ruptures had appeared. Looking beyond where the first Covenant fleet had been, more than 10 breaches opened in the stratosphere, and a larger fleet emerged that was definitely not allied. Kenichi shouted in outrage at the sight. Others said this was bad. The sheer number of enemy forces worried everyone. They did not know what would happen next. They knew they would need a miracle to win. Across realms, the news spread. In the demon world it was chaos, and many feared it could mark the end of their world. Factions that had expected to die at the hands of rival demon clans were shocked to receive warning that their world was being attacked by an unknown enemy. Azazel was interrupted while drinking in his hall and informed that the invaders did not appear to be angels. Rainier reported that she did not even know who the attackers were, but that they were overwhelming the Gremory clan. Barakiel feared for his daughter, who was there. From the angelic systems of Xerus, the archangels watched from above as purple ships pierced the atmosphere and explosions flashed across the demon skies. None of the archangels recognized the attackers. Gabriel arrived with a white plush and urged aid for the demons with childlike concern, but Miguel focused on the descending cruisers and insisted on supervising the situation. Gabriel was told to return to the wards and children while the archangels observed and planned. Word of the unknown force also reached Asgard, the yokai world, Olympus, and other realms. Every realm learned that a strange, overwhelming power had invaded the demon world and was threatening the balance. No one celebrated or glorified the moment. Everyone wondered who was responsible for the attack and whether the newcomer was also a threat to them. But had never imagined the end of their species would come from an unknown one. Even the new fleet that had appeared over the demon world, Xerus, had deployed fresh troops to assault the surface, forcing the demons to retreat more quickly. Leftover brigades and battalions from the first wave still presented a serious challenge. Noble 4 urged their forces forward, furious at the enemy and driven by personal vengeance. Rias, taking cover with the Spartans behind a new mound of rubble from a rock building, warned him to get down as a wraith's shot whizzed past. Rias criticized Noble 4 for his recklessness from behind cover, but Noble 4 pushed aside the warning to grab his weapon and take position. He insisted he was still alive to avenge the deaths of his brother, his team, and everyone they had lost. Rius told him to calm himself, noting how much trauma his experiences had caused. Noble 4 replied that he could not calm down, that those BSs had killed his family and something terrible had happened to his sister. He needed to make them pay. His voice trembled with rage. Over them, a white-armored elite charged with a sword. The Spartan reacted with brutal speed. He seized the elite, used his augmented strength to throw him to the ground, and finished him with a clean, decisive strike. Rius thought the Spartan had gone mad. Kenichi declared he had more to give the battle. Issei shoved him down to prevent him from exposing himself, then shouted a warning that the enemy was pressing harder and that they must withdraw. The Spartans and the local warriors scattered across the battlefield. Despite the formidable power of Cersex, Gilgamesh, and other demons, the Covenant was a coordinated and dangerous foe. It was the Spartan discipline and tactics that kept them alive against this new invader. Cersex stated that they could not simply retreat, they had to hold the line here. The noble commander argued that staying would result in being crushed, that the enemy ships could deploy more troops onto their world at any moment, and that they needed to find another place to make a stand, though he admitted the world would likely fall soon. Lord Lucifer overheard the blue-armored Spartans whisper. Cersex issued orders for a mass withdrawal of Gremory territory and adjacent pillars. Through a magical circle that formed at his ear, Cersex instructed the council to evacuate the cities, families, and neighboring clans within the enemy's incursion radius and to activate all defenses. Every soldier and warrior was to be prepared for combat. The soldiers acknowledged the command, and Rius and her companions heard it too. Cersex asked the Spartans for help in saving his world. The battle promised to be long and nearly impossible to win. Although the demons were supernatural and wielded powerful magic, they had no practical experience fighting this particular enemy. The Spartans explained that these invaders had destroyed human worlds before, and without equivalent spacecraft and armaments, victory was impossible. About 12 hours later, with the enemy still advancing, Cersex convened an emergency war council that required the presence of the family leaders. It was a war meeting, not a mere political gathering, and everyone was tense and disorderly until Cersex demanded silence and released a pulse of his mana to restore order. Cersex addressed the assembly and warned that they were in a critical situation. They were being invaded. Voices rose, accusing factions and rival realms, but Cersex silenced them and clarified that the enemy was none of their rivals or enemies. He emphasized the need to cooperate to stop the invaders before their world was devastated. The noble commander interrupted to explain that the fleet was not another expedition but a full-scale invasion. He said evacuating was more realistic than mounting an effective counterattack. The Spartans were asked to explain who they were and what would happen when the main Covenant fleet linked with the remaining ground forces. Takashi, speaking for the Spartans, explained that when the main fleet joined the ground troops, they would attack on all fronts: land, sea, air, and space, and without an armada of equivalent power, the world had little chance. Evacuation was the only viable plan. Lucifer asked how much time they had. The Spartans estimated that, under normal conditions, it might take a month to evacuate and 3 months for a world to fall to the Covenant, but given the demons' lack of comparable armament, they had less than 2 days, maybe 3, before the rest of the fleet arrived. Everyone wanted to know where these humans had come from. Cersex introduced the Spartans as warriors who would guide them against the enemy and put the Spartans' evacuation plans into motion. Noble One was placed between the magic users and the War Council to coordinate contingency measures. Many demons were reluctant to follow the orders of one of the species they considered weak, but opinions shifted when they saw the Spartans in action. Nearly 100 kilometers from the city of Alastor, Issei, accompanied by a small group of regular demon soldiers, managed to infiltrate a scarab that led a battalion toward the city after detecting a massive presence that smelled of humans. They boarded the Covenant's mechanical beast. Issei and 4 soldiers entered. After arming them with Covenant weapons, the humans moved like Marines. They followed the lead, covered each other's backs, and seized control of a metal beast to turn it against the Covenant battalion. From a nearby rocky hill, Security watched with approval as the Spartan carried out the plan. The Citri heir, acting as marshal and helping to plan the defensive movements at Alaster's west gate, was even more impressed. Sona, dressed in a red and black gala military uniform, observed that for a lieutenant he moved like a general. Rias noted that his classification was S level and had her Draig armor ready for combat. Rias disliked the attention Issei received from Sona, but she agreed that the Spartan was an interesting presence. For the defense of the city entrances, 5 of the 6 Spartans held their ground with more than 10 young and veteran demons from the raiding games. The Spartans were told that those raiding games were clan battles used to climb ranks and levels. Understanding them as war games, the Spartans organized defenses and applied their knowledge against the Covenant, but leading the demons felt like trying to guide a band of rebellious adolescents. The demons searched for reasons to accept the leadership of a mere human. Issei's section, however, already followed his and Sona's orders. The Spartan returned with 4 demon soldiers still alive and reported that they had established another blockade. Sona praised the Spartans' performance and said that the delay should hold long enough for Beelzebub's shield to be prepared and evacuation to begin. Issei scanned the sky and asked about the Covenant ships descending faster than expected. Rias said more time would be needed because relations with the angels and the fallen were more complicated than they might seem, though the Spartan's mind found it less complex. Issei urged haste and reached for the weapon at his back. Both heiresses turned to where the Spartan was looking. One of the enemy cruisers that had descended earlier activated its main cannon and fired at Gremory territory. Venelana, her family, their household, and many employees sheltering in city buildings saw and heard the blast. A blinding, far-reaching explosion and a shockwave of wind and dust that rolled toward the city. The patriarch of the Gremory clan swore in anger. Surzex and Graphia's son, frightened by the cannon's light, clung to his mother, who hugged him tightly. The Citri and Gremory groups abandoned their positions when the Spartans spotted a massive swarm of banshees, phantoms, and spirits racing in to set the city alight. Beelzebub's magical presence echoed in the defenders' minds, confirming that everyone was inside. Rias acknowledged that they were ready. A combined effort of demons raised a mana and prana shield over Alaster City to prevent enemy ingress, but the Covenant's concentrated fire proved far more problematic than anyone had hoped. No minor Covenant craft managed to pass the shield, so the attackers began hammering the barrier instead. A relentless barrage of energy and explosives rained down, and the defenders realized this was not a fight they could win by endurance alone. Reports came in that the territories of the Agars and Barbatros clans had been wiped out. Surzex sent appeals for help to other factions, asking allies to open portals and grant passage for evacuation despite long-standing enmities. During a transmission redirected by Lucifer, a powerful blast struck the shield as 5 scarabs fired at the same point, breaching part of the barrier. Surzex warned that this enemy was unlike anything they had seen and asked for a united response to evacuate their people. Civilians trembled as the Covenant bombardment strained the demon's magical barrier. The city shook and the magical fabric tore in places. The defenders feared the shield might collapse at any moment. Then suddenly the bombardment stopped. Surzex noted the silence and others echoed the same question in alarm. Rias and her allies were puzzled. Only one person might explain the unexpected pause. Security searched for the Spartan and realized he was not where she had left him. Draig clarified that Issei was outside the shield. Rias could scarcely believe it. Not only was Issei on the far side of the shield, but so was his entire team. Many onlookers watched the 6 humans standing against a horde hundreds of times their number. Rias pressed her will against the barrier and attempted to pass it, but could not. She communicated with her brother, asking permission to cross, and he reacted with disbelief when she reported that humans were on the other side, something no one could normally do. Outside, the noble team stood shoulder to shoulder, surrounded by Covenant forces. Once part of a rebellious and troubled species, they were now outlaws and refugees in a lost war, stripped of their world and colonies by a being that denied their existence. They were determined to face the threat again, even for a people they did not fully know. Noble 3 acknowledged that their stance was a death sentence. Noble 5 said they should have died long ago. They had failed to protect humanity before. At least now they would protect the demons. The Covenant warriors hesitated, confused by the demon's stillness, but their commanders saw glory in slaughter. An elite raised its sword and ordered the attack. The massive Covenant wave surged forward, charging toward the Spartans' positions in a fast, stylized clash that felt like something out of an action tableau. Weapons in hand and spirits raised, ready to die, the defenders opened fire with everything they had against the Didax soldiers. Dozens of elites, grunts, and other Covenant troops fell, but the assault did not stop. The wall of bullets was pierced by the Covenant, and a brute with a hammer charged toward Noble 2. Noble 6 shouted for Korra to move. Issei leapt toward the brute and kicked the beast in the face, knocking it to the ground. Noble 2 seized the hammer and struck the ground, scattering dozens of elites coming around Noble 4's right flank to clear his side. The call came to Noble 5 to fall back toward 10. Noble 5 fired in every direction, taking out suicidal grunts and other enemy soldiers, buying time. At range, in close quarters, and in hand-to-hand combat against the Covenant, the Spartans gave the impression of being nearly invincible. Even so, extraordinary strength can break. The Spartans' ammunition ran out, only their combat knives remained. Noble 2 warned that an elite was approaching from behind, and he ran the elite down, subduing him in brutal close-quarters combat and neutralizing the threat without graphic detail. One by one the Spartans began to be isolated. Korra and Akatsuki engaged a brute wielding one of the Covenant's new gravity hammers. Their commander had taken position with Noble 3 in a small crater, firing wildly at any foe, but the enemy grew in number. Issei was attacked suddenly by a brute that slammed him into a shield, shattering it as the impact carried him through. The Securudii armor manifested around the Securudii, allowing it to catch Issei and prevent him from being crushed. Rias counterattacked and sent the alien brute away from the city, feeling how solid the brute's bodies were, like striking a mound of rock embedded in the earth. Determined to aid the Spartans, she prepared to use the wings the dragon granted her when a vast shadow fell over the land. Rias looked up to see a Covenant carrier leading the enemy convoy, and she realized the city would soon be ash. Fear spread through the people at the sight of the looming ship. Issei warned everyone to take cover as the carrier began to open fire. The orbital carrier's defensive cannons swept the city of Alastor, indiscriminately firing even into civilian areas. The strongest mages raised smaller shields to help, though none matched the great barrier that had defended the city. The carrier's cannons struck with such force that the ground shook and thunder rolled. Then, after only a few seconds, the barrage stopped. Rias lifted her gaze and saw the Covenant carrier and its escorts suddenly pivot their weapons upward. Whatever threat hovered above had the Covenant in a panic. The carrier was pierced through as if struck by a bullet, its systems failing as a chain explosion tore it apart. Rias asked if it was Albion. Draig interjected, making it clear that it was not Albion. An unfamiliar presence materialized beside the Gremory heiress. A Spartan she had only seen in Issei's memories, the Master Chief. Noble 4 threw aside a fallen elite and declared that now they would know who was who. The track, Man of War, began to play, setting the atmosphere. A Sangaili called to attack, but the cry ended when a close-quarters strike from a Marine ended him instantly. From the sky, more Spartans fell, 10,000 new and veteran Spartans appeared, along with hundreds of thousands of Marines and ODSTs in drop pods. A massive convoy tore through the fabric of subspace, 10 times larger than the force that had first attacked. The Master Chief helped Issei to his feet and awaited orders, and the rest of Noble followed suit. The Master Chief rallied the Spartans to advance with him. The Covenant raised their weapons and fired, but human fire drowned their shots. Soldiers advanced under covering fire, protecting the people of this unknown world. Covenant soldiers fell like insects as human. Ammunition matched and in many ways outmatched the destructive power of plasma with disciplined volleys. A few well-placed rounds were enough to send them down. Rias watched in awe at the sight of a single Spartan, and even more at the sight of an entire army. She felt small beside them. The demons of high and low rank saw the armored warriors stride across the battlefield, leaving enemies defeated in their wake, and many felt admiration instead of fear. The feeling deepened when falcons, pelicans, and X-wings from UNSC forces appeared over Alastor, bombing Covenant positions and providing air cover for the Spartans. Regular demon soldiers called to pursue the human forces, but even Xerxes and Gilgamesh had to admit under their proud expressions that the humans were brutally effective. Human astros and capital ships engaged the Covenant fleet in orbit for the first time the way Issei's memories had hinted. Pulse plasma missiles tore through Covenant shields, then Mac cannons finished them off in thunderous salvos. The Covenant fleet shrank to a few stragglers. Banshees and Seraphs attempted strikes but were intercepted and destroyed by X-Wings, turning the sky above Alastor into a fierce aerial battle. In tight, disciplined formations, the human forces advanced, covering one another's backs as they pushed forward. They raised shields provided by their armor and surged forward on their armor thrusters. Elites and other races fled in panic, those who had laughed claiming victory now running for their lives. The call to arms became their battle hymn. A new scarab appeared and aimed at the human formation. As it charged its main cannon, a Spartan ignited his thrusters, leapt from the ground, and struck the giant vehicle, triggering a massive explosion that tore the scarab apart. It was a good day to die. What the Covenant had taken from the demons in 3 days of warfare, the humans reclaimed in 3 hours of unmatched fighting. The spoken vow to Odin echoed. They would enter the Hall of Heroes, covered by the blood of their enemies. A second enemy cargo vessel, badly damaged, turned and tried to flee. A frigate ambushed it and shoved it into 3 cruisers attempting to escape, causing the monstrous ship to crush them and all 4 vessels to explode. They were baptized with the blood of fallen kings. Kings, gods of war. When it was over, the Spartans had eliminated every remaining enemy on Xerxes. The planet was saved. With hearts of steel and the inferno at their feet, the metal heroes returned home. They returned to Alastor, cutting through smoke and scorched earth, carrying the news that their world was safe. They were more than heroes. They were saviors. They had fought to recover their kingdom, the crown of rings of their King of Kings. At first no one noticed that these Spartans were taller than most. They stood as tall as the Securitii in her armor. The Master Chief asked in his imposing voice if everyone was all right. One of the demons from Rias's retinue answered that they were. Razor stepped forward and put himself between the newcomers and his fiancée in a clear protective stance and asked who the strangers were. The Master Chief introduced himself. At his side stood all the team and squad leaders, Spartans, ODSTs, and Marines. The soldiers showed different sizes and capabilities, but they covered each other's backs. Light cruisers, interceptors, colony ships, frigates, and other surviving vessels of the fleet reformed over the face of Xerxes, ready at the vanguard in case another enemy group emerged. It had been the true first meeting between the demons and the Covenant. They had needed the humans' help to survive. The human warriors became figures of admiration among ordinary demons. With their armor and stark presence, even the children wanted to be near them. Razor remarked that Spartans were only human, but he acknowledged that they had saved them. Rias teased that he might have claimed he could have saved them himself, and Razor admitted, with rare humility, that he had not expected to face anyone superior to him. The Spartans helped the civilians. Marines and shock troops aided the wounded alongside the demon medics. Issei, for his part, was healed by Asia without having to remove his armor. The brown-haired medic praised Issei's talent as he mended his shoulder with the little nun's magic, and Asia blushed at the compliment. Outside the city, the humans buried 7 of their warriors, 3 Marines, 2 ODSTs, 1 pilot, and 1 Spartan who had fallen to save the strangers. Flags of 7 nations covered their graves alongside helmets and weapons set up like markers. They were sent off as soldiers with a 21-gun salute. The flags of England, the Philippines, Japan, Peru, Spain, South Africa, and Scotland covered their graves. After the burial, a young demon couple with a baby approached the shock troops and thanked them for saving their lives. The leader of the troops pointed to one of the graves and handed them the soldier's dog tag with his name on it, asking them to remember him, and they agreed gratefully. In another part of the city, the Master Chief met with the magical leaders after confirming that the Covenant was no longer on the planet. Xerxes expressed gratitude and many questions. Seraphal asked the Spartan his name, and he replied that his name was John. Cortana interjected that he was known as Amiya Shiro, which drew a flicker of displeasure from the Spartan beneath his helmet. He removed his helmet and produced Cortana's chip, revealing his AI companion. He apologized for her interruption and explained that once the Covenant found a world with life unlike their own, they would return. The threat was not over. He also said he had many questions of his own. The demons breathed relief and rejoiced. A war they had not expected had been halted, yet it was not the end of the nightmare. With the arrival of the humans, there were still many battles ahead, not only against the Covenant but also among the factions and magical realms of this world. The last resistance of humanity was beginning, and the fallen humans had been given a chance to rise again. When the immediate aftermath settled, the survivors began planning and asking the hard questions that would shape what came next. A fragile peace had been won, but the work of rebuilding and preparing for future threats had just begun. No one ever knew for certain, but during all that time they had remained vanished. There were no traces of them anywhere, only memories. Those memories about the human species, although subtly different, always came in the same tone. A people prone to conflict among themselves. War was a concept that had always accompanied humans, even when they left the world they had long called home. That way of life followed them. Humans were constantly at war. For a long time they fought for gods and kings, but after years of uncontrolled fighting they came to value something beyond dying for a distant throne or a deity that did nothing for them. They discovered their own freedom, their right to live as free people, willing to die to achieve it. A call to arms eventually united them. The only true guardian who had watched over their welfare, who had given them shelter, warmth, and food, was suffering because of humanity's self-destructive tendencies, the planet itself. Just as they had once left the Earth and forgotten it, they set course for new worlds to settle and prosper. The Earth, which had given so much, could no longer sustain their numbers. The call that united them from then on was the call of survival. It was a desperate cry, a whisper of hope that rose again after many decades when the Covenant found them. That encounter changed the nature of their struggle. They no longer fought only among themselves to survive. They faced a sinister enemy bent on their annihilation. Everything humanity had built was threatened, and even when hope seemed possible, the Covenant knew how to turn the tide. Once more the human species became outlaws, scattered across the stars, fighting with their last strength to avenge what they had lost. But now they fought to protect others. They carried their war to new worlds to wrest away the fighting the Covenant had brought. If humanity were to perish, they would do so protecting strangers. They lived and fought with honor and sought to die with glory. The demons were the first to meet the Covenant on their world and learned how deadly humanity's sworn enemy was. They were also the first to witness the military power humans had forged to defend themselves, the Spartans. An elder among the demon rulers questioned the leader of the UNSC, asking whether he was truly the leader of the human race and whether he was the one called Master Chief. The legendary Spartan answered that he held leadership by vote and introduced himself as Amiya Shiro, call sign John, assigned to Sierra Company, number. He stood tall before the council of mystic elders, whose fear of the human was palpable, perhaps born of his armor's color and size or the strange ballistic weapon he carried while they still relied on medieval arms. The mystic Leviathan voiced curiosity and asked why Shiro had come. She admitted that after seeing him in action she felt both respect and trepidation at challenging such a man. Shiro explained that they had traced a distress signal from the noble team and, upon discovering Covenant presence, had brought the fleet to assist. An aged, proud elder demanded to know who had said the demons needed help. The AI Cortana calmly explained that the planet had been in danger of being overwhelmed by the Covenant's overwhelming firepower and devastation. The tech the demons used, which they called magic, was vast in number but ineffective against the Covenant's plasma weapons. They also lacked anti-air defenses and naval fleets. Cortana's remarks stirred indignation among some of the elders. Lucifer intervened and demanded an end to bickering. He reminded them that it had been the humans who ultimately helped in the crisis and that gratitude was due. He asked whether, having arrived, the humans would depart again with their enemy or remain. That question cut through the room. Even the Spartan himself did not yet have a clear answer. The current situation among the clans affected by the Covenant's unexpected attacks was bleak. Cities, provinces, and clan homes had been devastated. The fleets and armies the clans still possessed were stretched thin, barely able to respond to every order their rulers issued to explore areas recently reclaimed by human forces and their Spartans. Venelana and her husband walked through the surviving corridors of their territory, one of the clans struck by the enemy. Their home still stood in part, and they found a family portrait that included their children, one with the hardened face of someone in their 20s and another, Rius, who appeared around 15 or 16. The sight of their damaged home filled them with sorrow. Zecticus vowed to make those responsible answer for the destruction. In the city of BGMI, although the Covenant had been driven back, the human ships that arrived from the city of Alastor moved through the affected regions, coordinating rescue and support. They organized relief efforts for ground infantry and reinforcements aboard the arriving vessels. Spartans, Marines, ODSTs, and volunteer personnel from the fleet aided the demon races in recovery and relief. A Marine called out from beneath rubble and guided a rescue team to a dazed woman and her family. The victims did not at first realize their rescuers were human. The woman's name was Kellen, and after being trapped in the shadows under ruins for some time, she finally saw light. The Marine reassured Kellen that she would be pulled free, and nearby soldiers from BGMI stood ready to follow the humans' orders, clearing debris and bringing a stretcher. The BGMI militia made itself available to the humans, taking direction in rescue, surveillance, and reconnaissance across the damaged and surrounding areas. Although many demons felt grateful for the unexpected military assistance, the pride of the highborn nobles led them to question who these humans were to give orders. Ultimately, the humans assumed control when the nobles failed to coordinate the necessary relief and protection for their citizens. Instead, with the low-class demons and their militias, they were grateful not only for the timely intervention but also for being cared for. Rius asked what the status was as she joined the rescue efforts in the city near her clan's main territory, where she was one of the leaders. A soldier from her domain reported that they had so far found 50 survivors, the majority in serious condition. The soldier added that the humans planned to take them to their ships to provide better care. Rius ordered them to allow it and to keep aiding the survivors. A proud mid-ranking demon offered a hesitant question, asking why they should follow the humans' orders when they had owed them a favor for saving them. Rius replied that if not for the humans, those 50 people would be dead, and she knew her kind could be indifferent to others' suffering. She stepped out of the tent and saw 2 human frigates over the city skyline, with pelicans descending and ascending to bring resources for recovering bodies and survivors. The dead were being kept in a separate, respectful area with blankets over them. Rius reflected that if they had been her people, her clan would have handled them without ceremony. A group of Spartans arrived from a pelican. One of them notified Rius that Red Team, the Master Chief, had been sent to assist. Rius thanked them and noted that the west side of the city still needed to be checked. The Spartan leader acknowledged and, without further question, the division began to follow the Spartans out of discipline rather than rank. The Red Team leader then asked if Rius knew the status of the noble team's members. The Spartan replied that they were helping in the city of Alastor. Rius felt satisfaction at the answer. Razor, standing at the back of the tent supporting his fiancée, heard the question and became angry. Jealousy flared through him. Razor asked what was wrong and turned to stare into the distance, upset. Riser, a companion who understood Razor, assured him that the human was fine and that his worry was unnecessary. Rius mocked him from inside the tent, refusing to be placated. Razor insisted that Rius was his fiancée. Rius responded angrily, facing him and saying that she was not his fiancée and would not be his wife. She revealed that Lord Oni had convinced the elders to release her from the unwanted engagement. Razor blurted a frightened question, but Rius left without answering, and the exchange ended with him calling after her as she departed. He was crude at times, but he cared. He had assumed the engagement would make things simple, never considering Rius's feelings. That aside, the priority remained to ensure the rescued civilians were safe. Alastor had become a stronghold for refugees, and human medics worked alongside demon doctors sent by the clans at the request of the council and demon kings. A small child complained of hunger, having gone nearly 24 hours without food. A supply convoy of trucks arrived and stopped at several refugee areas. The open doors released a pleasant smell of cooked food that drew everyone's attention. One of the trucks carried Aquino, Kiba, Kaneko, and Asia, escorted by the Spartan whom Razor had envied, Issei. The Spartan informed the gathered crowd that one ration per person would be distributed and asked them to form in orderly line. Noble teams 4, 5, 2, and 3 helped maintain order so the lines would not turn chaotic. Marines and Rias's demons passed out the items from the trucks while grateful civilians thanked the young soldiers. A family thanked Tatsuya of Noble 3 as they passed. He acknowledged them with a nod beneath his helmet. The tall, armed soldiers had a reassuring presence. They were the ones who had saved many. Asia expressed her thanks to Issei for helping. Issei replied that he preferred standing guard over serving in a medical wing. When Asia worried about his wounds, he brushed it off, saying he had endured worse injuries before. Several demons, including Aquino, also showed concern for him, drawn less by memories than by a natural interest in his character. Even without full recollections, they sensed something appealing about him. Instead of fearing the humans, the local populace had begun to be drawn to them. The different armors worn by Spartans, Marines, and ODSTs highlighted their roles, yet there was mutual respect similar to that in the demons' world. Children chased after returning tanks and warthogs as they were driven back to the cruisers and other ships above the city, trying to keep pace with the vehicles. Occasionally a human soldier would wave to the kids, and that small gesture fostered more trust than the children received from their own kind. Back where the Council of Elders had convened, John was no longer alone before the demons. The leaders of the Spartan teams, commanders, and generals under Shiro stood before the elders, their differences in rank and bearing evident. They began to speak. They said that an elderly woman, showing obvious concern, warned that the Covenant would bring war. John Shiro responded that the war had already begun and questioned whether they would be able to contain it. A man in the assembly shouted that the newcomers expected them to accept help, pointing out that those people had failed to defend their own world yet claimed they could defend this one. The ship leader, Del Rio, denied that accusation and explained that the Covenant would soon make their galaxy the next battlefield. Del Rio offered that they could join forces to defeat the Covenant together or step aside and let their world be crushed. Another voice accused the leaders of bringing the Covenant here in the first place. John Shiro clarified that they had come because the Covenant were searching for something on this world. If it were not for that objective, they would never have contacted the planet. Surzex grew worried, likely because of the secret he had discovered. The hidden installation was the lure that had drawn both humans and the Covenant to this place. Del Rio warned that although the conflict originated elsewhere, they would have to fight together if they wished to survive. He added that more Covenant ships could arrive at any moment. Something sudden drew Shiro's attention and that of the assembled humans. A translucent figure had appeared behind one of the elders. The leader of the black team immediately called out to his commander and ordered everyone to take cover. The soldiers opened fire and several concealed Covenant operatives who had been spying on the meeting were struck as they revealed themselves. There were more than 7 figures in the room, all zealot units. 3 were neutralized by human fire and another was taken down by Surzex, who had sensed one close behind him. That encounter had been only a distraction. 2 elite zealots emerged from the glass ceiling and forced themselves on the mage Lucifer, holding their energy blades threateningly to his throat. The elites sensed a strange power from the blade that combined something like holy radiance and a darker, demonic force. While they kept him subdued, they saw a small device protruding from his uniform like a USB pendant at the neck of Rias's older brother. One elite snatched the device and threw the mage to the ground. He managed to land without serious harm. Before the elite could press the attack further, the Grey Team Spartan leader took a precise long-range shot and neutralized the apparent infiltration leader in a sudden, decisive strike. The remaining elite activated camouflage and vanished as fast as it had appeared. The other infiltrators fled the room, each taking an elder hostage as they escaped. Takashi cursed in frustration. Shiro ordered pursuit and 5 Spartan team leaders cut after the fleeing elites. Chasing 5 Covenant warriors while they held hostages would be nearly impossible, especially without their camouflage. Left behind, Surzex rose and blamed himself for failing to detect the threat sooner. He had not noticed the Master Chief approach until the chief was already standing before him. The chief asked Surzex what those elites had meant about a key and what exactly the key opened. Surzex hesitated, weighing whether to reveal the secret. Whether he chose to answer or to keep the secret, one thing was clear: the storm that had shaken the galaxy and the supernatural worlds so far had been only a prelude. A greater tempest was on the horizon, one guided by the Didact. The world of the demons, seen from space, stirred a deep nostalgia in humans. Admirals and commanders aboard the UNSC ships felt that looking at the surface of a planet inhabited by beings so similar to humanity was like peering into a mirror and recalling a lost chapter of their own civilization. They carried that thought as they answered the call for aid from the demon race. The commander of the ship known to the human resistance as Infinity, Lasky, remarked that they had expected to find a world with a species much like their own, and he added that he had never imagined they would truly be called demons. He noted that these beings resembled humans more than the tales had suggested, lacking horns or realms of fire and lava. Commander Andrew Del Rio, wearing his command cap and an open coat with a black patch covering the left eye he had lost in war, agreed that the galaxy still held many surprises, even in dark times. Lasky observed that probes showed many worlds in the Caprunu sector inhabited by human hybrid races and wondered aloud whether angels and other creatures of legend might also exist on this planet. Andrew found Lasky's enthusiasm amusing. The ship's AI, Roland, then alerted them that the Covenant remained on the planet's surface. Roland informed them that Covenant forces had taken 3 elders of the local council as hostages and continued to operate inside the council complex. Zealot-class soldiers had moved through the corridors, forcing terrified bystanders to flee as the Covenant pushed toward its objectives. Inside the council building, Covenant elites communicated that they had the key and to prepare extraction. Guard soldiers tried to block the elites. The elites used overwhelming force to break through, and plasma fire scattered defenders. The elites moved toward a corridor where a phantom bomber awaited. As they turned, a sniper shot fired by the Spartans' Grey Squad leader struck one elite and 5 Spartan teammates immediately pursued. One surviving elite feared they would be captured before reaching the extraction point. They ran past a corridor of windows overlooking a broad rear courtyard where a Phantom and 2 Spirit transports descended, firing on Covenant troops and clearing the extraction zone. Grunts and other Covenant forces disembarked to provide cover. 2 elites leaped through the glass and fell 2 floors into flowered bushes below. Only the leader managed to stand and run for the ship. His young companion did not rise. From above, Master Chief performed a sudden aerial takedown and incapacitated the young elite swiftly, ending the immediate threat without lingering detail. Cortana alerted Shiro through his helmet about the escape. Shiro, carrying a DMR, attempted to engage the remaining zealot but was forced to contend with additional Covenant reinforcements. Spartan teammates and allied soldiers converged, returning fire and clearing the courtyard as the Phantom and Spirit ships rose and flew off to cover the escaping package. Shiro watched the trio of purple ships withdraw and stored his DMR despite ongoing exchanges of gunfire. A grunt attempted a suicide attack against the human leader, but Master Chief quickly seized the charging grunt by the head and threw him toward enemy ranks, where the grunt's explosives detonated amid Covenant soldiers, disrupting their formation. At the same time, strange dark red spheres materialized among the Covenant forces. These energies disabled many troops and left others immobilized and harmless. It was the magic of Serafal and Surzex, who had arrived and used their powers to neutralize the remaining attackers. Surzex observed that the Covenant ships had escaped and appeared with the Citri heir and the other Spartans. Shiro showed no visible reaction to the magic. He had seen worse in combat. An open channel exclusive to Master Chief's unit activated. Commander Del Rio reported that 3 nearby frigates were ready to open heavy fire on the escaping ships. Master Chief declined the strike order and instructed that the frigates not destroy the ships but only observe and pursue until he returned to the Infinity. It was an unexpected restraint, and the commanders waited for further orders. They had understood the situation when Shiro reported that the zealots had taken something important, something of forerunner origin. Cortana stated that the only thing left was to ask, after her companion finished communicating with Andrew. She walked toward the mages and confronted Surzex. Cortana demanded to know where the forerunner data plate from a cruiser had been found. Surzex feigned ignorance. The chief reminded Surzex that their world was in danger, using a tone intended to intimidate Serafal. Without showing fear or hatred toward the Spartan, Surzex complied and explained. He said they had asked Lucifer to bring them to the cavern where he had discovered the Forerunner structure. They had been escorted by Blue Team in person and by Noble Team. Both Demon Kings were present, followed by the Security and her friend Sona. They had entered a cavern in territory the Covenant had invaded. An area that had once been a wet, vibrant forest was now dry and lifeless after the alien incursion. Surzex revealed he had found the place roughly 200 years ago. He was older than he appeared and had once escaped his duties as a mage by coming here, he told them while guiding the Spartans deeper into the caverns. He admitted he had not decided to go this far into the place until a few weeks earlier. The deeper they went, the more the brown stone turned to gray and the more the surface smoothed, until it resembled constructed material rather than natural rock. There, he said, he had found a passage. As if part of a supervised excavation, they found a side entrance to the right. A path led further down. They had already descended great distances and it seemed they would have to go further. The leader and all the Spartans, weapons ready, followed the demon and his allies, intent on reaching whatever Surzex had discovered. Cortana remarked that the structure felt familiar. Shiro suggested it might be Forerunner. The Master Chief's AI reminded them that when they had entered the fourth Halo ring, they had needed to access the cartographer's control structure remotely through a nearby facility. The resemblance between that experience and the current structure was clear to him. The demons paid little more mind to the exchange. Rias was more unsettled by the sight of Sona riding on the back of the Spartan who had saved her life the first night the Covenant appeared in their world. The Security's jealousy was palpable. Rias asked why Sona was still on his back. Sona explained that she would stay there until the pain in her leg eased. Not everyone had armor for protection. Issei admitted they had told her not to come but that she had been stubborn. Halfway down the descent, Sona had slipped. Issei had grabbed her hand and saved her from falling. He had twisted his ankle in the process. Rather than waste time trying to treat it immediately, they agreed it was better to carry her for now and tend to her once they reached the place Surzex had found. Sona, adjusting her glasses, said she wanted to understand why the Covenant was here and whether it was more than coincidence that the humans had come to this world. Rias asked why Sona had decided to come herself. The Spartans exchanged glances under their helmets and a soft laugh passed among them at the two friends' banter. Rias's jealousy was obvious, and Sona seemed to enjoy the reaction. Surzex then ordered Rias to be quiet. They reached a flat stretch of path and took a left turn that revealed what looked like the gate of a Forerunner structure. Master Chief peered cautiously and signaled for silence, instructing everyone to take cover in the narrow walls of the steep corridor. He observed the opposite side and reported enemy presence. Hunters and 3 Sanghaili Rangers were visible. He retrieved the rifle he had left behind, disengaged the safety, and began to form a plan. Master Chief outlined the assault. He assigned Ichigo and Rukia to the right flank, Naofumi and Misaki to the left, and said he would move through the center to draw attention. When the Security asked how they could help, the leader ordered them to stay back. From their vantage, Rias and the other demons watched Blue Team spring into action. The Gremory heir, frustrated at being unable to contribute as she normally would, nevertheless observed with intense interest. In moments, the corridor filled with coordinated movement and disciplined fire. The humans moved with a precision that made their tactics look like choreography. Their teamwork was a disciplined art. Drake sensed a mixture of awe and envy from his current bearer as they watched. Even the mage accompanying them had to admit that these humans were different from any he had known. Misaki, positioned as a sniper, fired 2 carefully placed shots that neutralized 2 of the Sanghaili Rangers, forcing the remaining forces to go on high alert. Projectiles and energy blasts exchanged along the corridor as hunters unleashed plasma cannons. The skirmish unfolded in quick, decisive bursts and fluid maneuvers rather than in gruesome detail, each side testing and reacting to the other with rapid, stylized combat moves akin to a scene from an action anime. Unseen, Rukia, the smallest Spartan compared to the rest of her team, crept behind one of the armored Covenant beasts and climbed onto its back while it was distracted by Naofumi and the chief's fire. She attached an active charge to its neck and leapt back as it detonated, timing her movement with the explosion. One of the Covenant Rangers saw her and aimed at her. He managed to fire 2 shots toward the human demon before Ichigo's battle rifle discharged at him. The Ranger's shield shattered and the round struck him, taking him down without graphic detail. Misaki fired once more at the last elite ranger, breaking his shield. Naofumi rushed forward, knocked him off balance, and finished him on the ground with his DMR. The final hunter faced the Master Chief. Without drawing its primary weapon, the hunter clashed with the armored monster. The hunter tried to strike with its metal shield, but Shiro evaded every blow and swept at the Lekalo. With a blade in hand, he cut through the exposed seams of the armor where parasites had clustered. After several precise cuts, many of the creatures composing the hunter detached, and the Lekalo, weakened and unable to continue, stopped moving and collapsed behind the Master Chief. Seraphal expressed amazement and wondered aloud whether Spartans were truly human. Naofumi shouted that the way was clear, and everyone moved in. Surzex praised the group for their work, and the others responded that it was their duty. As they walked, Sona, still on Issei's back, noticed rows of purple crates along the corridor, crates she had seen earlier with the Covenant during their massive assault when they invaded this world. She adjusted her glasses and asked what those boxes were used for. Issei explained as they walked that they were Covenant supplies, weapons and other items. Sometimes the crates were actually computers that relayed direct orders from the motherships that sent them. On other occasions, those computers stored information gathered from sites the Covenant considered important. That was what they had found here. Rias asked whether the Covenant were collecting data on this place and what it meant. Korra examined the machines the Covenant had left in this underground station, but despite all her efforts, the data that had been collected was no longer on those systems. Noble too reported that whatever secrets had been kept here had already been transmitted elsewhere and that the local records had been erased. Takashi asked if they could trace the destination. Takashi was told that they could, and Noble too confirmed they had traced the transmission to a cruiser named Dawn of Salvation, but he could not pinpoint its current location. Shiro suggested sending the data to the Infinity, since the zealots who had attacked might be meeting a commander on that cruiser. The order to transmit was acknowledged and carried out. The Master Chief left the larger group and entered a hidden corridor behind the main chamber where the Covenant had placed their data collection machines, an area even Surzex had been unable to access before. They reached a sealed gate with a holographic panel that Surzex had never been able to bypass. Surzex explained with respect to the human who had saved their world that each time he had tried, the door demanded a specific DNA signature. Shiro placed his hand on the same panel without facing anyone, but his DNA was also rejected by the system. He summoned his AI, Cortana, without removing his hand. Rias and Issei, with Sona still on Issei's back, followed Shiro out of curiosity about the security. A blue electrical light emerged from the back of the Spartan's head, traveled down his cheek to the hand on the panel, and Cortana projected herself into the terminal. Using her capabilities as a powerful AI, Cortana overcame the restriction protocols and granted access to whatever lay beyond the gate. Cortana announced that the door was open, then returned to the Spartan as she had appeared. The eldest Gremory's son asked how she had done it, and Shiro, in a playful tone, replied that a mage never revealed his secrets. They entered an unknown chamber with a glass floor and found another holographic, touch-sensitive computer. Cortana accessed the storage system and projected plans for machines of familiar design, attributed to the Führerrunners. Rias asked what the metallic, angelic-looking constructs with sinister faces were. Cortana identified them as guardians and explained that the Führerrunners had created them as a system of oppression for other worlds. The guardians could disable electrical systems and anything powered by electricity. The ancient precursors had once used them to control problematic worlds and monitor civilizations during key stages of evolution. Cortana's tone made it clear why the demons had suddenly become interested in this place. Rias expressed concern, and Cortana reported that the old supervisory station held records indicating there were around 198 guardians according to the archives. The mysterious temple turned out to be an ancient war-era control station. Lasky's voice came through the comms to the Master Chief. Lasky reported that they had tracked enemy ships to a hidden cruiser in the Tarkassia system, the Dawn of Salvation. Cortana repeated the name of Tarkassia and noted that records mentioned a guardian on that world. Because the rings had disabled guardians millennia ago, Cortana speculated that one might be buried within the planet's layers. Tarkassia was the technical name. Within Caprunu the world was divided between the civilizations of Asgard and Camelot. The Master Chief insisted they reach the cruiser before the Covenant discovered the Guardian's location. He ordered Pelicans to be sent to their position and the Infinity to prepare to depart. The team moved to carry out his orders. Cortana added that to reactivate a Guardian, a specific kind of chip, a key, was required. Rias deduced that the item taken from her older brother had been the final piece needed to activate it. How the Covenant had obtained such a command key was a separate question. What mattered now was preventing them, and especially the Didact, from gaining a new weapon for their plans. But what were their plans? Caprunu, a lost galaxy adrift in the infinite sea of the universe, was a world where demons truly existed. Those beings spoken of in religions as malevolent denizens of hell actually inhabited a dark world, scarce in seas, lakes, wildlife, and technology. Humans had arrived there after bringing their war without meaning to, and now they moved to prevent another world in the same galaxy from suffering the same fate. They gathered in the war chamber aboard the ship Infinity. A group of pilots and assault members received the briefing for their next mission. The Master Chief stood at the front with a holographic display to his right, showing a representation of the operation. The Master Chief informed them that the Dawn of the Salvation was a heavy Covenant cruiser positioned in the stratosphere above the planet Tarkassia and that it was believed to house one of the Guardians the Didact sought. He explained the mission plan. 2 teams of X-Wings would attack the cruiser. One team would draw away the Seraph group that guarded the cruiser, led by the Black Team. The Black Team of Spartans was tasked with that diversion, and their leader was the best pilot in the fleet. A second team would mount a frontal assault to create a distraction while an infiltration team entered the cruiser under the cover of chaos that the Master Chief himself would direct. He specified that they would buy 30 minutes before the enemy realized intruders were aboard and asked if Noble Team had understood the plan. The commander of Noble answered firmly that they understood. The Master Chief reminded them that the objective was clear and vital: enter, locate the key, and destroy it before the enemy could remotely activate the Guardian. If the Guardian were activated, the mission would be lost. A young female voice then interrupted the briefing. Rias Gremory stood with 2 attendants at her side, and Sona Citri stood nearby with 2 members of her retinue. They had come to join the mission. After the massive attack on their world and the assault on their council, the elders had reunited and authorized sending some of their own to work with the humans to retaliate against the Covenant's actions. Although the council leadership initially refused to involve them in the war, Rias and her allies would not accept that answer. Unfamiliar with this galaxy, they needed local guidance if the Covenant remained in the region. Kenichi, Noble 4, warned that everything they had fought for would be lost if they failed. Amiya added that their world could suffer the same fate and insisted that failure was not an option. He reminded the assembled personnel that the survival of humanity rested in their hands and ordered them to be ready in 30 minutes. Noble proceeded to the armory to gather the necessary equipment, sidearms for close combat, and, of course, their iconic weapons. A group of young demons would accompany them on the dangerous mission, so the Spartans prepared suitable combat clothing for them. Tsubaki noted how much lighter the suits were than expected despite the metal plating, while the Spartans escorted the young demons to the locker room to don standard marine combat uniforms without helmets. They were not accustomed to the technology. Momo asked Sona why they had to wear the standard uniform. Sona explained that they had all seen the Covenant during the assault. Their weapons and armor outmatched the demons' own. If they were going to operate alongside the humans, they had to follow the same rules and equipment. She finished adjusting her uniform and observed that it fit well, though she did not dwell on it. Momo commented that the uniform felt a bit snug. Kiba, who had borrowed a UNSC uniform, said they looked fine. His arrival caused Sona to flush slightly. There was speculation about their rapport, but there was no formal relationship, only a tendency for Sona to relax her usual composed demeanor when they were together. The Spartans provided marine caps because the long hair of the young women made helmets impractical. Of the 6 youths, only Kiba wore a full marine helmet according to regulation. The Spartans handed out the caps as the commander of Noble entered behind the blonde swordsman without being noticed. Momo, testing the cap, found it more comfortable than the helmets and decided it suited her. Takashi, the leader of Noble, explained that the uniforms were essential to prevent immediate casualties. The Covenant deployed plasma shields across their ships and infantry. The humans had powered armor with multiple protective layers, and while the enemy used magic to form energy barriers, the Master Chief did not consider those to be entirely reliable. Hearing this, Rias felt a surge of frustration and helplessness. During the Covenant's assault on her world, she had not been able to single-handedly contain the chaos. She had rarely fought in a full-scale conflict and usually strove to avoid violence. This felt different. If it had not been for the humans, she wondered what might have happened. As Security, she wanted to return the favor. Drake addressed Rias telepathically, speaking through her mind. He told her that she carried guilt for her people. Rias admitted that she felt more useless than usual as she finished lacing her boots. Drake replied that it was not her task alone to safeguard the peace of her world and that compared to his previous bearers she was different. She did not place herself above others. Rias reflected that her family and mentors had all told her the same thing, that she was not meant to be a solitary guardian, but she explained that her actions sprang from not seeing others step forward. When Kokabeel threatened to start a war, no one worried until Rias intervened. Rias said with frustration that it was not resentment that bothered her about those who had not saved others, but envy. She added that no matter what was said about humans of the past, the present ones were united by a common threat. There was no response from the dragon. It already understood the thoughts of the girl in whom it was now confined. What truly angered Rias was that her people did not act together even in the worst situations. Each surviving clan from the Great War remained clinging to conservative ideas. The noble leader shouted that everyone should get up now because it was time to leave. They walked to the launch hangar, where nearly 60 X-Wing fighters waited for deployment. Walking close to the fighters, the young demons watched pilots finish preparations. Engines warming, missiles loaded, supplies checked. All the X-Wings were gray except for one, where a Spartan in black armor stood on the craft giving final instructions to pilots who were completing their adjustments. The leader in black armor told the pilots to keep the sun at their backs, watch for friendly fire, and remember that a pilot's greatest skill is knowing when to retreat. If they could not win, they should withdraw. Momo asked whether retreating from a fight was acceptable. Issei responded that the line between living and dying was thin, and that war was not always about winning but about returning home alive. Behind Issei, the rest of noble Spartans were prepared and ready to depart, waiting only for the signal. Noble 4 protested that he was not going to babysit these young ones and still believed they would be a burden. The commander ordered Kenichi to board the Pelican, and the other members of Noble obeyed as well, except for Issei. Noble 6 told the commander that he did not share Kenichi's opinion but still felt bringing the young demons would be a hindrance. The noble leader replied that orders were orders and they had no choice but to accept them. The leader stood at the foot of the Pelican beside Issei. They looked at the group of young demons and could not help but see themselves in them, faces hardened by forced maturity and the excitement for real combat. Although the demon-looking youngsters appeared the same age as this third-generation group of Spartans, Issei and his brothers and sisters were actually older than 25. Cryogenic dreaming made them appear younger, their bodies were preserved, while their minds continued to grow. Looking more closely among the 6, Beta 312 with brown hair remained incredulous that the small albino with feline features was still alive after an encounter where a Sangaili had left her for dead. Kaneko became unsettled by the human stare and replied that he should not look at her like that. Issei bluntly told the small feline humanoid that he still could not believe she was alive. Kaneko explained that she was a Nikomata and had 7 lives, though unfortunately she had already lost 5. For a moment she had worried he might be merely curious about her. She reminded herself he was a well-trained soldier and allowed herself a small relief. In other words, Kaneko had died several times before, counting the latest incident with the Covenant. Issei chuckled at this revelation and decided that she would stay behind him. He did not want to see her die again. Noble One said they would depart shortly and saw the 6 demons board without further questions. Further on, among the X-Wings, the Master Chief and some members of his blue team conferred with the black-armored leader who was ready to depart. The Master Chief explained the plan to Victor. When the Covenant detected them, the team would distract them upon interception, and then the second team would do the same to the cruiser. The provisional black leader confirmed but requested again that they use their battle code names, since the enemy already knew their real identities. He boarded his black X-Wing, the only craft painted differently with a red Teutonic cross on its sides. Cortana spoke through Shiro's helmet. Ichigo laughed with Rukia and Shiro at Cortana's comment and then wished luck to those chosen for the mission. The pilot teased that the others would need luck, and he called for preparations to depart. Under the canopy of the black leader's fighter, all pilots in their X-Wings adopted formation for takeoff as an announcement from Cortana requested that non-selected personnel clear the runway. Seconds before launch, the Master Chief had a brief conversation with teammates 034 and 087 about his decision to join the mission. The orange-haired Spartan told Shiro that he would delay departure a few minutes to prepare his fighter and accompany him. Shiro answered that after 2 years at the helm sending soldiers on suicide missions, it was time to go with his men. Ichigo told him to hold on and that they would be waiting. 087 said farewell and wished the chief good luck. On the runway, 2 columns of X-Wings waited for the green light with engines idling and wings folded, ready to open at the first sign of combat. At the back, in the Pelican that would infiltrate enemy lines, the noble members sat holding on while the young demons sat nervously at the rumble of the fighter's engines. Even Rias looked worried. Noble 4 made a joke to lighten the mood, telling them not to worry because the worst was yet to come. Issei told them not to pay him any mind and instructed everyone to hold on and fasten their seatbelts. Carter reminded the team that they would use their code names for the infiltration. He called out each code name and each responded with acknowledged readiness. Korra as Kat in the pilot's seat, Tatsuya as Jun in the co-pilot's seat, Kenichi as Emil, the Akatsuki giant as Jorge, and Issei acknowledged Carter. Issei wondered if it was a joke. A curious joke for Rias had been that Issei's code name was 6, as if the number itself were his lucky charm. He was the 6th member of the noble team. Then the signal came. The black leader signaled that the light was green and urged the pilots to go forward, then pushed his 4 engines to full throttle. One by one the X-Wings launched in tight formation into the skies above the capital of the Demon Realm, from Lilith's main castle. Surzek stood with the other kings and his wife, watching as the human fighters streamed out of the Infinity Gate and into space. At the end of the line they saw the Pelican dropship and realized at once that Surzek's sister was aboard. The magic Leviathan sister thought the same, knowing her sister and part of her retinue were on that craft. Grayfia broke the king's silence and asked if it had been right to allow Lady Rias and Lady Sona to go with the humans. Surzek said he disagreed as a brother, but as a mage he trusted that Rias was one of the best young warriors and Sona a great strategist. He only hoped they would return safely. The pilots crossed the void for nearly 30 minutes, traveling like a voyage from Earth to Jupiter in minutes to reach the Asgardian world, a planet lush and green that would not be entered for combat. Shiro announced from his standard X-Wing that they would split there, wishing Victor good luck. Victor returned the sentiment, and they parted with the quiet understanding that many would not return. Hundreds of miles out, the teams separated. 30 X-Wings increased their distance ahead while the Pelican fell back, veering away from the Asgardian planet, whose people were allies of the demons according to Sona and Rias's reports. The noble leader guided his squadrons until the Covenant cruiser came into view in the planet's stratosphere. Victor, call sign Hippo, pointed it out and ordered the pilots to deploy their wings and prepare for attack in V formation. The 30 pilots confirmed their readiness. Squadron leaders reported in sequence that Charlie 12, Delta 4, Cobra, Lance, Wyvern, and Black were all ready. From above, the battle scene looked spectacular, a field of conflict with the black sea of stars overhead, the green and blue planet below, and the enemy cruiser ahead. Margaret 053, known as Elsa, the true black leader, was asked about the squadron's plan. Laughter rippled through the active team before Victor noticed his radar yet to pick up enemy signatures. He did not need the readout to know the enemy was coming. In a frontal assault, it was only a matter of time. The black leader shouted for everyone to deploy their wings and the pilots obeyed. The Wyvern leader marked enemy ships as a purple blotch against the white starfield. The Cobra leader also confirmed contact. The black leader ordered everyone to hold formation and wait for his signal. When the enemy Seraphs fired their first plasma bursts, the 6 squadrons broke formation to weave through the barrage and immediately began to counterattack. The engagement took on the feel of wild predators in the void, plasma and missiles blossoming into non-graphic bursts of light above the planet. From the capital of Asgard, the echoes and flashes looked like bright fireworks, visible even from the palace balconies. On his balcony, the old god and king watched the yellow and blue flashes overhead with his single eye. Thor entered unexpectedly and asked if his father saw the lights too. Odin, amused and curious, told Thor that this was more than simple fireworks. 2 forces were clashing between the sky and the stars above their city. Back in the fray, human pilots fought to survive and to bring down the enemy before they were shot down themselves. X-Wings normally carried a pilot and a rear gunner, but a shortage of aviators now left many without rear protection. One pilot found himself tailed by 3 Seraphs and struggled with frantic maneuvers. A black X-Wing arrived overhead and launched 3 missiles, taking down the pursuers. The saved pilot called out the black leader's call sign in gratitude. Black 3, Otto, accepted the thanks with a few words and then returned to the fight. When Black 4 climbed into his X-Wing, he became a consummate ace in the air, a legend in his own right. The pilots checked for remaining enemies and then saw twice as many fighters clearing from the enemy cruiser. Victor ordered formations retaken. From the dawn of Salvation Cruiser, the shipmaster watched the humans and considered them a persistent nuisance. He thought the humans foolish to attempt so direct an assault. Their ground teams had already begun an excavation, and he expected that the guardian they sought would soon awaken. As if fate had summoned greater trouble, a pulse and a thunderous impact struck his ship. It was an anti-plasma missile developed by humans to punch through the plasma shields of Covenant heavy ships. The shipmaster, bewildered by the sudden jolt, demanded to know what was happening. One of his officers reported urgently that a second group of human ships was attacking. Shiro's squad dove like World War II dive bombers toward the Covenant cruiser to launch an initial volley of missiles at the exposed warship. The cruiser tried to rotate so its anti-ship batteries could target the X-Wings, but the missiles struck the hull, producing breaches and system failures. The shipmaster cursed the humans and ordered half his formation to return and defend the cruiser. An officer acknowledged the command and turned his ships back. As the Seraphs and the first human group converged again, the rear half of the Seraph formation peeled off to rejoin and shield the cruiser. The real battle had begun. From above, Noble's Pelican observed the chaos of the space fight in detail. Inside, Rias and Sona's team watched with wide-eyed awe at a factional battle unfolding before them. Tsubaki noted how impressive it all was, especially the pilot of the Black X-Wing. The first human group joined the second after cutting through a Seraph intersection to attack the enemy cruiser. Hippo's fighter stood out despite its black paint, pursued by 3 enemy Seraphs. A quick, precise maneuver carried him behind his pursuers, and he neutralized them, 1 missile at a time. Kat, known as Kara, explained that Hippo was considered the best pilot among the Spartans, earning nicknames like the Black Devil and Dark Rider. The Covenant had their own name for him. Kiba asked what that name was, and Issei answered that they called him Night Fury. The dark paint made his fighter nearly invisible to the eye, even when radar flagged him. The Covenant's crews assumed he was not present until a human ballistic missile suddenly appeared through their viewports. The same happened to a lateral artillery emplacement on the cruiser that had failed to spot the oncoming Black X-Wing. Hippo finished its gun with a last missile before pulling away to reload. June and Kat watched as constant missile strikes began to open up leaks and gaps in the cruiser's armor. It was time for them to make their move and complete their part of the plan. Noble's leader spoke in the helmets. Now or never, he warned, and informed them that a wave of Banshees would launch from the cruiser's hangars, which would provide their entry point. The squad agreed, and Noble's leader ordered everyone to brace for a heavy impact. With engines at full power, the Pelican dove toward the Covenant cruiser, weaving to avoid fire from human fighters and heading straight for the open hangar. Cora offered quiet encouragement as she piloted, guiding the Iron Bird through crossfire while explosions rocked the craft. She thought of the old bomber crews and how those crews must have felt on dangerous missions. Inside the cruiser's hangar, more than 40 Banshees waited in formation to launch as Seraphs dwindled. Momo feared they would not make it, but Sona gripped her seat and insisted they would. 4 X-Wing missiles streaked ahead and detonated among the Banshees, destroying rows of enemy interceptors before they could take off, clearing the way for the Pelican to enter. The Pelican executed a forced landing amid blue energy fire, skidding along the hangar deck until it collided with a parked Phantom. Covenant troops scrambled to control the chaos as the impact jolted everyone aboard. An elite captain recognized the human ship, seized arms, and ordered his soldiers to surround the Pelican. He warned them that when the door opened, they were to open fire without hesitation. For a tense moment, nothing happened and nobody emerged from the human vessel. The knock on the hatch kept Covenant soldiers on high alert. The outcome of Noble and the 2 demon teams hung in the balance. They could fall into a trap, or they could stop the Covenant before the sleeping Guardian awoke. Whether Asgard and Camelot would be affected by the human-Covenant conflict depended entirely on the course of this battle.